Martial Peak Chapter 533 to Chapter 565. Outside the mansion, Xianxia led his family's cultivator to bid farewell to Yang Kai and Qiu Meng. As the sun set, Xiang's second young lord's back was straight as he strode forward. He had a clear conscience. Behind him, there were less than 10 people following. When he came to Yang Kai that day, he had brought 4 boxes full of supplies and more than 20 cultivator, but after so many battles, his number had dwindled. Everyone else had died in battle, using their own flesh and blood to forge Yang Kai's glorious victories. Watching his second young lord and the Xiang family disappear, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze. Of those people, he only knew the name of Xianxia. As for the others, he hadn't even spoken a word to them, but this still couldn't erase the respect and gratitude in his heart. Not only for the Xiang family, but also for the cultivator from the other forces in the mansion. Yang Kai was very grateful to all of them. If these people hadn't gathered together, even if he was strong, he wouldn't have been able to make any waves in the inheritance war. Qiu Meng suddenly felt a little sad. This was the first group of cultivator to leave Yang Kai's mansion, not because of a dispute of interest, not because of a life or death grudge, but because of morality and family constraints. With Xianxia leading the Xiang family, things should be much better. Yang Kai took a deep breath. At the very least, he was more reliable than someone like Xiangqiu. If he were to inherit the Xiang family in the future, Yang Kai wouldn't mind forming an alliance with the Xiang family and turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Qiu Meng brushed her hair back behind her ear and chuckled, "So you're right. You've done a good deed for the Xiang family. Unfortunately, the Xiang family won't appreciate it." Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly, "Let's go back." Turning around. But before she could enter the mansion, her expression suddenly became cold and she reached out to the side. That hand seemed to have unknowingly lengthened, and an energy invisible to the naked eye shot out like a rope. A soft cry rang out, causing Qiu Meng to be startled. Qiu Meng couldn't help frowning. Dozens of feet away, there was a person wrapped in a black robe. Her body was suspended in the air and she was struggling. Her neck seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and her legs were flailing wildly. However, she couldn't escape Yang Kai's grasp. Qiu Meng was surprised. Just now, when this person's exclamation entered her ears, she felt a sense of familiarity, but when she couldn't see her face, she couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a beam of energy that blew away the bamboo hat that covered the face of the captive. After seeing her true face, Kai Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a cold light flashing across them. However, Qiu Meng's expression, she calmly looked at the struggling posture of the person in front of her and giggled. "Why is it you?" Meng Meng ji, Meng Meng, Meng Meng. Ignoring Qiu Meng's teasing, she glared at Yang Kai, her face flushed red, her towering chest heaving up and down violently, sending out waves of seduction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to go too far, he just felt someone approaching him without warning, so he suddenly acted. Waving his hand, Yang Kai released the woman, causing her to cry out in alarm and fall to the ground. After standing up, she glared hatefully at Yang Kai. There was a trace of hidden resentment in her eyes. She had never been treated like this before. Eldest young lady Yi. Qiu Meng gracefully stood beside Yang Kai, looking at Yi Xian row across from her and saying in a strange tone, "Why aren't you staying in Yang Zhao's house and serving the second young lord? What are you doing here?" Hearing her words, Yi Xian Ro's heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face, simply smiling softly and saying, "Elder sister Qiu, what are you saying? Little sister is just an ally of second young lord, how could I serve him? That's a matter for the servants, there's no need for me to intervene." "Really?" Qiu Meng looked surprised. "I heard that since little sister and second young lord formed an alliance, your relationship has been getting better and better, to the point of even discussing marriage." Yi Xian Ro giggled, covering her mouth as she said, "Elder sister must have misheard, little sister isn't someone who casually marries off. Elder sister, on the other hand, you're not young anymore, shouldn't you consider finding a good home? If elder sister is interested, little sister can speak a few words on behalf of elder sister to second young lord. Recently, second young lord has been quite depressed, if he hears this news, won't he be able to cheer up?" "No need. Xiao Yimeng chuckled, turning her head to look at Yang Kai. If I want to marry, I already have a candidate by my side. Yi Xianro was stunned. She hadn't expected Xiao Yimeng to be so bold, directly expressing her love in front of Yang Kai. After a moment of silence, she said with a look of admiration, "Elder sister is really extraordinary." Little sister is too embarrassed to say such words. Little sister's face is quite thin. Xiao Yimeng's expression was warm, and Yi Xianro smiled faintly. The two women's eyes met, creating a series of invisible sparks. At the entrance of the mansion, there were two guards from an unknown faction standing there. Hearing the two of them calling each other elder sister and younger sister, they were more affectionate than anyone else. Their tone was also very gentle, as if they were really harmonious sisters. However, for some reason, they still felt an illusion of swords and blades. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If you have something to say, then say it. I don't have time to listen to you bickering here. Yang Kai impatiently interrupted their verbal confrontation. He had something on his mind but didn't have time to deal with it, so naturally he was a bit anxious. Why is little lord so cold? Yi Xianro said with some dissatisfaction, but since I've come here, I must have something to say. Yang Kai just stared straight at her without saying anything. Yi Xianro was stunned. You wouldn't want me to say it here, would you? What's inconvenient about that? Of course it's inconvenient. Yi Xianro said with a depressed expression. She had come here in secret, so if someone really saw her contacting Yang Kai here, it wouldn't be a good thing for her. After all, she was on Yang Zhao's side. Xiao Yimeng obviously also considered this point and stood on her tiptoes, whispering something into Yang Kai's ear. She was worried that if news of her meeting with Yi Xianro were to spread, she would be used by others. If that happened, not only would it be bad for Yi Xianro, but it would also be bad for Yang Kai's reputation. After listening to Xiao Yimeng's words, even though Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant, he could only say, "Then let's talk inside." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xianro, wrapped in a fragrant wind, rushed into the house, and when she passed by Yang Kai, she giggled and threw him a flirtatious glance. Yang Kai's expression became strange, suddenly feeling that this Yi Xianro was completely different from what he had imagined. "Do you think she's a pure woman?" Xiao Yimeng coldly snorted. "I think so," Yang Kai nodded. Whether it was Yi Xianro's name, appearance, or the few times he had met her, Yang Kai felt that although she was an enemy, she wasn't bad at all. Now it seemed that he had misjudged her. "Humph, be careful, don't let her eat you until there's nothing left of you," Xiao Yimeng warned with a sour tone. "Am I that kind of person?" Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Xiao Yimeng couldn't help laughing, feeling that she was overthinking things. If Yang Kai was really a perverted hooligan like Stars Hua, she might have to worry about being unable to resist the temptation of Yi Xianro, but although Yang Kai was somewhat hateful and lecherous, in the end, he was still a very principled person. If she tried to seduce Yang Kai, she estimated that Yang Kai would not refuse and would eat her up, but Yi Xianro, she didn't have that ability. Xiao Yimeng's heart suddenly filled with pride. Walking into the house, outside the side hall, Xiao Yimeng stopped and chuckled, "You can talk to her yourself. I don't get along well with her. If we meet, we'll definitely quarrel, so it's better not to see her." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had just experienced this and knew that what Xiao Yimeng said was not false. The two of them were both young ladies from the central capital's 8 great families, so naturally, they would compete with each other, but Xiao Yimeng's fame was undoubtedly overwhelming, so Yi Xianro simply couldn't compare. Inside the side hall, Yi Xianro had already taken off her disguise and was gasping for breath, her face relaxed. It was clear that she had put in a lot of effort to dress herself up. She was beautiful to begin with, so at this moment, she gave off a radiant feeling. Her 2 snow-white arms were exposed, her skin white as snow, her chest full, not too big nor too small, just right. Her waist was graceful, her buttocks were round and perky, and her legs were long and slender. At the ankles of her 2 jade feet, there were also some bell-like ornaments, and although they didn't make any sound, they were small and lovely. Moreover, the first impression she gave off was that of a little bird, docile and delicate. However, when Yang Kai looked at her at this moment, he could see the charm hidden in her clear eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it," Yang Kai said impatiently. Little Lord really is an indifferent person. Yi Xianro smiled sweetly. Then you're wrong. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. I'm not an indifferent person, I'm also interested in beautiful women, but I have something to do right now so I don't want to waste time. Is Little Lord praising me as a beautiful woman? Yi Xianro's face lit up as she bit her lip and asked. Everyone has their own preferences, in my opinion, you're a beautiful woman. Yang Kai nodded, but even if you're a beautiful woman, you can't waste my time. If that's the case, then I'll speak frankly. Yi Xianro didn't want to be entangled. She understood Yang Kai's character and knew that he was a strong person. Strong people didn't like to be led by the nose by others, so if she tried to change the subject, she was afraid the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Yang Kai put on an expression of listening attentively. In the battle 7 days ago, Second Young Lord has completely lost his will to fight. Although I am Second Young Lord's ally and should support him at this time to restore his confidence, I think that even if I try, there is nothing I can do. In other words, Second Young Lord is destined to be eliminated from the inheritance war. What do you mean? Yang Kai smiled playfully. Could it be you want to abandon my second brother and join me? Inside the main hall, Yi Xianro blinked her big eyes and stared at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. As she laughed, she said, Little Lord is looking down on me too much. How could I possibly betray Second Young Lord and seek refuge with you? If I really did so, what kind of person would I, Yi Xianro, be? What would the world think of my Yi family then? It's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He also knew that it was impossible for Yi Xianro to do such a thing. The inheritance war was hosted by the Yang family in order to select the next patriarch. Many forces in the world, large and small, were participating, most of them wanting to take this opportunity to latch onto the Yang family's thighs. However, the other 7 great families of the central capital didn't have such intentions. They had a strong heritage and powerful strength, even if they weren't as strong as the Yang family, they weren't far behind. Moreover, they shared an inextricable connection with the Yang family in the central capital, so there was no need for them to curry favor with the Yang family. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war were mainly honing themselves and honing their abilities. They didn't care much about winning or losing the inheritance war. If they won, they would be happy, but if they lost, it wouldn't be a big loss. Therefore, although the current situation in Yang Kai's house wasn't very optimistic, Yi Xianro couldn't betray him and instead seek refuge with him. Doing so would cause a great loss to her Yi family's reputation. Then what do you want to do? Yang Kai stared at Yi Xianro with burning eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been waiting outside for a few days, right? It didn't make sense that she would find him so soon after he left the house. The only explanation was that this woman was waiting for him to show up. Actually, I don't want to do anything. Yi Xianro shook her head, it's just that the current situation is clear. It's only a matter of time before Little Lord wins. It can even be said that if you want, you can defeat the other 2 opponents right now. Yang Kai remained silent, but a trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. He didn't know if this Yi Xianro was here to inquire about information. The future patriarch of the Yang family will undoubtedly be Little Lord. Yi Xianro's beautiful eyes flashed as if she could already see Yang Kai's domineering demeanor. Her breathing quickened slightly as an intoxicating blush appeared on her face. It just so happens that I'm more interested in the strong. The Little Lord is such a person. You're really boring. Yang Kai curled his lips, his face full of disdain. A cold light flashed across Yi Xianro's eyes, but she quickly restrained herself and giggled. Let's get straight to the point. This time, I only came to ask for one thing. What is it? When the little young lord becomes the head of the Yang family, please take care of my Yi family. Yang Kai's expression became strange, squinting at Yi Xianro. Your Yi family is still one of the 8 great families, you don't need me to look after you, do you? Yi Xianro slowly shook her head and said with a sad expression, Little Lord may not know, but the 8 great families are now going downhill. Many of the family's masters are nearing the end of their lives and the strength of the new generation of young lords is mixed. Most of them are domineering and incompetent. In the last battle with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, our side suffered heavy losses but was unable to eradicate the evil land. The prestige of the 8 great families was also greatly damaged. I don't know how long this kind of glory will last. I have always felt that Little Lord is a person who can bring about miracles. The entire inheritance war is a battlefield where you repeatedly create miracles. The Yang family, under your leadership in the future, is very likely to become even stronger than it is now. As for the other 7 great families, haha, I don't think anyone has this ability. When that time comes, your Yang family may really dominate the central capital and control the world, not just in name like it is now. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that he had underestimated this woman's ability to see far into the future. Worthy of being a descendant of the 8 great families, regardless of her character, she was still quite perceptive. Although the current 8 great families were led by the Yang family, the other 7 great families weren't weak either. Each of them wanted to replace the Yang family. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. However, no matter which family it was, they were all going downhill. The problem Xianxia mentioned was something Yang Kai had occasionally thought about, but he didn't think too much about it because he felt that this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. Now that he listened to her analysis, he suddenly felt that it made sense. The 8 great families had been enjoying prosperity for far too long. The so-called riches could not last more than 3 generations, and sooner or later they would decline. Now, there were already signs of this. Each of the young lords and young ladies of the central capital thought they were superior to others, forgetting the hardships and dangers their ancestors had faced in order to create such a prosperous world. A person like Qiu Zirua might become the Qiu family's leader in the future, so what hope did the Qiu family have? Dao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, Meng Shani, Lu Qingyao, and the others all had some ability, but under their leadership, wouldn't their families decline? This was something no one could predict. Perhaps we won't be able to see this happen in our lifetime, but I'm just preparing for a rainy day. It's always better to be prepared than not, right? Xianxia looked at Yang Kai confidently. Yang Kai gently nodded. In any case, I feel that Little Lord isn't an ordinary person. Under your leadership, the Yang family will definitely be better off than it is now. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to establish a good relationship with you, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Xianxia spoke the truth, her expression and tone not the slightest bit of falsehood. It was obvious that she really was sincere. I admit that what you said makes sense. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned, but what benefits do I get from doing this? Xianxia bit her lip and said softly, what benefits does Little Lord want? When she said this sentence, her eyes became blurred and her face filled with a seductive light, her meaning was self-evident. Yang Kai looked at her calmly and slowly shook his head, I don't know, it depends on what you can offer. Xianxia giggled, got up, and walked towards Yang Kai step by step. When she was half a foot away from Yang Kai, she stood still, turned around, and sat down on Yang Kai's lap, her arms around Yang Kai's neck as she whispered, Little Lord, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Really? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a look of fascination appearing on his face as he stretched out his hand and pinched Xianxia's plump breasts. With a soft snort, Xianxia stared towards Yang Kai and pouted, Little Lord, be gentle, you're going to break my skin. Her lips were bright red and extremely seductive. Seeing this, a trace of pride flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Even if Yang Kai was outstanding, in the end, he was still just an 18-year-old boy. Yang Zhao had already been reduced to a subject under her skirt, conquered by her with his body, how could Yang Kai be spared? Xianxia coldly snorted. Saying so, she quickly left Yang Kai's arms. Xianxia was an expert at playing hard to get, she knew that if she wanted to whet a man's appetite, she couldn't let him get what he wanted too easily. She wasn't a pure woman, how could she not understand what a man was thinking? Yang Kai didn't try to stop her and just stared at her with a smile, his face full of expectation. Although his eyes were lustful, there was no sign of him being aroused. Just as she stood firmly, Xianxia's clothes suddenly turned to shreds. Her perfectly proportioned snow-white body was suddenly exposed to the air. It was as exquisite as silk, and it flickered with an alluring luster. It was a breathtaking sight. Xianxia exclaimed, never having expected such a thing to happen. Suddenly, she realized that when Yang Kai had pinched her a moment ago, he had used some kind of trick, but she hadn't noticed it at all. Panicking and frightened, Yi Xianro hurriedly raised her jade arm to protect herself while covering her lower body with her other hand. Her face flushed red as she glared at Yang Kai. You. Spitting out a single word, Yi Xianro quickly suppressed her anger and stamped her foot. Little lord, how can you be like this? You delivered yourself to my doorstep. Yang Kai snorted, slightly raising his head and saying in an arrogant tone, take your hands off me. Yi Xianro suddenly wore an embarrassed expression and hesitated. Didn't you just say you could pay any price? Yang Kai sneered. What, were you just joking? Of course I was serious. Yi Xianro's heart was filled with resentment as she bit her thin lip. She really didn't care about her relationship with Yang Kai, in fact, she even longed for it, but before she obtained any tangible benefits and Yang Kai's promise, she didn't want to let Yang Kai take advantage of her. But now, she had no choice but to do so. Hardening her heart, Yi Xianro said softly, then, little lord, please don't laugh at me. Yang Kai didn't comment, still looking down at her with a somewhat superior expression. Yi Xianro slowly released her hands and lowered her head, looking very shy. Yang Kai's eyes were full of aggression, not bothering to hide it as he stared at her with a burning gaze. Her plump, flat, and smooth lower abdomen without a trace of excess fat. Her private area was covered in fragrant grass. Her snow-white body exuded an alluring light that would make any man's blood boil. She was so beautiful that it made people linger and forget to return, making them drool. Yi Xianro was completely naked, standing in front of Yang Kai like a work of art, allowing him to appreciate her exquisite curves and body. Yang Kai had to admit, this woman really did have a lot of capital, especially with her current shy appearance. It made him want to push her to the ground and savor her futile struggle. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Yi Xianro's pure white body gradually glowed with a strange red light and her breathing gradually quickened. Although she wasn't pure, she was still a woman. Standing in front of a man like this, she was somewhat shy. Am I beautiful? Yi Xianro allowed his eyes to wander over her body as she raised her head and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded heavily, breathing heavily. As long as you give me a promise, this is all yours. At this point, Yi Xianro could no longer play hard to get and could only throw out the bait. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance and state, it was obvious he couldn't refuse such a temptation, so she was full of confidence. Inside the side hall, facing Yi Xianro's blatant seduction, Yang Kai stood up and walked straight towards her. Yi Xianro raised her eyes and glanced at him shyly, her heart beating violently as a faint trace of expectation appeared on her face. Towards Yang Kai, Yi Xianro was indeed quite interested in him. Being able to share the pleasures of fish and water with such a young overlord would certainly be a joyous occasion. As Yang Kai approached, Yi Xianro's breathing gradually quickened. A moment later, Yang Kai brushed past her and a low voice filled with sarcasm entered her ears. Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes. The expectation on Yi Xianro's face quickly converged and her charming face suddenly became gloomy, her tender body trembling as she turned her head and shouted, Yang Kai, stop right there. Yang Kai ignored her and continued to walk out. Yi Xianro was furious and quickly chased after him, but before she could get close to Yang Kai, she was blown away by an invisible wave of qi. When she landed on the ground, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai, you dare treat me like this, I'll make you die a horrible death. Yi Xianro roared hysterically like a madwoman. Outside the side hall, Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai strangely, her face flushed red as she said, aren't you going too far? Treating a woman like this? What's too far? Yang Kai snorted lightly, not calling Xianxia over is already the most benevolent thing she can do. I've always been kind to women. And she's yours now. Hee hee. Qiu Yimeng giggled, a look of expectation appearing on her face. Although with Yi Xianro's status, Qiu Yimeng couldn't do anything to her, but she could still make her suffer a little. The two women were already at odds with each other, and now Yi Xianro was brazenly seducing Yang Kai, causing Qiu Yimeng's heart to burn with anger. After Yang Kai left, Qiu Yimeng gently clapped her hands. Immediately, a few bodyguard-like cultivator rushed over, respectfully asking, Sister Xiaoxiaoyu, what orders do you have? Xiao Meng's lips curled into a devilish grin as she shouted, "Stand guard outside the hall, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter." Yes. Inside the side hall, Xianxia's beautiful face turned pale. She couldn't help but cry out, Elder Sister Qiu, please spare younger sister this time." "Younger sister was wrong, Elder Sister Qiu." Xiao Meng muttered to herself, I'm getting old, my ears aren't that good." "Did you hear anything?" The guards outside the side hall shook their heads solemnly. "Then I must have misheard, I thought someone was calling out to me." Xiao Meng giggled and walked away. The guards immediately felt a chill run down their spines. All of them suddenly discovered that Xiao Meng also had such a black-bellied side to her. Glancing towards the side hall, they couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Inside, there was also a fully clothed Xianxia. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his mood fluctuating slightly. Not because of Xianxia, but because of what he was about to do next. 7 days ago, when he had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai hadn't noticed, and by the time he did, there were many things he had to do, so he hadn't had time to deal with them until now. The wordless black book had reacted. With a single thought, the wordless black book made from soul calming stone appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Since obtaining this wordless black book, Yang Kai had made great strides on the road of martial Tao, his momentum unstoppable. This was partly because of the wordless black book's help each time it was unsealed, but more importantly, Yang Kai's own efforts were the result. Even now, Yang Kai still remembered it clearly. On the first page of the wordless black book, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton. On the second page, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton secret art. On the third page, he obtained the magical incense burner. On the fourth page, he obtained the true Yang secret art, which established his Xianxia secret art. On the fifth page, he was guided to Medicine King's Valley, where he obtained the peerless treasures under the myriad drug pond. At the same time, the sixth page was unsealed, opening up the wordless black book space. Until now, the wordless black book hadn't shown any signs of activity, but after breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai felt that the seventh page's restrictions could now be explored. Being able to explore meant that with his current strength and cultivation, he could break through its restrictions, unseal it, and unearth the secrets hidden on the seventh page. It could be said that every page of the wordless black book that was unsealed had greatly benefited Yang Kai. Now that he had reached this point, how could Yang Kai not be excited? Taking a deep breath, calming his fluctuating mood, Yang Kai held the wordless black book in his hand, opened it, and poured his Xianxia into it. But soon, Yang Kai discovered an unusual situation. In the past, whenever Yang Kai poured his true qi into the wordless black book, the wordless black book would completely swallow it, and once it reached a certain point, the restrictions would be undone. However, this time, the wordless black book refused to accept Yang Kai's true qi and instead rebounded it all back. Yang Kai fell into contemplation. Was the way he poured his Xianxia in was wrong? Or was the amount of Xianxia he poured in not enough? Or perhaps it wasn't done that way at all. The seventh page's restrictions were only discovered after he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary and opened up his knowledge sea. In other words, his knowledge sea and divine sense were the biggest keys. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. No longer pouring his Xianxia into the wordless black book, he instead condensed his own spiritual energy and sent it towards the seventh page. The moment his spiritual energy entered the wordless black book, a faint light appeared, and at the same time, his spiritual energy was completely swallowed up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately affirmed his own inference. In order to unlock the seventh page's restrictions, he must use his spiritual energy. In for a penny, in for a pound, Yang Kai madly condensed his divine sense and continuously attacked the wordless black book. Every time his divine sense attacked, it would be completely swallowed up by the wordless black book, but Yang Kai could clearly perceive that the wordless black book's restrictions were gradually becoming weaker and weaker, like an iceberg that had been exposed to the scorching sun, slowly melting away. It was slow, but it was noticeable. Time passed, and the sun rose faintly. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but after taking several pills to replenish his spiritual energy, he finally broke through the wordless black book's restrictions. On the seventh page, a series of flickering lines appeared, crisscrossing each other, giving off a complex and mysterious aura. It seemed to be a spirit array. When all the lines on the spirit array were lit up, in the center of the page, a small vortex appeared. This vortex seemed to have the ability to swallow everything, slowly rotating. As it rotated, something emerged from the wordless black book. Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of panic. His knowledge sea's soul seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, wanting to rush out of his knowledge sea. Kaiyang was shocked, but he quickly held his breath and stabilized his state of mind. Only then was he able to resist. If a person's soul was sucked away, they would definitely become a senseless idiot. At this moment, everyone in the mansion, including Meng Wuye and Ling Tai-su, felt a sense of unease. This feeling only lasted for a moment, coming quickly and leaving quickly, but it aroused the vigilance of the two masters. At the same time, they tried to sense the direction of Xianxia, but there was nothing there, as if there was something blocking their divine sense. This made the two of them suspicious. They didn't know why such a situation would occur. Inside the room, Xianxia stared at the thing that emerged from the 7th page of the wordless black book, a strange expression on his face. This thing was about the size of an egg, with 2 pointed ends, a round middle, and flat edges. There were many lines on it, like the wrinkles of a human, like the crisscrossing gullies on the back of a 10,000-year-old turtle. At first glance, this thing looked like some kind of fruit. But no matter how Xianxia looked at it, he felt it was more like a closed eye. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart and countless goosebumps appeared all over his body. He didn't know what this thing was. In the past, when the wordless black book was unsealed, a message would spread, letting him know what benefits he had obtained, but this time it didn't. The difficulty of unsealing this wordless black book was beyond Xianxia's expectations. Faintly, Xianxia felt that this thing was an incredible thing, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out its purpose. He could only feel that it had some kind of connection with his soul. With a thought, the thing in his hand that looked like a closed eye or a fruit disappeared. At the same time, Xianxia noticed that there were some new traces in his knowledge sea. Immersing himself in his knowledge sea, Xianxia examined it. Sure enough, that thing had already entered his knowledge sea and was now quietly floating above the island transformed from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, without the slightest sign of disharmony, as if he had already refined it. Inside his knowledge sea, in addition to that thing and the soul-warming lotus, there was also a small sword. It was the soul-type artifact he had used to kill Nansheng. In order to refine this small sword, Xianxia had spent a lot of effort, but that unknown thing had actually entered his knowledge sea on its own. Shaking his head, Xianxia couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind this. Hearing a sound in his ear, Xianxia quickly withdrew from his knowledge sea. The door opened and outside, Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuye walked in with dignified expressions. Both of them stared at Xianxia for a moment before using their huge divine senses to sweep him, but after failing to find anything, the two of them exchanged a puzzled glance before walking out without saying a word. "Young master, are you all right?" Immediately after, the old demon also poked his head out and asked. "I'm fine." Xianxia shook his head, knowing that these people were worried about him. His heart couldn't help feeling warm. "It's good that you're fine." The old demon breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his head. "Wait." Xianxia suddenly called out. "What other orders does young master have?" "Go call Lingshan over." "Yes." A moment later, Lingshan of Ghost King Valley was led into the room by the old demon. Looking at Xianxia curiously, Lingshan asked, "What's the matter?" "Sit." Xianxia didn't get up and simply motioned to her. Lingshan froze for a moment, not understanding Xianxia's intentions. "I said, when I break through to the immortal ascension boundary one day, I will give you back your freedom." Looking at the suspicious look on Lingshan's face, Xianxia chuckled and said, "Now, it's time to fulfill this promise." Lingshan's eyes lit up, her eyes suddenly filled with expectation. A few years ago, when she was in that isolated world, she and Tianlang dynasty's ZMO had been implanted with a soul brand by Xianxia. At the beginning, Lingshan and ZMO had tried every possible means to escape from Xianxia's control, but after going through trials and tribulations together, Lingshan gradually changed her opinion and attitude towards Xianxia. Later, in the evil cavern, Xianxia had single-handedly saved 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples, causing Lingshan to shed tears of gratitude. During the Inheritance War, when the Ghost King Valley disciples had come to help, Xianxia had only wanted to return the favor and thank Yang Kai for his kindness to them. She no longer cared about the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her sea. It didn't matter whether it was removed or not. After all, it was impossible for Yang Kai to harm her and use that brand to order her to do things she didn't like. Although she didn't care, when she heard Yang Kai say so, Xianxia was still a little happy. This man was a man who kept his promises. Nodding gently to Yang Kai, Xianxia walked over to him and sat down cross-legged. Relax. Yang Kai chuckled, seeing that she was a little nervous. The next moment, a huge amount of pure divine sense condensed and rushed directly into Xianxia's mind. Xianxia had now broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage, and although she hadn't yet reached the immortal ascension boundary or opened her knowledge sea, as a living being, her soul was innate. After his divine sense swept through Xianxia's mind, Yang Kai immediately found a wisp of energy that was exactly the same as his own aura. It was the soul brand that had been implanted in Xianxia's body for several years. Yang Kai carefully pulled the brand, using his own origin aura to attract it and make it return. For Yang Kai, who had already broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, this wasn't a difficult task at all. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and said with a smile, "It's done." Xianxia slowly opened her eyes, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, her mood incomparably subtle. Regaining her freedom was a joyous occasion worthy of celebration, but Xianxia kept feeling as if she was suddenly missing something, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Thank you." Xianxia stood up and thanked him softly. From then on, she no longer had any contact with Yang Kai. After the end of the Inheritance War, she may take her disciples back to Ghost King Valley and never set foot in the central capital or War City again. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Xianxia smiled silently, turned around, and walked out. Outside, the old demon grinned meaningfully and said, "Young Lady Leng, congratulations." But unexpectedly, Xianxia actually glared at him, causing the old demon to suddenly feel confused, wondering what he had done to offend her. "Old demon, come in." Yang Kai's voice called out from inside the room. The old demon quickly walked in, bowed, and asked, "What other instructions does young master have?" "Sit down." "Ah." The old demon was startled, suddenly realizing what Yang Kai was going to do. His face flushed with excitement as he stared at him and muttered, "Young master. If I tell you to sit, then sit, don't talk nonsense." The old demon quickly sat down in front of Yang Kai, his expression solemn, nervous, and expectant. "Release your knowledge sea's defenses," Yang Kai said lightly. The old demon quickly did as he was told. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, searching for a soul thread that belonged to him. A moment later, Yang Kai and the old demon opened their eyes at the same time, the former with a strange expression and the latter with a look of embarrassment. Heh. Yang Kai looked at the old demon with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I seem to have seen something incredible." Just now, when he invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, all he saw was a blood-red color. The old demon's knowledge sea was formed from blood and was filled with an incomparable evil qi and demonic qi. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he still felt a little uneasy inside. While shuttling through the blood-red knowledge sea, Yang Kai faintly saw some of the old demon's distracting thoughts, including his previous thoughts of harming him. However, they were both men after all, so Yang Kai didn't dare to pry too much, otherwise it would be too disgusting, so after finding his own soul thread, he hurriedly withdrew. The old demon was embarrassed to death. "Young master, please calm your anger. Those were old servant's thoughts a long time ago. Now, old servant is loyal to young master, heaven and earth can testify to this." "Enough." Yang Kai stood up, "You don't need to show your loyalty to me. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you go free. Young master is wise." The old demon was moved. From now on, old servant will still serve young master, without any disloyalty. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said no more. The old demon didn't show any intention of leaving immediately, rubbing his big hands as if he had something to say. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. "Young master, old servant must apologize to you," the old demon chuckled. Awkwardly. If you're referring to your previous thoughts, there's no need to say anything. No, the old demon shook his head, it's about your methods of controlling others. That's your method? Yes, it's old servant's method. The old demon nodded repeatedly, whether it was himself, Lung Shan or ZMO, it was the old demon's doing that allowed Yang Kai to control the three of them. During this process, Yang Kai was only responsible for providing his own soul thread and reaping the fruits of others' labor, the old demon did all the work. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was still relatively low, so he couldn't use his spiritual energy to plant a brand in others' minds. How should I describe old servant's method? There are advantages and disadvantages. Old demon quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing him remain silent, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, continuing, the good side of this is that it's much more convenient. Young master has probably already experienced this, with old servant's help, all you need to do is release a thread of your soul to easily control others. And the disadvantage? Yang Kai felt that this was the main point, he had never heard the old demon mention this before. The old demon awkwardly scratched his head for a long time before saying, the disadvantage is that if one is damaged, everyone is damaged. Speak clearly, Yang Kai frowned. If the controlled person's soul is destroyed, young master may also be injured. The old demon gritted his teeth and explained. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he understood, because my soul thread is still in someone else's mind, right? Exactly, but fortunately, whether it's old servant or Miss Lung Shan, both of us have been safe these past few days. The old demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, but, it seems, there is also a little girl called ZMO. Yang Kai grinned, knowing what the old demon wanted to say. If young master is still worried, old servant will immediately go to Tianlang dynasty and bring her here, the old demon quickly said. Do you have such ability? Yang Kai glared at him. Although Tianlang dynasty's territory was not as vast as the great Han dynasties, it was still a place where cultivators gathered. Sanluo Temple, where ZMO was located, was a super force in Tianlang dynasty with an above-immortal ascension boundary master presiding over it. Even if the old demon was powerful, he couldn't snatch someone from Sanluo Temple. The reason he hadn't told him this before was probably because he wanted to use it to bring him down. Yang Kai understood and didn't pursue the matter further. The fact that old demon was willing to tell him this already showed his sincerity and loyalty. Moreover, in Yang Kai's opinion, this wasn't a big deal. As long as ZMO didn't die, he wouldn't be harmed. When I have time in the future, I'll make a trip there, Yang Kai sighed. Yes, young master. The old demon looked guilty and could only nod. His divine sense thread being planted in someone else's mind wasn't a good idea. Yang Kai could only wait until the inheritance war was over and see if he had free time to find ZMO. Thinking of that bold woman, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling strange. In that isolated world, she had almost been plucked by him. Young and inexperienced, Yang Kai shook his head again and again. 2 days later, early in the morning, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Yang Kai's house. The guard outside the house hurriedly reported, and when Yang Kai rushed to the main hall, he found that Elder Yang Zhen of the Yang family Elder Hall had actually arrived in person and was sitting at the head of the table. Along with him were a number of people Yang Kai had never seen before, all of them possessing extraordinary strength, at least at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. There were about 4 or 5 people in total. Frowning, Yang Kai stepped forward and saluted, "Greetings, Elder." Yang Zhen nodded lightly, his expression solemn. "Elder, these are..." Yang Kai looked at the other people and asked. "They are all elders of my Yang family." Yang Zhen explained. The members of the Yang family Elder Hall weren't just the few old men Yang Kai had seen before. These people had worked hard and made great contributions to the Yang family. As they grew older, they had been arranged to sit in the Elder Hall and in addition to dealing with some chores, they spent the rest of their lives enjoying themselves. There was another group of elders who really managed the affairs of the Yang family. These people were the ones who held the most power in the Yang family. Just like the people in front of him. Yang Kai nodded slightly and greeted them one by one. Those people all had lofty expressions on their faces and did not respond. Yang Kai didn't care, most of the Yang family's elders were like this. Not only the Yang family, but the 8 great families were also like this. May I ask why Elder has come to my house this time? Xianxia asked in a deep voice, a bad premonition in his heart. Last time, because of the blood warrior issue, Xianxia had been summoned back by the family, but this time, several elders had come in person. Obviously, the problem was more serious than last time, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. You already know the answer. Xianxia coldly snorted and shouted majestically, in front of tens of thousands of people in War City, you killed the heirs of the Nan family and Xiang family. Do you really think you're some kind of character? Just because of this? Xianxia stared at Xianxia in amazement, chuckling lightly, aren't elders making too much of a fuss over nothing? Making too much of a fuss over nothing? A man in a blue robe on the left suddenly shouted coldly, those were the heirs of 2 first-class families, not some random cat or dog you could kill. To me, they're no different from cats and dogs. Xianxia turned to look at the man who spoke, a sneer on his face. Arrogant. The man coldly snorted, the others also slowly shaking their heads, disappointment filling their faces. They had been in the central capital all this time, but they had also been paying attention to the situation in War City every day. From Xianxia's performance in the past, these people had regarded him as a reliable candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. But now that they had met him, they suddenly discovered that he was actually a little brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was inevitable that they would feel disappointed. Although the Yang family was arrogant and domineering, they wouldn't do anything that would provoke public anger. Xianxia killing the heirs of 2 first-class families in the inheritance war was undoubtedly a violation of this taboo. As a result, when the Yang family hosted the inheritance war in the future, which family would dare send someone to participate? It was precisely because the young lords and young ladies of great families participating in the inheritance war that there was no danger to their lives and they could hone themselves as well as have investment value, so every time the inheritance war was held, countless forces would rush to participate. Now that Xianxia had done this, if the Yang family didn't give the world an explanation, no one would dare to participate in the inheritance war in the future. Relying on your status as a Yang family direct descendant, you dared to kill the heirs of other families. Your approach has made the family very disappointed and passive. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s stared coldly at Xianxia and said in a hoarse voice. She wasn't ugly, and although she was a middle-aged woman, she was still quite charming, but her voice, for some reason, made those who heard it feel particularly uncomfortable. Even if I'm not a Yang family direct descendant. If those two had provoked me, they would have died. Xianxia's eyes flashed a cold light. The several elders kept shaking their heads, the middle-aged woman saying, it seems that you can't be reasoned with at all. Elder Zhen, you speak. Xianxia nodded gently and said, Xianxia, you really went too far this time. You're young and impetuous, I understand. This old master also had such an experience, so I'm not going to criticize you, but as a man, you must be responsible for what you've done. How do you want me to take responsibility? Xianxia laughed. Don't tell me those 2 families want me to pay with my life? Xianxia nodded lightly. The people from the Nan family and Xiang family arrived in the central capital a few days ago and entered the Yang family's residence. What's the family's opinion? Xianxia's lips curled into a playful smile. Naturally, the family will not agree to such a rude request. Xianxia coldly snorted. They don't even know their own weight, actually wanting my Yang family's young lords to pay with their lives. What a joke. Xianxia was expressionless. His family did not reject their request to protect him. It was about the honor of the family. How could Xianxia not know this? If it wasn't him, but another Yang family junior who committed such a crime, the Yang family would also protect him. Therefore, Xianxia had no intention of thanking him. However, this matter still has to be dealt with, otherwise the Yang family won't be able to maintain a foothold in the outside world, Xianxia quickly said. The family orders you to apologize to those 2 families. Apologize? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Not bad. What if I refuse? This is the family's order. The man in blue shouted in a deep voice, you dare refuse? So what if it's the family's order? Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at him. You're rebelling. The man sneered again and again, I've long heard that you're arrogant and unruly, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than the rumors. We've already given you enough face by specially coming here today, so don't play with fire. While speaking, his aura suddenly spread out as he glared at young Kai. In the next moment, countless divine senses and powerful auras attacked from all directions. The entire side hall was enveloped. Asterisk Walala, asterisk the side hall shook, and a lot of mud and sand fell from the roof. The aura emitted by the man in blue was instantly shattered under these divine senses and pressure like spring snow under the scorching sun. The several elders' faces paled. They seemed to suddenly remember that young Kai had gathered many powerful cultivator in his house. Using force to demonstrate their strength here was a bit like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. All of you, back down. Young Kai shouted angrily. The terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant, and the divine senses were all withdrawn. The man in blue couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at young Kai with a complicated expression. He was an elder of the Yang family and held great power in his hands. His status could almost be described as second only to one person and above tens of thousands. He thought that coming to young Kai's house to deliver his orders would be an easy task, but now it seemed that it was a very dangerous thing. The prestige of this boy in front of him and the hearts of the masters in the house seemed to have reached a level that no one could match. No wonder the patriarch ordered several elders to come together. Originally, he thought it was a bit of a fuss, but now it seemed that the patriarch was far-sighted. If he had come alone to deliver the order, this boy might not have paid attention to him. How should I address you, elder? Yang Kai stared at him and asked. Wei Qing. Unconsciously, the elder followed up with Yang Kai's words, but after regaining his composure, his face suddenly flushed red. The other elders couldn't help rolling their eyes, their evaluation of Wei Qing greatly reduced. Elder Wei. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of disdain as he coldly said, Please don't show your subtle strength in my house, the people in my house are all dangerous, you know that. Wei Qing's expression kept changing, a particularly interesting one. Enough. Yang Zhen shouted angrily as he stared coldly at young Kai. Although Elder Wei is not from my Yang family, he has made many great contributions over the years, otherwise he would not have been able to sit in the position of elder. It is not up to you to slander and despise him. Slandering and despising him is tantamount to slandering and despising the elder hall. Can you bear this responsibility? Yang Kai no longer spoke, his expression indifferent. Let's get to the point. The woman hurriedly reminded. Originally, on the way here, everyone had already discussed how to put pressure on young Kai. Some people were playing the role of the good cop. Others were playing the role of the bad cop, so with several elders acting at the same time, how could they not achieve their intended goal? She hadn't expected that after 2 or 3 sentences, Kai Yang would change the topic to another direction. If this continued, it would be difficult to wrap things up. This little brat really knows how to lead others by the nose. The woman couldn't help glancing over at young Kai with some interest, but his attitude was really irritating. No wonder Wei Qing couldn't hold back. As a Yang family disciple, he actually dared to ignore the family's orders. Daring to contradict an elder of the family, was he still a Yang family disciple? Yes, let's get to the point. Yang Zhen was also shocked and immediately became vigilant, calmly saying, Let's not talk about the Xiang and Nan families first. Young Kai, let me ask you, is there a powerful demon lord in your house? Yes. Is he from the ash-gray cloud evil land? No, that's not it. I've already informed that Supreme Elder of the God Conferment Hall. Yang Zhen nodded, I naturally know this. We have also sent people to the ash-gray cloud evil land to inquire about this matter, although from the information we received, it seems that he is not a true demon lord. You say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, but information can be falsified and cannot be taken seriously. If you say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, where does he come from? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Wei Qing no longer said anything, but another man in yellow robes coldly snorted, You don't know, yet you still accepted him? I heard that you and he have a master-servant relationship. I don't like to pry into others' secrets. Everyone has secrets in their heart, do you think Elder doesn't? If I were to ask you now, would you be willing to tell me everything about yourself? Impudence. The man roared angrily. He slapped his chair angrily. Yang Zhen stretched out his hand and gestured. He could see that none of these elders were Yang Kai's opponent in a verbal confrontation. As long as this little brat said one or two words, he would be able to cause these Yang family elders to lose their composure. Let's not talk about this for the time being. Yang Kai, are you really from High Heaven Pavilion? Yes. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Now he realized what Yang Jin wanted to do. The remnants of High Heaven Pavilion, are those people in your house now? Yes. High Heaven Pavilion is an evil sect, and there are so many evil sect members gathered in your house, including some from Ghost King Valley, but I won't mention them for the time being. Let me ask you again, have you ever cultivated an evil secret art? As he finished speaking, Yang Jin's eyes gradually became dangerous as he stared at Yang Kai aggressively. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile as he playfully asked, if I said I had never cultivated an evil secret art, would elders believe me? All the elders slowly shook their heads. Less than 10 days ago, when Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the evil energy that burst out from his body had spread throughout War City, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Everyone believed that Yang Kai had cultivated an evil secret art, so even if he denied it now, it would have no effect. Then I don't need to answer. They had already determined that he cultivated an evil secret art, so saying anything more would only be a waste of saliva. I'll take it as your acquiescence. Yang Jin took a deep breath, his expression somewhat gloomy as he said, Yang Kai, to be honest, in the inheritance war, this old master wasn't very optimistic about you at first because the strength you showed was too little, but you have repeatedly created inspiring miracles. This old master is more and more convinced that the next patriarch of the Yang family should be inherited by you. The Yang family is huge, but it is also bloated. Only in the hands of outstanding people can it go further, and you are such a person. Elders' praise is too high. Yang Kai nodded slightly. But now, this old master has to ask. Yang Jin took a deep breath and asked, Yang Kai, what exactly do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him calmly, not saying a word. Yang Jin stood up and walked towards Yang Kai step by step, saying, you took in a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, have a close relationship with Ghost King Valley, and have an unknown demon servant by your side. You cultivate an evil secret art that nearly caused you to become the demon race, but you still remain stubborn. A few days ago, you just broke through, but now you've already reached the immortal ascension boundary second stage. Your evil secret art is truly amazing. Yang Kai, tell this old master, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you want to turn the central capital upside down and overthrow the 8 great families? Yang Jin walked over step by step, counting one by one, and when he arrived in front of Yang Kai, his eyes flashed like a hawk's as he stared at him. Turning the central capital upside down, turning the 8 great families upside down. Yang Kai had never considered this. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family and had participated in the inheritance war simply because he wanted to restore the sect's reputation, he hadn't thought to rebel to such an extent. Listening to Yang Jin's harsh questioning, Yang Kai quickly realized something. Does the family think of me like this? Yang Kai stared at Yang Jin in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Yang Jin's face filled with grief as he shook his head. Don't blame the family for thinking too highly of you. It's your performance these past few years that made the family think in such a way. It's undeniable that you are indeed a good seedling, but if such a good seedling were to become an evil monster, the family wouldn't mind purging you to maintain the family's purity. After a pause, Yang Jin sighed again. If it's just the family's concern, it's easy to discuss. At worst, we can ask the family's elders to use their secret arts to help you resolve the demonic chi in your body. However, do you know that it's not just my Yang family that's worried about this? Yang Kai's expression became cold. I might as well tell you directly, after you broke through, the 7 great families all sent people to contact the Yang family. They are all very worried that you will become like the demon lord. Yang Jin sighed deeply. Learning from the past is a good lesson for the future. The sect you came from is High Heaven Pavilion, you cultivate an evil secret art, your aptitude defies the heavens, but before that, High Heaven Pavilion produced a demon lord. That demon lord is still roaming the ash-gray cloud evil land, his strength is unfathomable and his secret arts are profound. In this world, no above immortal ascension boundary master is his opponent. You and the demon lord come from the same source, so your relationship with him is that of martial uncle and martial nephew. A single demon lord is enough to make the 8 great families somewhat helpless, if a second one appears. Yongjin slowly shook his head, a deep sense of dread filling his face as he stared at Yang Kai. With all these factors combined, how could they not be worried? Worried that I will become a second demon lord? Yang Kai's expression became cold. Yes, and your aptitude is even greater than that so-called evil lord. If you really reach that step, haha. Yongjin smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with confusion. If things really came to that point, with 2 demon lords descending upon the central capital, how could the 8 great families resist? The other elders present were also filled with dread and fear, as if they could already see the central capital being destroyed and the earth groaning. At the end of the day, this is merely your own conjecture. Yang Kai suddenly lost interest in defending himself as he calmly replied. The members of the 8 great families were all inflexible and stubborn, living high and mighty all year round, making them think that they were always right. No matter what he said, he would never be able to change their views and suspicions. Even if they could change the minds of the 1 to 2 teams, it would not affect the overall situation. Prevention is better than cure. This is how the 8 great families have been able to stand in the central capital for so many years without falling. Yongjin said frankly, the 8 great families must guard against you. My path, I will walk it myself. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Back then, my innate talent was lacking and I had no strength to even truss a chicken, let alone cultivate. My father wanted me to enter the Yan family's dragon transformation pond, hoping that its miraculous effects would be able to cleanse my body, but even after so many years of hard work and submitting so many applications to the Elder Hall, none of them were accepted. Even if he had made enough contributions to the family, the Elder Hall only gave my father one response: a waste, not qualified to waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation. Pond. Yongjin's expression suddenly became awkward. He was the one who had rejected the application submitted by the 4th Master Yang, so now that Yang Kai had brought it up again, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Now, with my current achievements in cultivation, the family actually wants to point fingers at me. Elder Zhen, don't you think it's ridiculous? Yongjin's face went pale, too embarrassed to answer. Yang Kai continued, a few days ago, when I broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, if not for the help of my friends and elders, I would have been crippled by the Grand Elder on the spot. Even if I didn't die, I'm afraid I would have been reduced to an ordinary elder. Does the family want to prevent me from entering the immortal ascension boundary? Elder, don't you think the family has gone too far? Impudence. Yongjin couldn't help becoming angry. The family is supreme. For the sake of the family, what does it matter if you sacrifice yourself? Elder's sense of righteousness and noble character is something this disciple cannot compare to. This disciple is a relatively selfish person. Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly declared, since this is the case, this disciple will fulfill the wishes of several elders. After killing several elders, this disciple will ask for forgiveness from the family and allow the family to deal with him. This way, all of you will be sacrificing yourselves for the family. Everyone present suddenly stood up and stared at Yang Kai in horror, secretly condensing their strength. Yang Kai laughed loudly. The elders seemed to be quite selfish. The elders couldn't help blushing, feeling ashamed of their performance just now. It was easy to say these words, but when it came to doing them, they found that they were not as simple as they seemed. Let's get down to business, get down to business. The woman with the hoarse voice quickly changed the subject. Yongjin stared at Yang Kai and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Dealing with you is very tiring. This old master won't beat around the bush. Asking you to apologize to the Xiang and Nan families is just a pretense. My Yang family's young lords have never bowed to anyone before. Even if you want to do this, the family will not agree and will even try to stop you. Then what does the family want me to do? When we return to the central capital, several of the family's grand elders will work together to dispel the demonic qi in your body. From now on, you will no longer have to worry about falling into the devil's path. The family and the 7 great families will no longer guard against you. Yang Kai remained silent. He didn't think that the grand elders would be able to expel the demonic qi from his unyielding golden skeleton. If he didn't use this demonic qi, no one would be able to detect it. Moreover, this demonic qi wasn't harmful to him at all, so Yang Kai didn't feel the need to expel it. You can continue with the inheritance war, but the Yang family's future patriarch position cannot be inherited by you. The patriarch said that after this inheritance war is over, he will come forward to rectify High Heaven Pavilion's name. I hope you can understand the family's painstaking efforts. The family was already wary of Yang Kai, so naturally they wouldn't allow him to sit on the patriarch's seat. If one day Yang Kai were to become the demon lord, wouldn't the Yang family lose all face? Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, the family has another reason for doing this. Yangjin took a deep breath. What reason? It's related to the secret of your cultivator's rapid increase in strength. Yangjin said in a low voice as he stared towards Yang Kai. The breathing of the other elders also quickened a lot. Do you think you can hide it from us? Yangjin smiled, although no one knows why your cultivator's strength can increase so quickly, everyone knows it has something to do with you. The Blood Warrior Hall's disciples actually breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage one after another, this phenomenon is too unusual and has attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there's also your parents. A cold light flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Yingfeng has a chronic illness and his strength has been stuck at the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage for many years, but now? He's already an Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, and all of this happened after you returned to the central capital. In less than a year, his strength has increased so rapidly, do you dare say it has nothing to do with you? Although the growth of Dong Suju's strength is not as terrifying as Yang Yingfeng's, it is still many times faster than before. Do you really think our Yang family is blind? Yang Kai remained indifferent. Before giving his parents the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug liquid, he had already considered this issue, but he had still given it to them because they were his own parents. What you cultivate is an evil technique. It's a quick way to increase your strength. We can understand that. But what method did you use to make those who follow you, including those who are close to you, increase their strength so quickly? This is not something we can understand. My Yang family cares about this, but so do the other 7 families. Yangjin said thoughtfully, why else do you think those 7 families would join forces to put pressure on my Yang family to deal with you? You only have the potential to become a demon lord, your strength isn't too high, they aren't idle enough to target you. The central capital's 8 great families had a keen sense of smell, when they made a move, it meant there were benefits to be had. As for the myriad drug liquid, it was what attracted all of them. What family wouldn't be jealous of a method that could rapidly improve a cultivator's strength? Letting you return to the central capital is also the family's consideration. Only when you return to the Yang family, under the protection of the family's masters, can you sit back and relax. What the family wants most is that secret, right? I won't deny that. Yangjin nodded calmly, but this time, the family has done its utmost, because we came to find you, not to send you a letter to return. The difference between these 2 approaches, you should understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. They had come to find him and told him all this, obviously hoping he would cooperate and obediently return to the Yang family to hide, offering up the secret and bringing good news to the family. If they sent him a letter to return and directly used force to suppress him and imprison him, it would be absolutely impossible for him to compromise. At that time, it would only be a matter of life and death. The Yang family was also aware of Yang Kai's temperament, so naturally they hoped to resolve this matter peacefully. Think about it clearly. Yangjin finished and no longer said anything, waiting quietly. Yang Kai shook his head, since I know this, it's even more impossible for me to return to the central capital. The family wanting the myriad drug liquid didn't matter, there was so much of it, Yang Kai could just casually take out some. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Yang family, it was the Yang family who provided him with a stage to display his talents in the inheritance war, so giving the family some myriad drug liquid would be considered a thank you gift. However, after returning to the central capital's Yang family, he was afraid he would never be able to leave again, and his strength would certainly be crippled. This was a consequence Yang Kai couldn't accept. After listening to Yang Kai's answer, Yangjin didn't take it seriously, as if he had already expected it, simply nodding gently, since this is your choice, this old master won't say anything more. Take care of yourself, but this old master must remind you that since the 7 great families have smelled something fishy, it is impossible for them to give up. My Yang family will not break off relations with the other 7 families because of you. If you don't return to the family and accept its protection, you cannot be content." After saying that, Yangzhen stood up and left with the other elders. Before leaving, the woman glanced back at Yang Kai and whispered, "You should think about it again, there is no harm in doing so. Even if your strength is crippled, you can still live in the Yang family. The family is willing to meet all your needs." Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his eyes flashing a cold light. The woman slowly shook her head and no longer said anything, quickly following the others and leaving. After they left, Yang Kai let out a light breath, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. This was the best way to describe the myriad drug liquid. This was why he had always kept the myriad drug liquid a secret, and besides a few of his most trusted people who knew about its existence, he had never told anyone else. However, the 8 great families had seen through some suspicious points, and this was not something Yang Kai could stop. After all, he couldn't just say that he had such a good thing and didn't even care about his parents, right? The rapid improvement of the strength of the people in his house was also due to Xianxia using the myriad drug liquid in alchemy. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug liquid seeped into the pills and stimulated their functions, imperceptibly helping them cleanse their bodies and optimize their aptitude. However, the speed of their strength improvement was relatively slow. After all, they hadn't taken the myriad drug liquid directly. Judging from the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families and the degree to which they coveted the myriad drug liquid, this time's matter was very tricky and was very likely to develop into a very bad situation. Walking out of the side hall, Yang Kai ran into a panicked Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai had rarely seen Qiu Yimeng show such a helpless expression. The Qiu family's first young lady had always been calm and composed, so even if she encountered a dangerous situation, she would never lose her composure. But now, her anxiety and fear were written all over her face. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. "Yang Kai." Qiu Yimeng called out softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he looked straight at her. "What happened?" "My father sent a message to me, telling me to return to the family as soon as possible." Qiu Yimeng hurriedly replied. "You're so fast." Yang Kai smiled, but his eyes were as cold as a blade. As soon as Yangzhen left, the Qiu family sent a message to Qiu Yimeng asking her to quickly return to the central capital. Sure enough, the 8 great families were all grasshoppers on the same rope. "What do you mean?" Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. When she received the message just now, Qiu Yimeng didn't know what had happened, but she panicked and hurried over to see Yang Kai, only to hear him say such inexplicable words, causing her heart to become even more uneasy. "Nothing." Yang Kai adjusted his expression and asked with a smile, "When do you plan to leave?" "I'm leaving soon." Qiu Yimeng bit her red lips. "Also, father sent a message telling me to take the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with me." The Autumn Rain Hall was the only group of people Qiu Yimeng had brought with her when she moved into Yang Kai's house. "I know." Qiu Yimeng gently shook her head, her expression pained. "I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy, as if something big is about to happen. Also, if I leave here, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back." Qiu Shouqing asking Qiu Yimeng to take the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with her explained a lot. Qiu Yimeng wasn't a fool, on the contrary, she was quite shrewd, so how could she not smell the mystery in this situation? However, she didn't understand why all of this was happening. She had come to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war, temporarily leaving the family, not representing the Qiu family, but herself. The Qiu family's true ally was the Yang family's 6th brother, Yang Xin. The inheritance war was still not over, so it didn't make sense for the Qiu family to suddenly call her back. "You think too much." Yang Kai grinned at her. Qiu Yimeng nervously grabbed Yang Kai's arm and looked at him with a pleading look, whispering, "Do you know something?" Yang Kai shook his head. "How could I know about your Qiu family's matters? Is it related to the people from the Yang family elder hall?" Qiu Yimeng asked. The Qiu family's first young lady's insight was as amazing as ever. "No." Yang Kai still shook his head. "It's probably because Uncle Qiu hasn't seen you for so long and misses you, so he summoned you back to see him." Xiao Yimeng stared at Yang Kai in a daze, slowly loosening her grip on his arm, smiling bitterly. "You've always been like this, refusing to tell me anything." Yang Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "Since that's the case." Xiao Yimeng took a deep breath. "Then I won't ask. Take care of yourself. You've worked hard this time. I'll see you off," Yang Kai said in a low voice. Outside the house, the people from the autumn rain hall were all ready to go. Xiao Yimeng and Yang Kai stared at each other, neither of them speaking, one with eyes full of expectation and longing while the other with a dull expression. The atmosphere was strange. After a long time, Xiao Yimeng's eyes gradually dimmed as she smiled bitterly, turned around, and led the people from the autumn rain hall towards the central capital. Until the end, she didn't hear a single word from Yang Kai to persuade her to stay. If Yang Kai had asked her to stay, she would have ignored the Chiu family's invitation and stayed here. Yang Kai watched her leave. Both of them knew that this time, Xiao Yimeng really wouldn't be able to come back. Suddenly, a group of 3 people approached them, the leader of which was a man whose steps were steady and whose eyes flashed like lightning. Beside him were 2 peak immortal ascension boundary masters, all of whom had restrained their auras. This was the attitude that only a truly powerful person would have. Xiao Yimeng immediately stopped and stared at the approaching people in amazement, bowing respectfully. "Uncle Hua." The Hua family patriarch, Hua Jun, stopped and smiled at Xiao Yimeng, nodding gently. "Eldest niece, are you going back to the central capital?" "Yes." Xiao Yimeng nodded gently and smiled. "It's good that you're going back. Go back quickly, your father is waiting." Saying so, he led the 2 masters from the Hua family and strode towards Yang Kai's house. Xiao Yimeng turned around, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that not only would she be summoned back by the Chiu family, but even Hua Xing would be taken back. Hua Xing appearing here was obviously to capture Hua Xing's young lord. If Hua Xing didn't take action, no one in the Hua family could do anything to Hua Xing, so he had to come in person. Outside the house, Yang Kai looked at the newcomers indifferently and, like Xiao Yimeng, also greeted Hua Xing. Hua Xing nodded gently and stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look. "If you're looking for young Lord Hua, he's inside the house," Yang Kai said calmly. "Good, I'll go myself." Hua Xing nodded and didn't say much, leading the 2 masters from his family into Yang Kai's house. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Hua Xingchen's pitiful howls like a pig being slaughtered. Soon, Hua Xing came out again. The central capital Wolf young Lord Hua was currently being held under the armpit of an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage master, completely unable to resist. "Old man, put me down." Hua Xing struggled and shouted, but to no avail, the old man simply ignored him. "You've offended father, you're dead. Do you believe father won't castrate you, chop you up and feed you to the dogs?" Hua Xing continued to shout. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself father in front of father?" Hua Xing glared at his son. Hua Xing suddenly shut up and smiled. "Father, I'm not talking to you. But what do you want to do? In front of so many people, it's so embarrassing. You shut up and come back with me to the central capital." "Why?" Hua Xing was confused. "If I tell you to shut up, then shut up. Be careful or father won't slap you." "Father. Father. Let's talk things out, gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists." Fine, I'll go back to the central capital with you, but you have to let me say goodbye to young Master Kai. We've been through thick and thin together for so long, young Master Kai and I have developed feelings for each other." Hua Xing paused and frowned at him, then turned to Yang Kai and nodded gently. The Hua family master immediately released Hua Xing. "I'll wait for you over there," Hua Xing said solemnly. "Understood." Hua Xing nodded firmly. After the Hua family trio left, Hua Xingchen grinned meaningfully, tilting his head as he stared at Yang Kai and muttered, "It seems, something extraordinary happened." He saw Xiao Yimeng also standing there, preparing to leave, and couldn't help but feel his heart clench. Coupled with the fact that his father had personally come to arrest him, Hua Xing also realized something was wrong. "Is it inconvenient to say?" Hua Xing shrugged his shoulders. "Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. In any case, since my father is here, I can't stay. Knowing too much won't do me any good." His expression suddenly became serious again as Huixing whispered, "Young Master Kai, you are destined to do great things. I don't want you to die early. This time I don't know what happened, but it is definitely a difficult situation. You have to get through it. No matter what others think of you, I will firmly support you. If you die earlier than me, haha, I will dig up your corpse and whip it a few hundred times a day. I, Huixing, have never worshipped anyone in my life, so don't waste my respect." Yang Kai's lips curled into a wicked grin. "Farewell, I won't see you out." "Farewell." Huixing laughed and stepped forward. The two young lords and young ladies of the two great families left Yang Kai's house at the same time, one of which was Yang Kai's right-hand man. Outside the house, the several young leaders who had heard the commotion were all shocked, completely unable to understand what had happened. The changes had come so quickly, like a violent storm, not giving anyone the slightest time to prepare. Even after Qiu Meng and Huixing's figures disappeared, no one had recovered. After a while, all of them suddenly turned to Yang Kai and began asking him questions. "Don't be so noisy." Han Shaoqi of 10,000 Flower Palace stood up. "You're all so noisy, how is Yang Kai supposed to answer?" The group of people suddenly fell silent, all of them staring at Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. "Come in and talk." Yang Kai took a deep breath, turned around, and walked into the house. Everyone hurriedly followed. In the same hall as before, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and waited quietly. All the representatives and leaders of the various forces in the mansion continued to arrive. After a while, everyone had arrived. Han Shaoqi informed Yang Kai before finding a place to sit down. Yang Kai finally recovered from his contemplation and raised his head to look at the crowd. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, familiar faces entered his eyes one after another. Dong family's Dong Qing Han, Purple Fern Valley's Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman, Reflecting Moon Sec's Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu, Pure Heart Palace's Zhou Fang, Soaring Feather Pavilion's Chu Jingshan, 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 young girls, the 5 seniors of the Duanmu family, Blood Battle Gang's Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er, Storm Hall's Fang Ziki, Ghost King Valley's Ling Shan and Chen Yi, Tianyuan City's Lu Fei Sheng. 11 forces, 11 forces. With the exception of High Heaven Pavilion, all the forces had arrived. Not only that, but Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe, Treasure Instrument Sec's Wu Yan and Tao Yang had also arrived, and all the blood warriors had gathered here. This lineup was unprecedentedly luxurious and powerful. However, it was precisely because Yang Kai had summoned everyone here that everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Even if he had summoned people before, it was impossible for him to summon people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect. They couldn't help feeling that something was wrong and silently waited for Yang Kai to speak. "Junior brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it quickly, I'm waiting to perform alchemy." Qinzhe impatiently shouted. During this time, he had been studying the alchemic way with Xiaoning Chang, and the alchemy skills of the people from Medicine King's Valley had greatly improved. Qinzhe spent almost every day in the pill room, wishing he could live here for the rest of his life and never return to Medicine King's Valley again. Compared to Medicine King's Valley, this was the holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. Yang Kai stood up and smiled. Many people have seen the situation just now and must be wondering why Qiu Meng and Stars was suddenly left. Everyone nodded in unison. Yang Kai continued, "It's not convenient for me to tell you the specific reason, but I can tell you one thing." Everyone suddenly held their breaths. "There's going to be trouble in the manor, and it's going to be a lot of trouble," Yang Kai said in a low voice, his expression turning serious. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Fatty Dong said, "Ever since I came to your residence, I haven't had much free time." "Which incident wasn't troublesome?" Yes. Suifang also nodded. "But no matter how many troubles there are, we've all worked together to get through it." "Tell me, what kind of trouble is it this time?" Everyone's expression was relaxed, and there was no sign of nervousness. Clearly, they did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Something that could endanger your life, or even the rise and fall of your family or sect. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd. "Can you still laugh?" The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone looked at Yang Kai in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. "I'm not exaggerating. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as I said, but it's not that far off. That can't be, right? Chu Jingshan shook his head repeatedly. How could this be? We didn't do anything wrong, we just came here to help you participate in the inheritance war. How could our lives or even the rise and fall of our sex be threatened? It's because you're helping me. Yang Kai looked at the crowd apologetically. The problem lies with me. Han Xiaoqi suddenly interjected. Is it related to your breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary some time ago? Everyone couldn't help shivering, suddenly remembering the terrifying demonic aura and the scene of 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters acting together. Even now, they still felt a lingering fear. That can't be considered the entire reason, but at the very least, it's related. Yang Kai nodded and said, it's very likely that because of this, I will become an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families. The audience was in an uproar. Becoming an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families was something no one had ever dared to imagine. The world's great forces participated in the inheritance war in order to establish a good relationship with the 8 great families. Gathering in Yang Kai's mansion was not for this purpose, but they had never thought that one day they would have to confront the 8 great families. It was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Everyone's eyes trembled as they stared at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to see if he was joking. Unfortunately, they were disappointed as Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious. So Qiu Meng and Huastars were taken away. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Today, I called all of you here for no other reason than to tell you that during this time, I thank all of you for your help. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Yang Kai, what do you mean? Hu Jiaoer suddenly stood up, her charming face filled with anger. Are you trying to drive us away? Yang Kai nodded and quickly said, yes, continuing to stay here is not good for you. You bastard. Hu Jiaoer ground her teeth and glared at him, laughing sarcastically. What kind of person do you think I am? At your beck and call, at your beck and call? It was you who insisted on pulling us sisters into the house, and now you want to drive us away. Why should I listen to you? Elder sister. Hu Meier looked anxious and quickly pulled on her sister's sleeve. Yang Kai is just being kind. I'm not blind. Hu Jiaoer muttered, glaring at Yang Kai with hatred, but I just can't get used to seeing him act so arbitrarily. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I thought it was something serious. Qinzai curled his lips in disdain, so it's just this. Junior brother Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. What kind of birds are the 8 great families? Do they dare hurt my Medicine King's Valley's people? Even if you lent them several guts, they wouldn't dare. Saying so, he valiantly left, not putting the 8 great families in his eyes at all. Everyone laughed involuntarily. Qinzai was indeed qualified to say so. Although Medicine King's Valley was only a second-class sect, because of its special characteristics, the 8 great families wouldn't act against them. Yang Kai, how serious is the situation? Han Xiaoqi asked calmly. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't say for sure. If I say I will become an enemy of the 8 great families, it is very likely. For some reason, the 8 great families want me to submit, but I refuse, so there is a contradiction. But this matter is really hard to say, so it's best if you leave as soon as possible and don't get involved with me. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the same goes for the Blood Warriors. Tu Feng and the other elders' expressions became solemn as they exchanged glances and chuckled. Tang Yuxian said, Little Lord, I'll say something disrespectful, but don't look down on us. Since we have decided to follow you, we will live and die together, we will never shrink back. Little Lord, have you forgotten that the Blood Warriors are synonymous with loyalty? Even if we die, we won't leave. Ingjiu said coolly. We pledge our lives to follow Little Lord. Everyone roared in unison. Since that's the case, I won't try to dissuade you. Saying too much would be an insult to all of you. Yang Kai nodded firmly. If the Blood Warriors don't want to leave, naturally I won't either. Dong Qinghan smiled, you're my cousin, how could a cousin not care about his own? Yang Kai, you've shown us kindness, so when you're in trouble, we won't leave. Han Xiaoqi looked towards Yang Kai with some distress. She also knew how difficult it was for Yang Kai to make such a decision. Kindness must be repaid with kindness, hatred must be avenged, my pure heart palace will not leave. Suifeng quickly said. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life in the isolated world, some time ago, Xianing Cheng had refined a heaven-mending pill for Suifang's brotherly Xian Yuan to repair his damaged dantian. Suifang was extremely grateful to Yang Kai, so how could he leave it this time? After coming to this house, my strength has improved so quickly. Every day there is an endless supply of pills and artifacts. In any case, I'm reluctant to leave. Fang Ziki grinned meaningfully. Useless. Hu Jiaoer looked at him contemptuously. I'm telling the truth. Fang Ziki shrugged his shoulders. Yang Kai, as long as you don't drive us away, we won't leave. The cultivator in the house echoed one by one, stretching their necks and shouting. Yang Kai smiled as he swept his eyes over the crowd. He could feel that these people were speaking from the bottom of their hearts, without the slightest bit of falsehood. It was just that they were still holding on to some kind of fluke mentality and hadn't really realized the seriousness of the problem. But after saying so much, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He couldn't really drive out everyone here, that would be too cruel. So, he could only say, many thanks for your kindness, but I will say what I want to say today. I will not stop you from making your own decisions. If one day you feel that it is no longer appropriate for you to stay, you can leave at any time. I, Yang Kai, will not criticize you. Good, enough, don't say any more, it will only hurt our feelings. Dong Qinghan mediated, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Everyone began asking Yang Kai questions. Since this matter was related to everyone's interests, Yang Kai couldn't conceal anything and simply conveyed the intentions of Yang Zhen and the others, not mentioning a single word about the myriad drug liquid. After listening, everyone's brow furrowed, only now understanding how awkward Yang Kai's situation was. Because he cultivated a demonic secret art, took an evil sect disciples, and had the same origin as the demon lord, the 8 great families were suspicious of him. The situation was indeed not optimistic. In the inheritance war, another change occurred. Originally Yang Kai's allies, the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng was recalled to the central capital, while the Hua family's Hua Xing was personally captured by the Hua family patriarch and imprisoned. Before this, the Xiang family's Xiang Tianshao also left Yang Kai's house. At the same time, news of Yang Kai colluding with evil demons spread throughout War City. Gathered in his house were the remnants of the evil sect's High Heaven Pavilion and the disciples of the evil sect's Ghost King Valley, who cultivated a demonic secret art that nearly became the demon race, who broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary and caused chaos in War City, contradicting the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, brutally killing 2 of the heirs of first-class families, and even coming from the same sect as the Demon Lord. All kinds of news spread, causing people to imagine what was going on. Suddenly, everyone felt that this Yang Kai really had a problem. There were even rumors that the Yang family wanted to ban Yang Kai from participating in the inheritance war and compete for the position of the next patriarch. The entire War City instantly became turbulent. The course of the inheritance war was also full of twists and turns, making it difficult to unravel. Kai Yang had been in the lead twice, but each time, for various reasons, he was unable to win in one fell swoop. It was inevitable that some people would feel pity for him, but at the same time, they would also take pleasure in his misfortune. Fortunately, he didn't win, otherwise, if an evil demon became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, what kind of scandal would that be? Public opinion spread like a tide, and within half a day, this news had spread throughout War City and the central capital. Everyone was talking about it, and those who had high expectations for Yang Kai also inadvertently changed their attitudes. Qiu Yimeng and Stars Hua, who were forced to leave, also became the protagonists of public opinion. It was rumored that because these 2 young lords and young ladies saw the evil nature of Yang Kai, they couldn't persuade him otherwise and left Yang Kai. If not for this, it would have been impossible for them to leave Yang Kai's mansion. When the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Qiu Yimeng and Stars Hua's sacrifice for so long was not worth it, and Yang Kai's actions and attitude were deeply disgusted. Yang Wei Mansion. Since Yang Kai broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, Yang Wei's mansion had not taken any action. All the cultivators of the various forces were diligently cultivating, not caring about the inheritance war at all. Because even Yang Wei didn't have the confidence to win, what could these cultivators do? It was more important to improve their strength as soon as possible, and after the end of the inheritance war, they would leave War City. In the quiet mansion, not a single sound could be heard. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. The sound of footsteps came from afar and quickly arrived in front of Yang Wei's room. The person didn't even knock on the door and directly rushed in and shouted, "Eldest young master, eldest young master." Yang Wei, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Meng Shani, who was both shocked and excited, his straight brow rising as he quickly said, "Shani, how many times have I told you not to be so flustered when something happens? You're always like this." Saying so, he slowly shook his head, a helpless look on his face. "First young lord, this time it's different." Meng Shani's face was flushed red, as if he had encountered a great event, but if one looked carefully, there was a trace of sadness on his brow and his expression was complicated. What happened? Yang Wei had been in retreat these days, not caring about the outside world, so he really didn't know about the public opinion in the city. Meng Shani said, "Yang Kai is probably going to be eliminated." Yang Wei's expression became cold as he asked, "Where did you hear this gossip?" "It's not gossip." Meng Shani shook his head, his expression solemn as he briefly recounted what had happened in the city that day. Hearing this, Yang Wei's expression became strange. Xiao Meng and Huixing's departure from Yang Kai's mansion was beyond his expectations. On top of that, the public opinion in War City was extremely fierce. Obviously, someone was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. As for who this person was, there was no need to guess. Besides the 8 great families, no one else had the means to influence public opinion. He hadn't expected that his 9th brother, whose methods reached the heavens, would actually attract such attention from the 8 great families. Vaguely, he felt that something was not right. Even if 9th brother had the potential to become a demon lord, with the status of the 8 great families, it was impossible for them to openly make things difficult for a junior. Why was that so? What was the deeper meaning behind this? Furthermore, he had swayed the tide of public opinion first, causing OL 9th to fall into a passive situation in terms of righteousness. Then, Yang Wei seemed to have thought of something extraordinary and couldn't help but frown. "First young lord, there's one more thing I need to tell you." Meng Shani frowned and said hesitantly. "What is it?" "The Meng family sent a letter, asking us to cooperate with 2nd young lord, to defeat Yang Kai." When Meng Shani said this, his expression was extremely bitter. "A letter from the Meng family?" Yang Wei raised his brow. "What about my Yang family?" The messenger said, "The Yang family will not intervene in this matter, so we can act boldly." He had also received this letter while in retreat and hurriedly inquired about it in War City. After understanding the current situation, he had come to inform Yang Wei. "Cooperate with 2nd young lord, haha." Yang Wei suddenly laughed. "Even if all the people in our 2 mansions were gathered together, I'm afraid we still wouldn't be 9th brother's opponent, right? Is there some other arrangement?" Meng Shani smiled bitterly. "First young lord's insight is as clear as day. The messenger said that we don't need to worry, all we need to do is show up and express our stance. As for the rest, 2nd young lord will handle it properly." Yang Wei fell silent, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. "First young lord." Meng Shani pursed his lips. "Although this time it was my Meng family who sent the message, it seems that your Yang family has also acquiesced." Yang Wei nodded gently. "If not for the Yang family's acquiescence, how could the Meng family act like this? They didn't have the guts to do so. 2nd young lord has lost all fighting spirit since that day, and the number of people in his mansion has also shrunk significantly. He is no match for the little lord." Meng Shani's expression became gloomy, but listening to the messenger's tone, 2nd young lord is now fully confident he can swallow up Yang Kai's mansion. How could he have such confidence? Reinforcements, the 8 great families' reinforcements. Yang Wei's words broke the mystery. Meng Shani's face was filled with horror, Yang Wei speaking out the guess in his heart, causing his expression to become bitter. "First young lord, by doing this, does it mean that they have already designated 2nd young lord as the next patriarch of the Yang family?" Reinforcements had not come to the 1st young lord's mansion, but instead to Yang Zhao's. The Yang family obviously hoped that Yang Zhao could inherit the position of patriarch, so they had gathered reinforcements to him so that he could defeat Yang Kai and win the inheritance war. Yang Wei smiled and nodded gently. Let's not talk about ninth brother for now. According to the current situation, the Yang family really does hope so. First young lord, aren't you disheartened at all? Meng Shani suddenly asked. Up until now, the winner of the inheritance war was Yang Kai, but the one who had suffered the most was undoubtedly Yang Zhao. How could such a person be suitable to inherit the Yang family's patriarch's position? In terms of temperament, Yang Wei was undoubtedly more suitable. Why did reinforcements go to Yang Zhao's mansion? Yang Wei smiled and shook his head. Why should I be disheartened? In fact, I don't want to be the patriarch of the Yang family. I think ninth brother also has the same intention. How could that be? Meng Shani was stunned. Yang Kai's performance in the inheritance war could be said to be extremely strong, vowing to win. Ninth brother and I both hope to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Those who pursue their own achievements generally don't want to be the patriarch. The patriarch of the Yang family, although it seems to have infinite glory, in fact, it's filled with trivial matters. After reaching that point, how could one have time to cultivate? As far as I know, the biggest reason ninth brother participated in the inheritance war was to restore the name of his sect, High Heaven Pavilion. He seems to have reached an agreement with the patriarch that as long as he wins, High Heaven Pavilion's evil sect title will be removed and its former reputation restored. Just for this? Meng Shani was dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, there was actually someone in this world who wasn't interested in power. That's right. Yang Wei nodded. I participated in the inheritance war because of the family's rules, but also because I wanted to hone myself. The position of patriarch isn't very important to me. Meng Shani remained silent. From this point of view, the family choosing to support second brother is a wise decision. Although second brother's mentality has fluctuated greatly, compared to others, there is no doubt that he is more suitable to pursue power and sit on the patriarch's seat. Yang Wei smiled, not showing the slightest care. Are you disappointed that your efforts so far have not been rewarded? Yang Wei glanced over at the silent Meng Shani. Meng Shani shook his head gently. Being able to hear First Young Lord's thoughts is already an honor. Since First Young Lord doesn't want to be patriarch, Shani must change his mentality. After a pause, he asked, then, should we cooperate with Second Young Lord? Yang Wei smiled. Since the Meng family sent a message, the 8 great families joining forces and the Yang family acquiescing, how can I refuse? You go and show your face, that's enough. From now on, this is no longer the inheritance war. It could be said that from the moment Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the inheritance war should have come to an end. Now, with the inheritance war as the stage, the 8 great families would carry out some secret schemes. I understand. Meng Shani nodded slightly, turned around, and prepared to go to Yang Zhao's house to contact his people. After Meng Shani left, Yang Wei's expression became solemn. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why his ninth brother was targeted to such an extent. In his heart, he couldn't help feeling sad for him. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, batch after batch of masters quickly gathered. These people had never shown up in the inheritance war before, but today, as if they had all agreed beforehand, they had all arrived. When the cultivator of Yang Zhao's forces saw these people, all of them were stunned. They found that many of these people were immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters, with 7th or 8th stage masters abound. There were a total of 7 groups of people, each of them with a luxurious lineup. Those with good eyesight were able to see where these 7 groups of people came from. These people were all from the central capital's 8 great families. Except for the Yang family, who hadn't sent anyone, the other 7 families had all sent people. Among the 7 groups of people, a man and a woman glanced at each other and saw the helplessness and pain in each other's eyes. After a while, the man slowly walked over to the woman and nodded to her. The two of them found a secluded corner and looked at the scene of experts gathering together with a helpless expression. Of these 2 people, one was Huastars and the other was Chou Yimeng. In the morning, the 2 of them had left War City and returned in the evening. In just one day, the 2 of them had been forced to change from Yang Kai's allies to Yang Zhao's. The speed at which their identities changed was extremely ironic. What conditions did your father give you? Huastars turned to look at Chou Yimeng and asked softly. In the future, as a daughter, I will inherit the Chou family. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath. Congratulations, isn't this what you've always dreamed of? Huastar smiled. Yes, Qiu Yimeng brushed her hair back behind her ear, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she asked, what about you? Old man said that if I didn't come, he would expel me from the Hua family and never let me set foot in the Hua family again. Old man is serious, but this young master can't afford it. Huastar smiled helplessly. It looks like we've all compromised. N. Of the 7 families' reinforcements, the Qiu family was led by Qiu Yimeng while the Hua family was led by Huastar's. The Kong family's Kong Zhan and the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng were also present. Even the central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, was here, leading a group of masters from the Lu family, standing silently in a corner, not communicating with anyone. Looking at this spectacular scene, Huastars couldn't help curling his lips. Ridiculous. It's quite ridiculous. Qiu Yimeng gently nodded. The 7 families are targeting Yang Kai, but they still sent their younger generation to lead them. Obviously, they want to use the stage of the Yang family inheritance war to fool the world. Hua Xingchen shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing that can be done about it. Those who know the inside story know that the 7 great families are here to deal with Yang Kai, but for those who don't know the inside story, the inheritance war isn't over yet. The Yang family's inheritance war needs to come to a perfect conclusion. We can't just say that Yang Kai was knocked out of the inheritance war without knowing what was going on. Just as Yang Wei saw the situation clearly, Qiu Yimeng and Huastars also saw the situation clearly. What happened next couldn't be called the inheritance war anymore. Instead, with the help of the inheritance war, the 7 families would join forces to perform a shocking show. The secret conversation between Qiu Yimeng and Huastars didn't escape the eyes of the other young lords. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng hesitated for a long time before approaching Qiu Yimeng and Huastars. Hua Xingchen stared at the 2 people who were walking over and chuckled lightly. Young Master Kong, how are your injuries? Many thanks for Brother Hua's concern, my injuries are no longer a problem. The little lord's actions were very discreet, he didn't hurt my bones. Kong Zhan looked indifferent and nodded lightly, not showing any resentment towards Yang Kai for injuring him. That's good, heh. Stars Hua smiled wryly. Seeing his rejection, Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan also felt helpless, the former saying, Brother Hua, although Brother Kong and I were enemies with the little lord before, that was only because the situation forced us to. The 2 of us still admire the little lord's methods and personal strength. If possible, we would like to make friends with him. Is that so? Huastars looked surprised. I really didn't expect young Master Gao and young Master Kong to be such generous people. Yang Kai treated you so badly, and you still want to be friends with him. Haha, is this sincere or not? Brother Hua, if you're still wary of us, then I have nothing to say to Brother Kong, Gao Rangfeng said with a serious expression. Huastar stared at him. Gradually, his smile faded and he became serious. The latter looked at him with a calm expression. What do you want to say? Qiu Yimeng, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly asked. Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked in a low voice, Brother Kong and I are very puzzled as to why the 7 great families want to deal with the little lord while the Yang family hasn't done anything. The 2 of you have always been with the little lord, so you should know more than we do, right? Yes. Kong Zhan also nodded. This time's matter is really confusing. I was still recovering at home when I was sent out by my father. When I asked him, he wouldn't tell me anything. Young Lady Qiu and Brother Hua, if you know something and it's convenient for you to reveal it, you might as well tell us. If it's not convenient, just pretend we didn't ask. Huastars remained silent and just stared at Qiu Yimeng. Although he had spent as much time in Yang Kai's house as Qiu Yimeng, he didn't intervene in Yang Kai's affairs and didn't have much contact with the Yang family. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng often discussed matters with Yang Kai in private and knew a lot about the house. The question Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan asked was exactly what he wanted to ask. Facing the 3 of them, Qiu Yimeng gently shook her head. I don't know, you're asking the wrong person. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. However, although I don't know the exact reason, I can roughly guess. Qiu Yimeng suddenly changed the subject. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng's eyes lit up. For Yang Kai to be targeted like this, it must be because he has offended the public and violated some taboo of the 8 great families. Qiu Meng's expression was indifferent as she calmly explained, for example, the information that has been circulating. Cultivating an evil secret art, coming from the same sect as the demon lord, taking an evil sect disciples, showing signs of becoming the demon race. These things could be big or small, but now that someone wanted to make a fuss about them, it was a big deal. We can also see that the family sent us here to reinforce this place with the same reason, but we always felt that things weren't so simple. Gao Rangfeng frowned and said in confusion. Is there another reason? Kong Zhan hurriedly asked. If it's not because of this, then Yang Kai has something our 7 families want, Qiu Meng sneered. After saying this, her eyes also lit up, her beautiful eyes trembling, suddenly realizing something important, her brow furrowed deeply as she pondered. All of them suddenly felt enlightened. The world was bustling, it was all about profit, the world was bustling, it was all about profit. If this was the case, then it was reasonable. Looking at Qiu Meng's expression, the 4 of them suddenly understood that she probably knew the reason. But since she didn't say anything, Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng didn't ask any more. However, the actions of the 8 great families this time made them feel like they were playing the fool. Since they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, with the heritage and strength of the 8 great families, they could have just dealt with him in an open and above-board manner, but now they were actually using the inheritance war as a stage. All of them were young and full of vigor, so all of them suddenly had a subtle feeling. While these people were talking, Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed, seemingly not paying any attention to them, but no matter who it was, they all noticed that a faint divine sense had enveloped them. Obviously, Lu Qingyao was also paying attention to the conversation between the 4 of them. The 4 of them didn't guard against him. At the same time, inside the house. Inside Yang Zhao's room, second young Lord Yang Zhao sat motionless on the edge of his bed. In just a dozen days, the once high-spirited Yang Zhao had become haggard, his face devoid of blood, his eyes sunken and bloodshot, giving him a terrifying appearance. Xianxia and Ro gracefully walked back and forth in front of Yang Zhao while explaining the current situation to him in detail. Gradually, Yang Zhao's seemingly lifeless face regained some color and his 2 red eyes slowly began to move. Second young lord, now that the 7 great families have sent people here, each of them has sent at least 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Masters, many of them peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The 7 great families hope that you can take command and defeat Yang Kai as quickly as possible and win the inheritance war. Why did the 7 great families send so many people to participate in the inheritance war? Yang Zhao asked. After not speaking for so long, Yang Zhao's voice had become hoarse and weak, as if he was terminally ill and on the verge of death. Xianxia and Ro giggled, didn't I just tell you? Yang Kai is a dangerous person who is very likely to become the demon lord. The Yang family will not allow such a person to inherit the position of patriarch. The 7 great families and the Yang family share life and death in the central capital, naturally they won't just stand by and watch. Right now, they are all gathered in the house, waiting for you to give the order. Second young lord, the position of patriarch of the Yang family is beckoning to you. Is it really just for this reason? Yang Zhao's eyes became cold as he stared at the young woman in front of him. What other reason could there be? Xianxia and Ro asked. A look of impatience appeared on her face as she stepped forward and hugged Yang Zhao's arm, coquettishly saying, Second young lord, don't just sit there, let's tidy up our clothes and go out. It's not good to keep those people waiting for too long. I'm not going. Yang Zhao still had a disheartened look on his face, not excited by this shocking news. Saying so, he shook off Xianxia and Ro's entanglement. Xianxia and Ro was startled, not having expected Yang Zhao to not be happy at all. She couldn't help wondering, Second young lord, what's wrong? Yang Zhao shook his head, the inheritance war is a battle between my Yang family brothers, a battle of wits and courage, a battle of connections and personal charm. I've already lost this battle, a crushing defeat, there's no need to continue. How could that be? There are still many people in the house, and now there are even more masters. They're all here to assist you. Now is the time for you to make a comeback. Xianxia and Ro tried to persuade him. The 7 great families, haha. Yang Zhao sneered, if I use them to defeat ninth brother, even if I sit on the patriarch's seat, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. Second young lord, what are you saying? Xianxia couldn't help spitting disdainfully. If you only rely on the people in your house, you won't be able to defeat young Kai. Now that such a good opportunity has been placed in front of you, how can you not grasp it? Pausing for a moment, she sneered, could it be that second young lord is afraid of the world's criticism? Second young lord, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. History books are written by the victors. Once you sit in the position of patriarch of the Yang family, who will dare criticize you? Yang Zhao remained expressionless, not saying anything. Xianxia suddenly lost her patience and coldly said, Second young lord, I hope you can consider the overall situation. This is something the Yang family has tacitly agreed to. If you don't do it, it's the same as defying the family's will. Humph, the dignified second young lord of the Yang family is now acting like a stray dog, what a joke. Yang Zhao suddenly raised his head and stared towards Xianxia with his red eyes. Xianxia panicked, but before she could react, she felt her neck being gripped, causing her to feel dizzy. By the time she could react, she had already been thrown onto the bed by Yang Zhao. The two's faces were almost pressed together, and Xianxia could clearly smell the hot breath from Yang Zhao's nostrils. It wasn't because he was aroused, but rather because he was angry. His big hand was like an iron hoop, firmly gripping her neck. Xianxia suddenly panicked, suddenly remembering that she wasn't Yang Zhao's opponent at all. Second young lord, what do you want to do? Xianxia's expression was pained as she bit her red lips and looked towards Yang Zhao weakly. Although I, Yang Zhao, am insidious and cunning, I will not use such disgraceful means to defeat ninth brother. In the inheritance war, I fought a battle of wits and courage with ninth brother, using every conceivable means possible. Even if I lose, I have no complaints. Cheap slut, you're not qualified to judge me. If you dare say such words again, I don't mind making you the first young lady of a super family to die in the inheritance war. What ninth brother dares to do, I dare do too, and I'll do it even more ruthlessly than him. Yang Zhao's hoarse and low voice was like the summons of a demon from the depths of hell, causing Xianxia's beautiful eyes to fill with panic and horror. Looking into Yang Zhao's eyes, Xianxia was really afraid. She could see that Yang Zhao wasn't trying to intimidate her. If she continued to speak rudely and irritate him, she would most likely die here. This young lady was wrong, this young lady won't dare. Xianxia immediately admitted defeat. As a woman, she wouldn't feel ashamed. Yang Zhao coldly snorted and released her. After getting up from the bed, Yang Zhao said, those people gathered in my house just to borrow my name. Without me, they can still borrow Big Brother's name. Since my Yang family allows them to do so, I can't resist. However, it's impossible to lead them to deal with ninth brother. Go, from this moment on, you will be in charge of all the affairs of the house. Xianxia, who was still in a state of panic, heard this and couldn't help breathing rapidly, trembling as she said, Second young lord, you. There's no need to doubt, from now on, this house is yours. The masters of the 7 great families will also be under your command. Aren't you also a woman who pursues power? If we weren't birds of a feather, it would have been impossible for us to get together. Now is your chance. Xianxia didn't care about the sarcasm in Yang Zhao's words, her cheeks flushing red as she seemed extremely excited, hesitating for a moment before asking, but, how should I explain this to those people in the house? Do I need to explain? I'll agree to let them borrow my name. As for the explanation to the outside world, it's up to you. Xianxia smiled like a blooming flower as she sweetly said, Second young lord has suffered a blow. He's not discouraged, but now his aura is unstable and he's on the verge of a breakthrough. He needs to enter secluded retreat. Very good. Yang Zhao sneered, it looks like I'll have to thank you for giving me such a good excuse and taking care of my face. Families, Xianxia, young lord, perhaps in the future, this young lady will be willing to submit to second young lord. I only hope that after second young master becomes the Yang family's patriarch in the future, he can take care of my Yi family. Yang Zhao sneered, if you can survive against ninth brother, then we'll talk. Xianxia rose. A trace of fear. suddenly appeared in her eyes, but soon, she calmed down and said softly, with the current lineup in your house, Yang Kai won't have a chance, right? Yang Zhao closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Yang left. Walking out of the house, he raised his head to take a look. Yang. And Yang sky. Yang. 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 She hadn't expected Yang Zhao to make such a decision. However, since he had already handed over the command authority to him, he could really let loose and do whatever he wanted. Her face filled with excitement, Xianxia and Rose's giggles quickly echoed, causing those who heard them to feel creepy. Not long after, the leaders of the 7 forces in Yang Zhao's house gathered in the main hall. Xianxia and Rose sat at the head of the table. Below her was the Lu family's Lu Qingyao, Kong family's Kong Zhan, Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng, and Hua family's Hua Stars. The Meng family's Meng Shani all stared at her with complicated expressions. Xianxia and Rose's expression was indifferent and graceful, without the slightest uneasiness. Sweeping her pair of peach blossom eyes around, Xianxia and Rose spoke first. Brother Meng, did eldest young lord not come? Meng Shani, who was called out, couldn't help getting goosebumps as he quickly replied, eldest young lord said he's likely to break through in the next few days and is currently in retreat. This time, this Meng will be fully responsible for representing the eldest young lord's mansion. Xianxia and Rose looked surprised, covering her mouth as she giggled, ah, what a coincidence, second young lord is also about to break through and is currently in retreat. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a long time. The Yang family is really interesting, 2 brothers breaking through together. Sure enough, they're both dragons among men, worthy of admiration. Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing. Hua Stars asked, Sister Yi, if second young lord doesn't come out, who will be in charge of the 7 family coalition? It won't be you, right? That's right, Xianxia and Rose replied sweetly and changed her sitting position. It's me. Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. Second young lord said that before he comes out, I will be in charge of all matters in the house. Everyone must listen to my orders. Xianxia and Rose's expression became cold as she declared. The expressions of the other 6 people also became extremely strange. Elder brothers and elder sisters, are you questioning little sister's ability? Xianxia and Rose took in everyone's expressions and asked softly with a smile. We wouldn't dare. Kong Zhan shook his head, it's just that for such an important matter, second young lord not to come out personally and only young lady Yi to deliver it, it's a bit inappropriate. After all, we all obey the orders of our respective families and are here to assist second young lord. Brother Kong, are you suspecting that I am falsely informing second young lord? Xianxia and Rose chuckled, I don't have such courage. If you don't believe me, you can ask second young lord, he is currently in the house. Kong Zhan frowned, although his expression was a little unhappy, it wasn't convenient for him to say anything more. Since Xianxia and Rose said so, she must have obtained Yang Zhao's permission. Hua Stars quickly added, second young lord may not come out personally, but I think Sister Ye's prestige is not enough to convince everyone. Oh? If young Master Hua thinks so, then in young Master Hua's opinion, who can convince everyone? As she spoke, her eyes flashed towards Qiu Yimeng, the latter's expression was indifferent and expressionless. Not only was Xianxia and Rose looking at her, but most of the people present also cast their eyes towards Qiu Yimeng. Compared with Xianxia and Rose, Qiu Yimeng was undoubtedly more suitable to lead Yang Zhao's house. However, Qiu Yimeng had just been forced to leave Yang Kai's house this morning, so it wasn't appropriate for her to lead it now. Not to mention whether she was willing or not, the masters of the 7 families would definitely not allow her to do so, let alone obey her orders. What does elder sister Qiu think? Xianxia and Rose stared at Qiu Yimeng in a threatening manner. Being stared down by others, Qiu Yimeng couldn't remain silent any longer and simply said, little sister can, I believe in little sister's ability. Since elder sister says so, then little sister won't decline. Xianxia and Rose smiled knowingly and proudly. Hua Stars sighed. He could understand why Qiu Yimeng didn't refute, but even so, his heart was still filled with anger. Xianxia and Rose's current appearance gave him the feeling of a villain who had achieved great success. She was a beautiful woman with an extremely graceful figure, but Hua Stars really couldn't bring himself to admire her beauty. This was probably the first woman the central capital wolf young Lord Hua had ever hated. Let's end this topic here. Yi Xianro's expression became solemn as she established her authority in Yang Kai's house with just a few words. All of you have received orders from your respective families to gather here for only one purpose, and that is to bring down the current rampant Yang Kai. If we fail, what the consequences will be, I think all of you are very clear in your hearts. With our current strength, we are indeed above Yang Kai's house, so we fully meet the conditions, but what should we do? How can we defeat Yang Kai's defenses at the lowest cost? Everyone, please share your opinions. Little sister is still young, so I hope elder brothers and elder sisters can help. Sweeping her beautiful eyes around, Yi Xianro waited quietly. Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed and didn't express any opinion. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng had their heads together and were whispering to each other, their expressions solemn as if they were seriously discussing something. The Hua family young lord looked up at the sky, as if a beautiful woman was flying by. Qiu Meng's expression was indifferent and sad. Meng Shani scratched his head helplessly. The 6 people had different expressions, but none of them spoke. After waiting for a long time, Yi Xianro smiled and said, "It looks like none of you have a good plan. If that's the case, why don't you listen to little sister's opinion?" Saying so, he didn't wait for anyone to respond and continued, "Although the masters of the 7 families have gathered in Yang Kai's mansion, and the number of top masters is endless, possessing an overwhelming advantage and strength, the power of Yang Kai's mansion cannot be ignored. He has an above-immortal ascension boundary master on his side, the evil sect master Ling Tai Su. It is impossible for Ling Tai Su to be dispatched. After all, this is still the inheritance war. Yang Kai's blood warriors, because of the Yang family's restrictions, can only dispatch 2. However, Yang Kai also has an evil sect master and another peak immortal ascension boundary guard. These people are the biggest problem. If we attack rashly, it is very likely that there will be some unnecessary losses. The people from Yang Kai's house can't be taken lightly, they often make unexpected moves. I think young Master Hua and elder sister Qiu understand this better than any of us." Hua Xing chuckled, "Don't ask me, I don't know anything. In his house, I've done nothing but pick up girls. There are so many beautiful women in his house." Yi Xianro smiled, "Young Master Hua is too modest, who doesn't know that your strength has increased so much that even Brother Gao isn't your opponent." Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he silently cursed this cheap maid for touching his sore spot. When Yang Kai attacked Yang Kang's house that night, Gao Rangfeng had been defeated by Hua Xing. Gao Rangfeng regarded this as the greatest humiliation of his life and had been diligently cultivating these past few days, hoping that one day he would be able to regain his lost face. Now that Yi Xianro had brought this up, Gao Rangfeng suddenly felt annoyed, so he simply said, "Young Lady Yi, let's get down to business." Yi Xianro smiled at him and said apologetically, "Brother Gao doesn't need to take offense, little sister didn't mean to offend you, so I'll just apologize." Gao Rangfeng's expression became slightly awkward. Yi Xianro continued, "In light of the above situation, I think we should send out a surprise attack and catch Yang Kai off guard." The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families gathered together. Yi Xianro sat at the head of the table and spoke with confidence and assurance. Her words were clear and concise, making everyone look at her with admiration. This woman doesn't only know how to act coquettishly with others, everyone thought secretly. When she sat in that high and mighty position, she could quickly adjust her mentality and make remarks that were in line with her identity. Her words were reasonable, and everyone couldn't help but pay attention to her. They all looked at her. Surprise attack? Gao Rangfeng couldn't help but ask, "What is a surprise attack?" Yi Xianro smiled and said, "What the little lord can't think of is a surprise attack." Gao Rangfeng frowned. Yi Xianro's actions made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he quickly said, "Be more specific." Yi Xianro chuckled and turned her eyes to Qiu Meng, her beautiful eyes flashing. "Elder sister Qiu is the biggest surprise attack for the little lord." Qiu Meng suddenly looked up and glared at Yi Xianro. Stars Hua also let out an evil laugh. The other young lords all wore strange expressions. Everyone suddenly understood what Yi Xianro was planning. Elder sister Chiu has been working with the little lord for a long time and is regarded as his right-hand woman. She knows many things about his house quite well. I'm afraid no one knows more than elder sister Chiu. On top of that, elder sister only left Yang Kai this morning. The little lord would never have thought that in just one day, elder sister Chiu would become his enemy and attack him, right? Yi Xianro, you'd better think carefully about what you're saying. Stars was stared at her, his eyes flashing a cold light. Yi Xianro sneered, Huashao, what do you mean? Of course, I know what I'm talking about, but your attitude, could it be you don't like me? Stars was sneered. Don't forget, I now represent the second young lord. If you don't obey me, then you don't obey second young master. I have the right to ask you to leave this mansion. A single rat can spoil a pot of porridge. Second young master's mansion cannot have a black sheep. Yi Xianro's words were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Huastar's expression changed. She wanted to leave angrily, but when she thought of the old man's threat before she left, she had to suppress the restlessness in her heart. His mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. It seemed like he was cursing. Yi Xianro smiled again and said in a warm voice, actually, little sister has her own considerations for making such a proposal. What I said before was only one of them. What other considerations do you have? Gao Rangfeng asked. He suddenly realized that after experiencing the inheritance war, Yi Xianro's growth was simply terrifying. Before this, she didn't have such sharp thoughts and wasn't so strong. It was probably because she had been by the second young master's side for too long and had been influenced by him. From the last time the little lord killed Nanxing and Xianxia, it's clear that the little lord values his friends very much. Elder sister Chiu is also his friend, so I think with the little lord's personality, he wouldn't have the heart to kill elder sister Chiu. That's right. Kongzhan nodded gently, thinking that Yi Xianro's analysis was reasonable. Last time, Nanxing and Xianxia, because they had injured a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, were chased down by Yang Kai for 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Even if they hid in Yang Zhao's mansion, they still couldn't escape their fate of death. Xiao Meng and Yang Kai had been together for so long, the two of them having gone through thick and thin together. Xiao Meng had also made great contributions to Yang Kai's mansion, so with Yang Kai's character, it would be strange if he dared to lay his hands on her. So, if elder sister Chiu goes out and casually brings some people with her, she can easily defeat the little lord without shedding a drop of blood. Yi Xianro looked at Xiao Meng with a smile and asked, Elder sister Chiu, what do you think? Xiao Meng's expression was indifferent as she stared at him from afar, unhurriedly saying, you think too much. Although Yang Kai cares about friendship, he is also a selfish person. When there is a conflict between these two, he will choose to maintain his own interests. Yi Xianro looked surprised, elder sister Chiu really understands the little lord. I think this matter must be handled by you. If you don't try once, how can you know it won't work? Saying so, she shot a contemptuous look towards Xiao Meng, as if she wouldn't give up until Xiao Meng agreed. Good. Xiao Meng suddenly smiled, since little sister says so, elder sister will listen to you this time. Let's see if I can capture Yang Kai with my own means. Sister is indeed a heroine among women. You're straightforward enough. Many thanks to little sister for taking care of me. Elder sister will give this credit to elder sister. Xiao Meng smiled gently. Yi Xianro also smiled, us sisters don't need to say such things. A few days ago, little sister also received elder sister's care. Hee. Little sister will remember it in her heart, she will never forget it for the rest of her life. Inside the side hall, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Gao Rangfeng, Kongzhan, and the others couldn't help shivering. They didn't know what these two women were talking about, but they could tell that something had happened between the two of them a few days ago. A few days ago, Yi Xianro had secretly run to Yang Kai's house to seduce him, but as a result, Yang Kai had torn her clothes and left her alone in the side hall. Later, Xiao Meng had sent a few guards to guard the door. The naked Yi Xianro was imprisoned for 3 whole days. After 3 days, Xiao Meng ordered a maidservant to deliver a set of clothes. How could Yi Xianro forget such a great shame? The first thing the Seven Families Alliance did was to find fault with Xiao Meng. It could be said that Qiu Yimeng was using her power to avenge a personal grudge, but her excuses and means were quite clever, so clever that Qiu Yimeng couldn't refute her and could only follow her lead by the nose. Then it's settled, elder sister will act as the vanguard. I hope elder sister can win. Thank you for your kind words. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Yi Xianro said. Now? The others couldn't help being taken aback, never having expected Yi Xianro to be so eager. Speed is crucial in war. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, perhaps we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xianro smiled slightly. That makes sense, then elder sister will set out. Qiu Yimeng chuckled, stood up, and walked out. Qiu Yimeng. Huixing stood up and called out. Qiu Yimeng didn't look back, just slowly shaking her head as she walked out. After Qiu Yimeng left, Huixing turned around and glared at Yi Xianro coldly. Little girl, if something happens to Qiu Yimeng, you can just wait to be sold to the cheapest brothel. At that time, anyone can taste your beauty, and within 3 or 5 months, you will become a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs will disdain. Yi Xianro's eyes flashed coldly, but surprisingly, she didn't get angry and instead giggled. Isn't young Lord Hui's worry unnecessary? How could elder sister Qiu have an accident? Do you really think the little lord would do anything to her? It seems that the little lord really has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. After a pause, she added, since young Lord Hui is so worried, let's go out and take a look, just in case. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng couldn't help nodding, feeling that Yi Xianro's decision was the right one. None of them thought that Qiu Yimeng alone could defeat Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai cared about their friendship, he wasn't a fool. How could he allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? If they followed, in case a fight broke out, they would be able to provide support. As they spoke, everyone stood up and walked out. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, bathing the entire war city in a silver glow. In Yang Kai's mansion, the cultivator had calmed down from the shock of Qiu Yimeng and Huixing's departure. The mansion's current advantage was great. Even if Qiu Yimeng and Huixing had left, they still felt that in the inheritance war, Yang Kai would definitely win. However, Yang Kai had said during the day that he might become an enemy of the 8 great families, so they were a little worried. After all, they were all young people, who would want to go against the 8 great families? This wasn't just a matter of themselves, but also a matter of the sect or family behind them. In the middle of the night, the mansion was quiet. Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. Hurriedly getting up, he walked out. Just as he opened the door, the sound of fluttering clothes came from inside the mansion, and in the next moment, Ying Jiu, Old Demon, and Tang Yuxian appeared in front of him. Little Lord. Tang Yuxian called out. I know. Yang Kai's expression became cold. Call everyone up. Tang Yuxian quickly released her spiritual energy and enveloped the entire house. Perceiving this divine sense as a reminder and summon, the forces in the house quickly gathered. Ha! A sigh came from the side as a faintly discernible figure slowly appeared and a light blue-haired Shui Ling suddenly appeared. Ying Jiu's eyes narrowed. Even now, he was extremely wary of this mysterious little girl. At such a young age, she had actually reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage and possessed a special constitution. If they were to fight one-on-one, Ying Jiu believed she wasn't his opponent, but he also had no way to keep her here, even if he used his mad tyrant blood skill. It seems that Qiu Yimeng has brought people here. Shui Ling sighed faintly. What a pity, I got along quite well with her. Yang Kai, how did you and her end up like this? I don't know, don't ask me. Yang Kai said angrily. Since Shui Ling was aware of the identity of these people, how could Yang Kai not have noticed? The one leading this group was actually Qiu Yimeng, who had just left this morning. Accompanying her were more than 20 masters at the Immortal Ascension boundary 6th stage or above. Besides Qiu Yimeng's aura, everyone else was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai didn't think Qiu Yimeng would do such a thing. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai understood her quite well. What kind of personality she had, Yang Kai knew best, but it was an indisputable fact that she had brought people here. Let's go out and have a look. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took the lead. Ingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and the old demon quickly followed. A short time later, the group arrived outside the mansion and the cultivator inside quickly and methodically gathered around Yang Kai. Not far from the front of the house, Qiu Yimeng stood alone. 20 meters behind her, more than 20 immortal ascension boundary masters belonging to the Qiu family stood in a row. The pressure they exuded together was terrifying. After a moment of shock, Luo Xiaoman shouted in surprise, "Elder Sister Qiu." As she shouted, she rushed out of the crowd towards Qiu Yimeng, her pair of large jade peaks bouncing up and down, a spectacular sight to behold. Of all the people present, she had the best relationship with Qiu Yimeng. The two of them, one was smart and capable while the other was confused and delicate. Their personalities complemented each other, so Qiu Yimeng was quite good to her and the two of them had a very close relationship. When Qiu Yimeng left this morning, Luo Xiaoman had cried for a long time, and even now her eyes were still red, her spirit still unable to recover. At this moment, seeing Qiu Yimeng return, Luo Xiaoman was happier than anyone else, her beautiful eyes filled with joy, like a lost child who had finally found her way home, hurriedly rushing forward. Qiu Yimeng's face held a trace of sadness, her expression indifferent. When the distance between the two of them was only about 5 meters, Qiu Yimeng gently raised her hand. A burst of light shot out from her hand and landed in front of Luo Xiaoman's feet. A cloud of dust flew up. Luo Xiaoman froze and stared blankly at Qiu Yimeng in front of her. "Don't come any closer, otherwise don't blame me for not showing mercy." Qiu Yimeng stared at Luo Xiaoman coldly, her tone cold, as if she was a stranger. "Elder Sister Qiu." Luo Xiaoman murmured, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. Qiu Yimeng had never attacked her before, but just now, if she had run a little faster, or if Qiu Yimeng had hit her a little farther, her legs would have been directly crippled. Feeling Qiu Yimeng's indifference and rejection, Luo Xiaoman's heart instantly filled with great pain, her mouth filled with bitterness as she subconsciously felt a trace of panic. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, she felt a big hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Yang Kai slowly shaking his head at her. "Go back." Yang Kai ordered lightly, not waiting for her to respond before tossing her back. After Luo Xiaoman landed on the ground, she suddenly found that the atmosphere was a bit different. Outside the mansion, Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng stared at each other face to face, just like the scene when the Qiu family's first young lady left this morning, neither of them saying a word. But anyone could see that the situation now was completely different from when they had parted in the morning. "Forced?" Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at Qiu Yimeng. "No." Qiu Yimeng gently shook her head. "You didn't?" Yang Kai smiled. "If you weren't forced, why did you bring these people here? You can't possibly come and seek refuge with me, right? What I came here for, you know in your heart, why ask so many questions?" Qiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent. "How would I know if you don't tell me? Aren't you the same? You won't tell me anything, so why should I tell you?" Qiu Yimeng retorted. Yang Kai shrugged helplessly. "First young lady, there's no need to talk nonsense with him." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Qiu Yimeng. As these words were spoken, the immortal ascension boundary masters, who were originally 20 meters away from Qiu Yimeng, stepped forward and stood behind her, each of them exuding a tyrannical aura. "You are..." Yang Kai frowned. "Qiu family elder, Fallen Leaves Hall's hall master, Qin Xian." The man coldly snorted and raised his head slightly, saying arrogantly, "The first young lady wishes to speak a few words with you because of our old friendship." She should have finished by now. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. "It's an honor to meet you, the Fallen Leaves Hall's hall master is indeed famous." The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall was equivalent to the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. Each of the 8 great families had such an institution. The experts nurtured by these institutions were all extremely loyal to their families. However, because each family's heritage was different, their prestige was different, and their training methods were different. Therefore, among the 8 great families' institutions, the Blood Warrior Hall was the most famous, and the masters from the Blood Warrior Hall were much stronger than those from the other 7 families. This was especially true for the Blood Warrior Hall's Mad Tyrant Blood skill, a taboo martial skill that allowed the Blood Warrior Hall to stand above any other institution. The Chiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall was such an institution. The masters who came from it were all very powerful. Once they took action, it was as simple as the autumn wind sweeping up fallen leaves, never giving their enemy any time to breathe. It was because of this principle that the people of the Fallen Leaves Hall were generally impatient and hated others wasting their time. While Chiu Yimeng and Yang Kai were exchanging a few words, they were already unable to restrain themselves, a clear indication of their temperament. Xianxia snorted, turning a blind eye to Yang Kai's flattery and sneered, "Since you've finished speaking, I ask the first young lady to step back." Turning to Yang Kai, he coldly shouted, "Little brat, your time of death has come. Although you are a young lord of the Yang family, you cultivate a demonic secret art, collude with demons, and attempt to subvert the 8 great families. Today is the day you die." Qin Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall had all been in the central capital, so they didn't have a deep understanding of Yang Kai and the forces of Yang Kai's mansion. Although they had also been paying attention to the progress of the Inheritance War and had heard from others about how powerful Yang Kai and Yang Kai's forces were, Qin Xian had always thought that such news was simply exaggerated. As a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, how could he put a mere Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage cultivator in his eyes, especially one so young? It wasn't only Qin Xian who thought so, most of the masters from the other 7 families also had the same thought. In their opinion, this time the 7 families had dispatched so many masters to the Inheritance War was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. So tonight, when Chiu Yimeng brought them here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion, Qin Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were very excited, thinking that they could easily break through Yang Kai's defenses. Even Ling Tai Su, who was in charge of the mansion, wasn't put in their eyes. Although Ling Tai Su was an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he was still the sect master of Evil Sect, the Demon Lord's master. If he dared to act casually, the 8 masters from the Seal Temple would definitely not sit idly by. Listening to Qin Xian's shameless boasting, Yang Kai's expression became cold. "What a big hat." "Hall Master Chen, please wait a moment." Chiu Yimeng suddenly interjected, "I still have a few words to say to Yang Kai." Qin Xian coldly snorted, but he didn't refuse Chiu Yimeng's request. Before they came here, Qiu Shouqing had already told him that although this time's operation was taking advantage of the Inheritance War and using the name of the 8 great families' young lords and young ladies, the one who really made decisions on the battlefield was Qin Xian. In other words, to a certain extent, Chiu Yimeng had to listen to Qin Xian for the time being. If it was just a few words, he could tolerate it. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly before turning to Chiu Yimeng and asking softly, "Why?" "Because my father said that as long as I defeat and capture you, I can inherit the Chiu family as a woman. You know how much I long for that day to come. Although we've been getting along quite well before, compared to my lifelong ambition, who do you think you are?" Haha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not much, but do you think you can convince yourself with your nonsense?" "When did I start talking nonsense? I'm telling the truth. Today, I came here to defeat you. Yang Kai, since I've been assisting you these past few days, why don't you obediently allow yourself to be captured? If we really fight, everyone's feelings will be hurt, and I'm definitely not your opponent." "Good." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. On the other side, Qin Xian's eyes lit up, but he quickly became vigilant as he stared closely at Yang Kai's movements to prevent him from playing any tricks. The people from Yang Kai's mansion were all stunned. They hadn't expected that in just one day, Chiu Yimeng would actually be willing to stand on the opposite side of Yang Kai and personally bring people to cause trouble for Yang Kai. Seeing her speak so calmly and indifferently, many people were filled with righteous indignation, but considering their previous friendship, they didn't curse her out loud. If it had been someone else who said this, how could they have just let it go? They would likely have already cursed all 18 generations of this person's ancestors. Even so, their expressions were not very good. Luo Xiaoman's eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Chiu Yimeng incredulously. "Are you really willing?" Chiu Yimeng was stunned. "What's wrong with that? If you capture me, you can become the Chiu family's patriarch, right?" Yang Kai smiled, "You've done so much for me, now it's my turn to do the same for you. What's wrong with that?" Qiu Yimeng's expression changed, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes, as if she was moved to tears by these words. First young lady. Xianxia saw that Qiu Yimeng didn't seem to have any intention of fighting and couldn't help urging her. If they could really capture Yang Kai without shedding a single drop of blood, then his Qiu family would have made a great contribution. Qiu Shouqing had said that once Yang Kai was captured, he would send him back to the central capital's Qiu family at all costs. Qiu Yimeng turned a deaf ear to these words, her face still filled with gratitude, but suddenly she ground her teeth and shouted, "You think saying such words will soften my heart and make me not attack you? You bastard, you're really despicable." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. "You really think so?" Qiu Yimeng grumbled angrily. She had actually been moved by his words just a moment ago, but now her heart was filled with hatred as she shouted, "No matter what you think, since I've come here today, I won't go back empty-handed." Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and summoned a foot-long dagger into his grasp. This dagger glowed with a silver light, obviously a high-grade artifact. Yuan Qi burst out fiercely, seemingly without mercy. Cries of alarm rang out as no one had expected the change to happen so quickly. Even Ingjiu didn't have time to react. Qin Xian and the many masters from the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall all held their breaths, secretly anticipating what would happen next. Facing Qiu Yimeng's blade, Yang Kai was still smiling, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. Staring at Qiu Yimeng, who was so close to him, he didn't even condense his true qi, as if he really had no intention of fighting back. 8-9 Reading Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as her hands moved faster and faster. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stared at her in shock, suddenly reaching out to grab her. Poo, accompanied by a muffled groan, blood splattered out. Cries of alarm rang out as the powerhouses behind the two of them rushed out and madly rushed towards the center. Qin Xian and the others' eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared at the stunned Yang Kai, grinning widely. Ingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and the old demons simultaneously pushed their strength, leapt over Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng's heads, and charged towards Qin Xian and the others. The battle broke out in an instant, and no one below the immortal ascension boundary was able to intervene. The leaders of the younger generation didn't dare to approach and could only display their martial skills and artifacts from a distance. Brilliant light bloomed as energy raged. In the chaos, Luo Xiaoman stumbled over to Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng's side, but after seeing the situation clearly, she immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. Qiu Yimeng fell softly into Yang Kai's arms, her face pale and bloodless as she silently smiled towards Yang Kai. In her lower abdomen, there was a dagger, the same artifact she had taken out before. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscathed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "I couldn't." Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, "I could only come up with this method to temporarily eliminate myself." Just now, Qiu Yimeng's attack had suddenly changed directions halfway through and stabbed towards him. Yang Kai had seen this and tried to stop her. However, Qiu Yimeng's expression had been so serious that Yang Kai had been deceived by her for a moment, thinking she would really attack him. When he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Blood flowed from Qiu Yimeng's lower abdomen and soon dyed her clothes red, giving her a sense of scarlet beauty. "Stop talking." Yang Kai frowned, but he wasn't very nervous. Qiu Yimeng's wound wasn't fatal, and the dagger hadn't penetrated too deeply. With the efficacy of the myriad drug milk, it was likely that she would be healed in 1 to 2 days without leaving a scar. "I have a question to ask you." Qiu Yimeng gasped for breath but stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. "If you have something to say, then say it." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Today, he was depressed because of Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng didn't care, instead her eyes filled with expectation as she asked softly, "If I really wanted to stab you, wouldn't you have resisted? What do you think?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I don't know. I never knew what you were thinking. I'm not an idiot, how could I just stand there and let you stab me?" "Sure enough." Qiu Yimeng laughed, "You've always been a selfish person, but if you weren't like this, you wouldn't be you." Yang Kai smiled wickedly, "If you really had the intention to stab me just now, you'd be finished today. What would you do to me? Kill me?" I wouldn't go that far, I would just strip off your clothes, and then, spank your ass. Qiu Yimeng suddenly blushed. No one had ever said such shameless words to her before. She didn't know why, but in her mind, the scene of her naked body being pressed down on the bed by Yang Kai suddenly appeared. She couldn't help feeling ashamed. Don't talk about that. Luo Xiaoman stood to the side at a loss. Hurry up and heal yourself. I won't die. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he picked up Qiu Yimeng by the waist, glancing over at the chaotic battlefield, a cold light flashing across his eyes before he stepped into the house. Luo Xiaoman followed closely behind him. A short time later, the three of them arrived at Su Yan's room. Pushing the door open, Yang Kai was greeted by an icy chill. Su Yan was sitting on the ice bed, seemingly cultivating, but in fact, her mind wasn't here at all. With the battle in Yang Kai's house, she naturally paid attention, but because she was from High Heaven Pavilion, it wasn't convenient for her to appear, so she could only wait quietly. What happened? How did you get hurt like this? Su Yan asked quickly when she saw Qiu Yimeng. This stupid woman stabbed herself. Yang Kai said as he put Qiu Yimeng down on the ice bed. The cold air quickly invaded her body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. However, thanks to the cold, the bleeding from her wounds was quickly alleviated. I'll leave her to you, Yang Kai said before turning around and walking out. The location of Qiu Yimeng's wound was too delicate. If it had been anywhere else, Yang Kai could have dealt with it himself, but since it was her lower abdomen, he was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only send her to Su Yan. Su Yan also had some myriad drug milk, so she knew what to do. The sound of battle rang out one after another, and as far as the eye could see, half the sky seemed to be illuminated by a burst of light. When Yang Kai returned to the mansion, he found that the battle had reached a state of anxiety, and both sides were evenly matched. The Qiu family's Falling Leaves Hall had more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Masters. On his side, there were 3 Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Yingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon, each of them possessing heaven-defying strength. Shui Ling also used her special constitution to stir up trouble, disrupting the enemy's vision and hearing. The other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also numerous. In terms of numbers alone, Yang Kai's side undoubtedly had a great advantage, but the Falling Leaves Hall's masters were not to be underestimated, so even if they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't gain any advantage. For a time, the two sides had fallen into a bitter struggle. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai's mansion had never encountered such a situation. Every time they fought, they had defeated their enemies with overwhelming superiority. Chen Xian and the others also felt this was incredible. They were originally full of confidence, but after the battle really began, they discovered that the rumors they had heard were not exaggerated at all. In fact, they had even underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's cultivator. The Falling Leaves Hall's masters could be said to have been dispatched in full force, but now they couldn't do anything to a single Yang family young lord's mansion. Chen Xian inexplicably felt a sense of shame and humiliation, causing him to become even more ruthless and merciless. Yang Kai observed for a moment, but didn't enter the fray himself, instead casting his gaze towards the distance. He felt that there were many masters gathering in that direction. The cultivation of these masters wasn't any worse than the Falling Leaves Hall's masters, but their numbers were several times greater. If he wasn't mistaken, these masters should be from the other 6 families. Just as Yang Kai expected, a kilometer away, atop a 3-story pavilion, led by Xianxia and Rou, the young lords and young ladies of the 6 super families gathered, all of them watching the battle from a distance. Although it was late at night, the moon was still shining brightly, so they were still able to clearly see everything that happened in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Qiu Yimeng's violent attack and the traces of Yang Kai's actions were all clearly visible to all of them. However, the final result shocked all of them. The one lying in a pool of blood was actually Qiu Yimeng. Xianxia and Rou's delicate face flashed a gloating look as she coldly snorted, Yang Kai really has lost all humanity. Even after assisting him for so long and having such a good relationship with Qiu Yimeng, he can still be so ruthless as to kill her. Kong Zhan and the others remained silent. Although they didn't like Xianxia and Rou's arrogant attitude, they still agreed with her current statement. Because they were too far away, they hadn't been able to clearly see what had happened, so they simply believed that Qiu Yimeng had really been injured by Yang Kai. Since Qiu Yimeng entered Yang Kai's house, she had worked hard without complaint, serving as Yang Kai's left and right hands, leading the entire mansion, paying a huge price, but in the end, she had actually been injured by him. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they be bitterly disappointed? Being able to do such a thing, how could Yang Kai still have any humanity left? Obviously, he was selfish to the extreme. Only Stars Hua, on the other hand, wore a ferocious expression as he sneered. Although he didn't see clearly what had just happened, he didn't agree with Yi Xianro's statement. It looks like my plan has failed. Yi Xianro said so, but there wasn't the slightest trace of disappointment on her face. Instead, there was a trace of joy, as if she was quite happy to see Qiu Yimeng suffer. If I had known this would happen, I would never have let elder sister Qiu take such a risk alone. It seems we overestimated Yang Kai's moral standards. This person is beyond saving. Evil demons are generally like this, they don't even recognize their own family and friends, their methods are cruel, haha. What do we do now? Gao Rangfeng asked in a deep voice. Qiu Yimeng, this so-called surprise attack, had not played the role she should have. This made him wonder if Yi Xianro had deliberately done this because she knew this would happen, causing him to feel a sense of revulsion. Let's wait and see. Yi Xianro didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness and instead wore a calm expression. Look, they're fighting. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? Kong Zhan frowned. If we just leave them be, I'm afraid the Qiu family will gossip. Let them fight for a while. Yi Xianro smiled lightly. Ying Jiu and Tang Yuxian have both used their mad tyrant blood skill. I don't think anyone from your family is willing to face them at this time, right? Let's wait for the mad tyrant blood skill's effect to wear off, then we'll join in. Everyone's expression became extremely strange, but none of them refuted her words. No one wanted to see any of their family's masters suffer any losses. After he finished speaking, everyone waited quietly. The battle was getting more and more intense, and people were constantly being injured or killed. Yang Kai's mansion had suffered losses, and so did the Fallen Leaves Hall. Although the masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were powerful, in this kind of melee, they couldn't guarantee their own safety. Especially when Yang Kai joined the battle, the balance was instantly broken, and the violent eruption of evil energy descended. Yang Kai, who was only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage, was able to single-handedly challenge a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. After cultivating his knowledge Yang Kai was able to display the full power of his soul skills. Coupled with his small sword-shaped artifact, he was often able to kill an enemy with a single blow. The Fallen Leaves Hall had suffered heavy losses, and the situation was becoming more and more intense. Amidst the fierce battle, Xianxia could no longer bear it and shouted, "Young Lady Yi." He was calling for reinforcements. If the others didn't act now, he would have no choice but to retreat. If they continued to fight, the entire Fallen Leaves Hall would likely perish here. The cultivation and methods of these people from Yang Kai's mansion were completely beyond his expectations. These Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators not only had extremely pure Yuan Qi, but they were also equipped with a dazzling array of artifacts. Was this guy really an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator from a first-class family? Why did he feel like he was even richer than them? Xianxia was depressed. The Fallen Leaves Hall was one of the most important halls of the Qiu family. The masters inside were loyal to the family, so the artifacts they were equipped with were naturally not bad. It could even be said that they were the best in the entire Qiu family, but compared to these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Yang Kai's mansion, they were still a bit shabby. On top of that, the pills these people had taken during the battle were also quite strange. Xianxia and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were already gasping for breath, unable to maintain their Yuan Qi, but their opponents were still full of vigor, and scrupulously using their Yuan Qi, not worried about overdrawing their strength. What kind of pill had such a powerful restorative effect? Although he had long known that Yang Kai's mansion had the support of Medicine King's Valley, Xianxia hadn't realized how powerful these two forces were until now. Hearing his call, Yi Xianro, who was a kilometer away, could no longer sit idly by. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall had lost a lot of people, all of which she saw clearly, so she couldn't help coldly snorting, a bunch of wastes. After saying so, she put on a leisurely expression and said, "Let's go." It seemed she was about to do something she was very unwilling to do. Dao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan saw her like this, then glanced over at the Chiu family's fallen leaves hall and couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. The distance of a kilometer was quickly crossed. Before they had even arrived, Yi Xianruo's tender voice spread throughout War City. "Yang Kai, you colluded with evil, sooner or later you will fall into the demonic path. Don't be so stubborn, obediently hand over those evil sect disciples in your mansion and accept your punishment. Out of consideration for the 8 great families' many years of coexistence in the central capital, we won't do anything to you. If you continue to stubbornly resist, you will only implicate those around you." In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he jumped out of the battle circle. He quietly floated in midair and fixed his eyes on the other side with an indifferent expression. The young masters and young mistresses of the 6 great families took the lead. Behind each of them, there was a similar number of experts as the Fallen Leaves Hall. These people looked at Yang Kai, and with the exception of Yi Xianruo who had a smug look on her face, everyone else looked somewhat ashamed. Huastar sneered, "Sister Yi, you're quite eloquent." That speech instantly put Yang Kai in a dead end in terms of righteousness. Huastars asked himself if he could think of something like that. Yi Xianruo seemed to have put a lot of effort into figuring out how to force Yang Kai into a passive position. "Miss Yi." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly grinned, "I haven't seen you for a few days yet. You've become so proud of yourself. Where's my second brother?" Yi Xianruo's eyes flashed a trace of resentment. Last time, she had failed to seduce Yang Kai and was instead scolded by him as a broken shoe, so she naturally held a grudge against him. Her heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face as she simply smiled and said, "Second young lord is currently in retreat, so I'm taking over all the matters in the house." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression becoming much better. "I knew my second brother wouldn't be so despicable and shameless. It turns out there was someone else in charge of this operation, no wonder." Yi Xianruo's complexion changed greatly as she cursed under her breath. Yang Kai continued to smile, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said in an ambiguous tone, "Miss Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened a few days ago, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized I was wrong. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shouldn't have refused. You're so beautiful, your body is so delicate, even if I stripped naked with you, I wouldn't have lost anything, instead I would have profited. At that time I don't know why my brain cramped, but I didn't take advantage of you, I really regret it." Saying so, he slapped his thigh, his face filled with regret. Listening to him say this, Kong Zhan, Dao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them turning their heads to look at Yi Xianruo. They didn't know when Yi Xianruo had tried to seduce Yang Kai, but looking at this situation, it seemed that Yi Xianruo had gone in high spirits only to return disappointed. This was really the biggest joke in the world. "Little lord, you're really bold." Everyone couldn't help admiring him. If Yi Xianruo had tried to seduce him, perhaps he would have fallen for her. "I've figured it out now." Yang Kai said seriously, "Young lady Yi, why don't we go find a secluded place now so I can satisfy you? My strength isn't bad, and my skill in bed isn't bad either." Yi Xianruo's expression became awkward, her shoulders trembling with anger. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, even daring to bring up such private matters in front of her. She wanted to refute him, but she didn't have the courage to do so, so she couldn't help angrily shouting, "Yang Kai, don't try to slander me with your filthy words, how could I, Yi Xianruo, be such a person?" Dao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and the others all turned their heads and stared at her strangely. Huastars even whistled frivolously. "You don't believe me?" Yi Xianruo glared at these people, her pretty face flushed red. No one paid her any attention. "Whether you believe it or not, nothing happened between me and that bastard." Yi Xianruo gasped for breath, seemingly really angry. "That's right, young Lord Kai refused to let you in, what could have possibly happened between you two?" Huastar said sarcastically. Yi Xianruo took a deep breath, and after exhaling, her anger and agitation had completely disappeared. Staring towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light, her lips curling into a sharp smile as she gently nodded, "Yang Kai, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you, I came here to capture you and bring you back to the central capital to wash away your evil aura and sins. This is also the will of the 8 great families. Saying so, she pointed her finger, capture Yang Kai, anyone who dares to resist, kill. She had become angry out of shame and wasn't prepared to engage in a verbal confrontation with Yang Kai anymore. The 6 groups of people behind her immediately followed her orders, their momentum soaring like a rainbow. Do you think I don't have anyone? Yang Kai roared, Tu Feng. 7 figures suddenly flew out from the mansion, led by Tu Feng, the remaining 7 blood warriors. Including Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian who had been dispatched before, the 9 blood warriors in the mansion had all been dispatched. Mad Tyrant blood skill. Roars rang out as a fierce surge of vitality filled the air, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. All of War City seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. Xianxia Ro's face filled with both fear and excitement as she shouted, Yang Kai, don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You have an agreement with the Yang family that Tu Feng and the others cannot intervene in the inheritance war. If you dare allow them to participate, it is tantamount to violating your agreement with the family. This is no longer the inheritance war. Yang Kai sneered, you know better than I do. The old demon, who was fighting with the Fallen Leaves Hall masters, suddenly laughed and whispered, do you really think the little lord cares about the inheritance war? The patriarch of the Yang family is nothing but a fart. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many things to worry about here, he would have already left. What did you say? A master from the Fallen Leaves Hall who was fighting with the old demon couldn't help asking curiously when he saw him muttering to himself. The old demon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. I said, you're dead. This sentence seemed to have an infinite demonic power, bringing with it a deathly aura that rushed into the master's mind. In the next moment, his movements came to a halt, his eyes going blank, his face suddenly becoming pale as he muttered, I'm dead, I'm dead. Idiot. The old demon coldly snorted, taking advantage of the other's dazed state to plunge his hand into his opponent's chest, and after taking it out again, he was holding a heart that was still beating fiercely. Blood spurted out from the man's chest like a tide. The old demon's expression became more and more ferocious as he stared towards the place with the largest number of enemies and shouted, blood sea sealing the heavens. A blood-red light shot out from behind him and the ground around him instantly became viscous, as if it was made of blood. All kinds of gloomy auras filled the air and in this blood swamp, everyone's movements couldn't help slowing down. Xianxia Ro's expression became horrified while Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and Meng Shani were all shocked. Even Lu Qingyao's face showed a deep sense of dread. The old demon's cruel methods were not something most people could understand and accept. Before this, none of them had any idea that there was someone in this world who cultivated such an evil martial skill secret art. Smelling the thick bloody aura, Xianxia Ro couldn't help wanting to vomit. The old demon's powerful attack instantly captured more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and sealed them in a sea of blood, unable to advance or retreat. How is this possible? After watching the battle for a while, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help calling out. He found that even though the 7 super families had gathered more than 100 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage masters, they still weren't able to quickly defeat the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion. Although Yang Kai's mansion's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to put up a good fight. After carefully observing for a while, Gao Rangfeng suddenly realized something. Yang Kai's blood warriors, when did they all reach the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? This sentence also surprised the others, but when they looked closely, they found that this was indeed the case. 9 blood warriors, 9 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters. When Yang Kai broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary a few days ago, there were still 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters, but now, after only 10 days, they had all broken through. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage blood warrior, after using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, would be able to exchange a few blows with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary master. Although the masters from the 7 great families were also very powerful, how could they be their opponents in a one-on-one battle? Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be able to win. It could be said that the reason why Yang Kai's mansion was able to survive was largely due to the efforts of the 9 blood warriors. They still have a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who hasn't fought yet. Lu Qingyao suddenly said lightly, causing everyone's heart to tighten. Yes, what about that master who called himself Meng Wuya? Even now, he hadn't taken action. Why hadn't he taken action? Was it because he disdained to do so, or was it because he wasn't here? A long night is fraught with dreams. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled, he had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps Yang Kai injuring him last time had left a psychological shadow in his heart. In any case, as long as Kang Zhan thought of Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling terrified. Gao Rangfeng nodded gently. Over the past few months of the Inheritance War, Gao Rangfeng had accompanied Yang Zhao and fought with Yang Kai many times. Every time, Yang Kai's house would exceed everyone's expectations, creating some unimaginable achievements and brilliance. This time, it seemed that the 7 great families were in control of Yang Kai's forces, but who knew what kind of unexpected change would occur in the end? Miracles were nothing new in Yang Kai's forces. I'll go help. Huixing's eyes darted around, and without waiting for Yi Xianro to respond, he rushed over. Yi Xianro's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly snorted, surprisingly not stopping him. I'll go meet the little lord. Lu Qingyao stepped forward. This time, Yi Xianro couldn't remain calm and quickly said, Young Lord Lu, don't, you're not his. Before she could finish her words though, she swallowed them back down because Lu Qingyao was staring at her with a cold gaze. Although she was now nominally the person in charge of the 7-family coalition and didn't take Gao Rangfeng or Kang Zhan seriously, using Yang Kai's name to act arbitrarily, she still felt an instinctive fear towards Lu Qingyao. This was a mark left behind by living in the shadow of the central capital's first young lord. Yi Xianro wanted to say that Lu Qingyao wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, but this sentence would naturally offend him. During the battle at Pijing Lake, I said that when the little lord broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, I would fight him again. Now is the time, whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Qingyao said faintly. Yi Xianro squeezed out a smile and softly said, Then young Lord Lu, please be careful. I wish you victory and defeat Yang Kai. Below them, Huistars had already rushed to the outside of Yang Kai's mansion, smiling as he greeted a group of young leaders outside the mansion. Everyone glared at him. These people did not understand how the situation had developed to this point. Huistars' Hu family had also participated in the attack on Yang Kai's government tonight. Naturally, they were not happy about it. Huistars didn't care and instead stared at Dong Qinghan and said, Fatty, get out here, young master has long since found you displeasing. You're as fat as a pig. Yet you're still pretending to be elegant and unrestrained. How can you even compare to 1/10,000th of this young master's elegance? What did you say? Dong Qinghan's expression went cold as he glared at Huixing. If you're not deaf, you should have heard it. Stars Hu tilted her head, looking sloppy. Dong Qinghan chuckled lightly, the muscles on his slightly chubby face twitching slightly as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he did so. That's right. Huixing laughed, a trivial young lord from a first-class family dares to associate himself with an evil creature like Yang Kai? Just watch how this young master cripples you today. Saying so, he turned to the others and sneered, and you idiots, if you don't want to die young, leave Yang Kai as soon as possible and scram as far as you can. Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. If you don't accept it, then come and fight young master, this young master will wait here. Huixing sneered. Han Xiaoqi stared at him blankly, her brow furrowed, suddenly shouting, Teach him a lesson, let this superior young lord know that we are not to be trifled with. The next moment, more than a dozen people rushed to Huixing's side, and began beating him. After a dozen breaths of time, Huixing was picked up by Dong Qinghan like a dead pig and thrown into Yang Kai's mansion, shouting to his subordinates, strip him of his clothes and throw him into the cellar for a few days, he dares to call me fat. Seeing this scene, Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all wore strange looks, a very uncomfortable feeling rising in their hearts. Young Lord Hu was captured alive, what should we do? Meng Shani suddenly said with a smile. Clumsy trick. Yi Xianro coldly snorted, not caring. It didn't matter whether Huixing was here or not, as long as the masters of the Hu family were here, it was fine. While Huixing was being captured, Lu Qingyao also came to Yang Kai. Last time at Pajing Lake, I was unable to enjoy myself to the fullest, so today I came here specifically to ask Little Lord for advice. I hope Little Lord can fulfill my wish. Lu Qingyao's expression was indifferent as he looked towards Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Please forgive me, young Lord Lu, I'm in a hurry, please hurry. Lu Qingyao also nodded, expressing his understanding, no longer saying anything. In the next moment, his aura suddenly erupted as his yuan qi surged violently. He gently took a step forward, and a muffled thump resounded between heaven and earth. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Last time at Pajing Lake, Lu Qingyao had used this move to fight Yang Kai. This was one of the Lu family's secret arts, a mysterious grade mid-rank secret art, and Lu Qingyao's most powerful move. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, because of the absolute suppression in terms of cultivation, Lu Qingyao had held back when he used this move, not wanting to have an unfair advantage. But this time, Lu Qingyao was going all out, his momentum far stronger than it had been back at Pajing Lake. Dong, another step forward, accompanied by a rumbling sound like that of a war drum, shaking everyone's eardrums, causing their hearts to throb and their bodies to tremble. Dong dong dong. Lu Qingyao's figure seemed to grow larger and more majestic. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's entire body had become a giant monster. His head held up the sky while his feet stepped on the ground, like a giant, as if this world was being supported by him. 9 steps, heaven and earth destroyed. This was the Lu family's 9 tuned steps. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's aura had reached its peak, not far from that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Lu Qingyao's giant foot steadily and slowly stomped down towards Yang Kai. Everyone involuntarily had the illusion that this foot would step on their bodies and crush them into powder. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't help but shiver, their faces pale with fear. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai simply swung his fist upwards. This seemingly ordinary, straightforward punch actually contained a devastating amount of energy. The tip of Lu Qingyao's fist collided with the giant foot, and in that instant, it was as if a myriad of afterimages had appeared. As soon as Lu Qingyao's momentum collapsed, the giant figure suddenly became sluggish and fell backwards. Kong, with a loud bang, the giant fell to the ground, disappearing into specks of light. Lu Qingyao, who was standing mid-air, suddenly let out a grunt and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he staggered backwards, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Fierce. Lu Qingyao sincerely praised, this Lu has lost, many thanks Little Lord for showing mercy. Last time at Pajing Lake, when Lu Qingyao used this move, Yang Kai had to use the same mysterious grade martial skill, Star Mark, to resist. But this time, with just a casual punch, Lu Qingyao had easily broken the Lu family's secret martial skill. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. Young Lord Lu is too polite. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although I lost, I cannot make decisions here, so I hope Little Lord can forgive me. All I can say is that this time, this Lu will not intervene again. Farewell. Saying so, Lu Qingyao's figure flashed like lightning and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Young Lord, young Lord. When the Lu family master saw Lu Qingyao leave just like that, they were shocked and hurriedly called out. However, they received no response. Xianxia's Ro's face became extremely pale. In just a short 2 hours, 3 young masters and young mistresses had withdrawn from the competition. Xiao Meng's withdrawal was caused by her, and it could even be said that she had deliberately allowed this to happen. When Huastars withdrew, she didn't stop them, nor did she care. In any case, although this person's body was here, his heart was in Yang Kai's house, so there was no point in him staying. It was better to leave early so as not to become an eyesore. However, Lu Qingyao actually leaving like this was not something Xianxia's Ro could accept. After all, Lu Qingyao held the title of the Central Capital's first young lord. His principles could influence many things to a certain extent, such as public opinion. Lu Qingyao still had some prestige in the eyes of the world. How could Xianxia's Ro not be annoyed? Now, there were only 3 people left on her side. Kong Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and Meng Shani. Whether or not these 3 were of the same mind as her, she wasn't sure. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng weren't so bad, but Meng Shani was more difficult to understand. You won't also withdraw, right? Yi Xi and Ro took precautions, turning her head and glancing at the three of them. Sister Yi worries too much. Kong Zhan shook his head. This time, it was the will of the 8 great families. How could we withdraw so hastily? If we really did that, it would be too irresponsible. Gao Rangfeng also nodded in agreement. Although they also had some sympathy for Yang Kai's current situation, in the end, they weren't familiar with Yang Kai, so they weren't in the mood to care too much. All they needed to do was act according to the will of their families. Seeing them express their stance, Yi Xi and Ro's brow furrowed slightly as she nodded. Then Sister Yi can rest assured. In such a big scene, Sister Yi will not be able to handle it alone. I will need the assistance of several elder brothers. She couldn't help lowering her posture, completely different from her previous performance in Yang Zhao's house. Xiao Meng, Hu Xing, and Lu Qingyao withdrawing one after another had affected the mentality of the masters from these 3 families. With their own young lord and young lady not here, these masters couldn't help feeling like they were making a wedding dress for someone else, so they couldn't help lowering their guard and trying to protect themselves. This was especially true for the masters from the Zhou family. They had been the vanguard and had suffered the most losses, so how could they be willing to go all out now? Since the arrival of reinforcements, they had been waiting on the sidelines, never confronting the enemy head-on. These masters were all extremely shrewd, so how could they be willing to do something that would cause them to suffer a loss? The 7 great families coalition appeared to be a solid block of iron, but in fact, it was full of flaws and loopholes, making it somewhat laughable. The intense battle continued. The losses of the 7 family coalition were getting heavier and heavier. The 9 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Blood Warriors who had used their Mad Tyrant blood skill had become their biggest obstacle to defeating Yang Kai. Time and time again, the bloody battle continued, but they were still unable to repel these 9 Blood Warriors. The 9 of them were divided into groups of 2, each of them capable of holding back an entire family's cultivator. As for Yingjiao, he was constantly guarding Yang Kai, purging any enemy who dared to approach him. Yi Xi and Ro, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions all changed. Because the Blood Warriors were able to maintain their Mad Tyrant blood skill for a long time, according to the information they had received, the Yang family Blood Warriors' forbidden technique could only last for half an hour at most. However, even after this time had passed, the 9 Blood Warriors still didn't show any signs of exhaustion and instead fought more valiantly. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that there was a reason why the Yang family had stood at the head of the 8 great families for so many years. Although they were all masters from super families, the 7 family coalition couldn't do anything to these 9 Blood Warriors, making them both anxious and angry. In the middle of the battle, Yang Kai was also constantly observing the situation. Although the 9 Blood Warriors were incomparably fierce and Old Demon was no pushover, the number of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the mansion was decreasing. The reduction of these people's numbers would greatly affect the outcome of the battle. Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya hadn't taken action yet. Yang Kai could understand, because once the 2 of them took action, the situation could develop to a point of no return. In War City, there were more than just these 2 top masters. Yang Kai didn't approve of the 2 of them taking action now. These 2 were more suitable as deterrents. In this battle, until the end, no one knew what the result would be. A white figure flashed from the side and Yang Kai felt a familiar aura, quickly retreating to join up with her. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Su Yan rushing over. Xiao Meng is fine, she's resting. Su Yan said softly. Yang Kai nodded. I'll help you. All right. Su Yan originally didn't intend to participate in this battle, but the other side had too many people on their side and Yang Kai had already made it clear that this was no longer the inheritance war, so how could she just sit still? After settling Xiao Meng down, he immediately came to her aid. Along with him were the 4 elders of High Heaven Pavilion. The strength of these 4 people was not bad. After joining the battle, they immediately gained some advantages. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror artifact was taken out by Su Yan, and a bone-chilling cold instantly spread out as she poured her yuan qi into it. Towering snow-white peaks began to appear on the mirror's surface, and the world inside the mirror was covered in a thick layer of silver, giving off a chilling aura. Rays of light blossomed, and a huge barrier suddenly enveloped the seven families' experts. Kang Zhan's eyes suddenly trembled as he exclaimed, "It's that artifact." 10 days ago, 4 peak immortal ascension boundary masters from the Nan family and Xiang family had been trapped by this artifact and frozen into ice sculptures. Now, seeing this scene again, Kang Zhan suddenly felt terrified. What's so special about this artifact? Xianxia quickly asked. Kang Zhan's expression became dignified as he explained everything he knew. Listening to his story, Xianxia's pretty face also paled. Nearby, Gao Rangfeng and Meng Shanyi also wore cold expressions. Such a powerful artifact, who could break it? As they spoke, the barrier covering the ground suddenly shattered and 2 figures walked out. Everyone stared at them and sure enough, these 2 people were Yang Kai and Su Yan. As for the experts who had been shrouded in the enchantment, they had all turned into ice sculptures at this moment. They stood there quietly, in all kinds of strange poses. It was unknown whether they were still alive. From beginning to end, only half a cup of tea worth of time had passed. But this was not the end. Su Yan, who had just dealt with a dozen masters, once again poured her yuan qi into the mirror, and under the horrified gazes of Xianxia and the others, a similar barrier appeared. This time, more than a dozen people were enveloped in it. Impossible! Xianxia screamed, such an artifact consumes an incredible amount of yuan qi, even if she's an immortal ascension boundary master, it's impossible for her to use it twice in a row. With Su Yan's own ability, it was impossible for her to use it twice in a row. If she really did so, it was likely she would exhaust all of her yuan qi, and even if she could trap her enemies, she wouldn't be able to do anything to them. In the end, she might even be captured by her enemies inside the barrier. However, she still had Yang Kai by her side, and the 2 of them cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Yuan qi was constantly circulating around their bodies. This level of consumption was something Su Yan could afford. A burst of uneasiness rose in Xianxia's heart. Relying on this mysterious great artifact alone, Yang Kai and Su Yan could deal with most of their opponents. If they allowed her to use it a few more times, who would be left? Just as she was panicking, the barrier broke a second time and more than a dozen people were frozen into ice sculptures. Hua. The light once again bloomed, and the masters from the 7 families who couldn't avoid it were enveloped by the mirror barrier for the 3rd time. Xianxia finally panicked, her expression becoming ugly as her thoughts raced, but she couldn't think of an effective way to break this barrier. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness and couldn't help thinking that if the 2nd young lord was here, with his temperament and means, he might have been able to come up with a way to restrain this move. Although this move was simple and monotonous, it was very effective, at least against the 7 family coalition. Enough! An angry roar suddenly sounded from the void, bringing with it endless majesty. Everyone who heard this roar involuntarily stopped what they were doing. A terrifying pressure was born. Looking in the direction of the pressure, everyone discovered that in the void, there was a huge palm print that seemed both real and illusory. This palm print slowly descended, its target being the barrier created by Su Yan's artifact. Pung. The palm print slammed into the barrier, causing the ground to tremble and everyone to lose their footing. With a loud crash, the seemingly impregnable barrier shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the figures inside. Yang Kai and Su Yan both let out a muffled groan at the same time, their faces suddenly going pale. The mirror artifact could be said to be shared by the 2 of them. It had been refined by Yang Kai and was now being used by Su Yan, so having the barrier forcibly broken had caused some damage to both of them. Some of the masters who had just been enveloped by the barrier saw this scene and felt as if they had been saved from a desperate situation, joy filling their faces as they quickly fled. They didn't want to be frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's face couldn't help showing a look of joy while Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all opened their mouths wide as they stared towards the sky. There, 8 figures appeared at the same time. These were the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters who had been sitting in the Seal Temple all this time. All 8 of them stared at Su Yan and Yang Kai with different expressions, some showing surprise, some shock, and some fear. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at them coldly. The appearance of these 8 people was both Yang Kai's expectation and Yang Kai's surprise. One of them slowly retracted his raised hand. He was the one who had slapped out that huge handprint. Yang Kai deliberately glanced at him and suddenly remembered that this person was one of the top masters who didn't like him before. Old ancestor. Yi Xianro called out happily. The old man nodded gently to her. Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, Meng Shani, and the others quickly bowed. After more than 10 days, 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters had appeared once again. What their purpose was self-evident, causing all of them to feel both relieved and somewhat ashamed. If the 7-family coalition had been able to destroy Yang Kai's mansion, there would have been no need to provoke these 8 people. They probably also realized that with the current strength of the 7-family cultivator, there was no way they could deal with Yang Kai's mansion, so they had no choice but to appear. This was also the result of Yi Xianro's improper deployment, otherwise, such a situation would not have occurred. Yang family little brat. The square-faced above immortal ascension boundary master stared at Yang Kai solemnly and said, "Last time, we didn't cripple you on the spot because you were a young lord of the central capital and gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Now, not only have you not shown any signs of repentance, you have instead become even worse, even allowing your subordinates to kill my 8 great families' masters. Do you want to rebel?" Yang Kai took a deep breath, calming the tumbling blood in his chest, and said loudly, "With a blade pressed against my neck, should I just die or resist? If it were senior, what would you have done? If you hadn't done anything wrong, how could my 8 great families treat you like this? How could your young family not care about you? Fools make mistakes and remain stubborn. I don't think I've done anything wrong." Yang Kai stared at him coldly. "If you're worried that after I die, I'll become a monster like the Demon Lord, I'll forfeit this inheritance war and not compete for the position of Yang family patriarch. You don't need to worry. The 8 great families will not allow a black sheep like you to appear. Your existence is a stain on the Yang family and a stain on the 8 great families," the man coldly declared. "In the end, you want me to submit." Yang Kai sneered, "Sorry, I'm a bit of a cheap man, I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you want to talk things over with me, then we can all talk, but if you insist, then we'll fight to the death, neither of us will be able to win." Impudence. The square-faced master coldly shouted, "You don't have the qualifications. Today, no matter who it is, they won't be able to protect you. Brother, you're already so old, yet you're still competing with a junior, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" A light voice suddenly sounded and 2 figures flew out from Yang Kai's house. It was Meng Wuye and Ling Tai-su. Meng Wuye smiled indifferently and said, "This is a child's business, we don't need to intervene, right?" Meng Wuye. The square-faced master stared deeply at Treasurer Meng, his expression unchanged, as if he had long known that Treasurer Meng and Ling Tai-su would appear. "I don't know what secrets you're hiding, but you alone aren't qualified to stop my 8 great families." When Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary last time, the masters from the 8 great families had also been provoked, but at that time, they hadn't acted against Yang Kai. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai was still under their control, so there was no need to shed all pretense of cordiality. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai had Meng Wuye and Ling Tai-su by his side. Meng Wuye was shrouded in a mysterious aura, but Ling Tai-su was an above immortal ascension boundary master. Once an above immortal ascension boundary master fought, it was no laughing matter. "I'm not qualified, haha." Meng Wuye laughed, his expression calm, "Not to mention me, even that guy down there, in a one-on-one fight, none of you are his opponent." Saying so, he gestured towards the old demon down below. The old demon grinned fiercely, his expression terrifying. "Him?" The square-faced master's heart trembled, but a look of surprise appeared on his face as he slowly shook his head. "He's nothing." As he spoke, his face filled with contempt and disdain. Not only did he have such an expression, many of the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters had similar expressions. All of them secretly felt that this Meng Wuye was a bit senile, actually daring to say such a thing. Old Demon, Meng Wuye, and Ling Tai-su. Of these 3, the one these 8 feared the most was Ling Tai-su. This Ling Tai-su was an above immortal ascension boundary master, and his cultivation was much higher than theirs. What's more, he was the one who had cultivated the Demon Lord. Next was Meng Wuye. Although Treasurer Meng was a peak immortal ascension boundary master, these 8 couldn't see through him. Towards someone they couldn't see through, it was natural for them to be suspicious of him. As for the old demon, although he was also a peak immortal ascension boundary master like Meng Wuya, they didn't put him in their eyes. Such a martial artist, they could kill him as and when they wanted. Last time, Yang Li Ting had killed the old demon's blood demon puppet with a single palm strike, but he hadn't dared to resist, so it was obvious that this demon lord wasn't much of a threat. Hearing the square-faced master's sarcasm, Meng Wuya couldn't help laughing. Old demon, I'm looking down on you, what do you do? If they look down on me, then they look down on me, what's there to say? The old demon laughed strangely, not showing the slightest trace of anger, his expression light and indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. Can you still endure? Meng Wuya looked at the old demon with a smile. With your brutal nature, shouldn't you teach this group of short-sighted fools a lesson? You said that they are short-sighted, so why should this old man lower himself to their level? The old demon grinned as he continued to spout nonsense with Meng Wuya, completely ignoring the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. Everyone's mood became subtle. Listening to these words, it seemed that this old devil's methods were truly unfathomable, not even putting an above immortal ascension boundary master in his eyes. Did he have the ability to do so? Was he qualified? While everyone was puzzled, the old demon's expression suddenly turned solemn and he said indifferently, although this old master doesn't want to lower himself to their level, if this old master doesn't do anything, I'm afraid they will look down on me. This move is very exhausting to use, so this old master won't use it unless it is absolutely necessary. As he said this, the yuan qi rolling in his body suddenly quieted down and became as still as an ancient well, like a pool of stagnant water. Spectre Saint Technique. A resounding roar suddenly burst out from the old demon's mouth, and along with this roar, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, everyone felt their blood surge, as if an unparalleled suction force was being exerted from the old demon's body, trying to draw out their blood. The weaker cultivator instantly wore pained expressions. Under this kind of suction force, their faces flushed red and blood began to flow from their 7 orifices, making for a horrifying sight. Even the immortal ascension boundary cultivators had no choice but to use their secret arts to resist this suction. No one could escape unscathed. No one knew what kind of method the old demon had used to actually cause such an effect. Show. A bright red light suddenly burst out from all directions and rushed into the old demon's body. These bloody lights were all condensed from fresh blood. This blood came from the dead cultivator. Whether it was the masters from the 7 family coalition or the cultivator from Yongkai Mansion, as long as they died, their blood would be sucked dry in a single breath. Even the blood that had seeped into the ground was sucked out by this huge suction force. The old demon's body absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind, his entire body suddenly becoming red, like a roasted crab. From his body, a terrifying blood qi suddenly burst out, several times stronger than the Yang family blood warriors after using their mad tyrant blood skill. After all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius had been sucked dry, the suction force suddenly disappeared. All the cultivator below the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage began bleeding from their 7 orifices, including those from Yongkai Mansion. However, none of these cultivators were in any life-threatening danger. The old demon still had a sense of propriety and wouldn't allow them to die for no reason. It wasn't until this moment that an earth-shattering aura burst out from the old demon's body. An invisible aura, centered on him, quickly spread outwards. His momentum continued to climb, breaking through the immortal ascension boundary at an incredible speed, but it still continued to climb. The eyes of the 8 masters from the 8 great families trembled violently as they stared at the scene in front of them, deeply shocked. A moment later, the earth-shattering movement slowly subsided. The old demon took a deep breath, still wearing a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his arms and legs, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters were stunned, quickly releasing their divine senses to sweep the old demon's body and were immediately stunned. Above immortal ascension boundary. At this moment, the old demon was a genuine above immortal ascension boundary master. After recovering, the 8 masters realized something incredible. What kind of secret technique was this demon Spectre Saint technique? What kind of secret technique was it? How could it allow a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator to reach the above immortal ascension boundary in such a short time? Even the Yang family's blood warrior Hall's mad tyrant blood skill couldn't have such an effect. Although Tu Feng and the other masters could exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary master when using their mad tyrant blood skill, they were still far from reaching that realm. The old demon had truly set foot on this great family's territory. In an instant, the 8 masters' breathing became rapid and their eyes became bloodshot. If they could obtain this kind of secret technique, just how much would their family's strength increase? Each of the 8 great families only had a few above immortal ascension boundary masters, but there were many peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Even if it was only a short time, this secret technique would have an irreplaceable effect. Is this old master qualified to exchange blows with you now? The old demon stared at the 8 masters with a gloomy expression. The 8 masters all wore a strange expression, none of them answering. The square-faced master who had cursed the old demon before had an even uglier expression on his face. He was also an above immortal ascension boundary master, so how could he dare to criticize the old demon now? Demon Spectre Saint technique, this one is quite good. Meng Wuya suddenly nodded gently. Is this secret technique complementary to the blood demon puppet you refined? The old demon grinned meaningfully. Don't expose me. Meng Wuya's insight was amazing, and at a glance he saw the subtle connection between the Demon Spectre Saint technique and the blood demon puppet. The Demon Spectre Saint technique required a lot of fresh blood to display, and the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the space for the old demon's own strength to improve. However, this condition was very problematic. It was impossible to have fresh blood for the old demon to use at all times. With the blood demon puppet, the situation was different. The biggest role of this puppet was to absorb the blood of the dead while its own combat strength was secondary. When the time came, old demon could sacrifice the blood demon puppet and use the blood demon's sacrifice and his own blood to display the Demon Spectre Saint technique. You have such an ability? Yang Kai also glanced over at the old demon in surprise. Although he had long known that the old demon was extraordinary and had secretly speculated about their strength, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated them. Young master, please forgive me, old servant doesn't usually use this trick, so I haven't used it before, the old demon smiled. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not caring much about this. He wasn't curious enough to ask about other people's secrets. Saying so, he and the old demon both turned their eyes to Meng Wuya. Old man, don't just watch, I'm afraid this old master alone won't be enough to accomplish this, the old demon shouted. There were 8 of them on the other side, so they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. Although the old demon and Ling Tai Su were both very powerful, they couldn't force them to retreat. Meng Wuya nodded gently, only uttering a single word, release. Kacha, from Meng Wuya's body, a chain-like energy pattern appeared, wrapping around his body like a wriggling snake. With a single shout, this chain shattered, releasing a burst of light that spread out in all directions. An unparalleled pressure suddenly descended, causing the world to tremble. Meng Wuya's expression was indifferent, but compared to just a moment ago, he was like a completely different person. Above immortal ascension. Boundary. With just a single word, in an instant, Meng Wuya had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. What's more, his method was completely different from the old demon's. The old demon had used a secret technique to absorb all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius in order to increase his strength. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, seemed to have unlocked a seal in his body and restored his original strength. In other words, Meng Wuya's original cultivation was at the above immortal ascension boundary, but for some unknown reason, he had sealed his strength. This discovery shocked the masters from the 8 great families. Looking at Meng Wuya again, the expressions of the 8 great families all changed. They couldn't see through Meng Wuya. He was so mysterious that they couldn't figure him out. At this moment, Meng Wuya gave them the greatest pressure, followed by the old demon, while Ling Tai Su, who was originally the strongest, had become the weakest link. Such a lineup, such a heritage, the situation had escalated. The 8 great families all wore strange expressions. They had thought that with the 8 of them stepping forward, they would be able to resolve the situation, but now they discovered that things were not as they had imagined. Only now did they understand why Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya had been so confident in preventing them from interfering with Yang Kai's breakthrough 10 days ago. If they had really fought, not to mention whether or not they could stop Yang Kai, War City would likely have been destroyed. This fierce battle was full of twists and turns, causing everyone to be dumbfounded, their hearts filled with both excitement and nervousness. The old demon had entered, and now all of them had broken through to the above-immortal ascension boundary. This kind of show was not something ordinary people could witness, so they couldn't help feeling that even if they died here, it would be worth it. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to how the situation would develop next. In a trivial war city, 11 above-immortal ascension boundary masters had gathered here. The development of the situation was now completely out of the control of both sides. At this time, no matter who it was impossible for either side to back down easily. The situation had already been set, so whichever side retreated would appear weak and cowardly. Ling Tai Su secretly sent a message to Yang Kai, warning him to be careful. Yang Kai remained silent, ordering the cultivator in his mansion to withdraw from the battle and gather together. At the same time, Xianxia and Ro was also making the same arrangements. A short time later, the two sides were clearly divided. High up in the sky, the 11 forces were facing each other while Yang Kai's mansion cultivator and the 7 family coalition were separated by 1,000 meters. Most of them were so nervous that they couldn't even breathe. Do you really want to fight? Meng Wuya stared at the 8 forces opposite him, reading this message from their eyes. Things have already reached this point, so let's just casually exchange some pointers. Among the 8 forces, a fat old man said lightly. He was one of those who had been quite optimistic about Yang Kai's chances and didn't want such a dispute to occur, but since things had turned out contrary to his wishes, he was helpless. After all, he was standing on the side of the 8 great families, so even if he was optimistic about Yang Kai, he couldn't do anything for him. Very well. Meng Wuya nodded gently, smiling as he stared forward, a group brawl, one-on-one, and a tag team battle, how do you want to play? Just draw a line, and the 3 of us will follow suit. Among the 8 forces, several of them couldn't help coldly snorting, their expressions clearly displeased. Meng Wuya's words were too contemptuous, naturally causing them to be somewhat unhappy. The fat old man also calmly said, Your Excellency's tone is quite big. All of them were above immortal ascension boundary masters, all of them with high status. Normally, they wouldn't fight with them, nor would they have the qualifications to fight with them. Today's battle seemed inevitable. If they really swarmed up and outnumbered the enemy, it wouldn't be good for them. Since they couldn't fight as a group, they could only fight one-on-one. None of them had any confidence in fighting one-on-one, so there was only one option left. However, none of them were fools. Naturally, they wouldn't directly answer Meng Wuya's question. Yang Liting suddenly took a step forward and said in a clear voice, Sect Master Ling, speaking of which, you and my Yang family are quite close. 2 generations of my Yang family's young lords have been cultivating under your tutelage and I am indebted to you for your care. Today, this Yang has come to meet you and see what Sect Master Ling's methods are like. Ling Tai Su smiled faintly and said indifferently, That's fine too. Ever since I broke through, I have never fought with anyone of the same level. Brother Yang, please show mercy later. We'll stop when the time comes. Please. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Tai Su suddenly leapt up into the night sky, disappearing in an instant. A moment later, in the sky, a violent energy fluctuation spread out, and as far as the eye could see, one could even see bursts of light flashing. This was a battle between 2 above immortal ascension boundary masters, but not many people were lucky enough to witness it. Brother Yang is still impatient. The fat old man shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly before suddenly turning to stare at Meng Wuya and saying, Brother Meng, let's also go up. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the night sky, wrapped in a green light. Meng Wuya followed closely behind. Old demon, this old master will meet you. Another man stepped forward and pointed to the old demon and shouted. The old demon snickered, Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya have both gone up, so this old master won't go. If I leave, who will protect the young master? The fat old man angrily shouted, What do you mean by that? Do you think we'll take advantage of the fact that you 3 aren't here to attack a junior? Isn't that what you're planning? The old demon squinted at him and asked sarcastically. The fat old man was furious and shouted back, "If you think so, then you're looking down on this old master too much. We aren't shameless to such an extent." The old demon snickered, "Who knows what you're thinking?" He looked like he was determined to stay here even if he had to die. Obviously, he was also worried about the problem he mentioned before. The old demon didn't accept the challenge and the fat old man's face immediately turned ashen. The remaining top experts also had ugly expressions as they glared at the old demon, their yuan qi fluctuating. "Fine, I believe you're all honorable and upright people. It's impossible for you to take advantage of our absence to harm the young master." The old demon snickered and deliberately spoke in a loud voice. Although he also felt that these people wouldn't do such a thing with their status, it was still necessary to guard against them. The old demon was still somewhat vigilant. But if he didn't accept the challenge at this time, it would only worsen the situation. He had no choice but to take action. "Young master, you must be careful. Don't be careless." The old demon whispered and turned into a bloody light that shot into the sky. His voice came from afar, "Come up, this old master will wait for you." The man who had just been talking to the old demon quickly leapt up. The 6 above immortal ascension boundary masters were fighting in the sky several thousand meters above the ground. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and watch, but even though everyone's strength wasn't low and their eyesight was much better than Chang Jin's, they couldn't see much. Yang Kai could only vaguely sense some of the mysteries in the sky. These were the 6 above immortal ascension boundary masters' understandings of the martial Tao and the heavenly way. If one could absorb and digest these things, it would be of great help to any cultivator. While paying close attention, Yang Kai silently sensed these mysteries in his mind, memorizing them and waiting for the day when he would be able to fully understand them. The battle seemed to be getting more and more intense. The light in the sky was also as bright as day, dazzling and piercing to the eyes. Only in that space where the light bloomed, the crowd seemed to see some figures flying back and forth. As for how they attacked and what kind of moves they used, no one knew. Many of the more intelligent individuals quietly observed the expressions of the remaining experts from the 8 great families, and were surprised to find that they all had nervous and helpless expressions on their faces. Immediately, they realized that the 8 great families seemed to be at a disadvantage in this battle. This discovery startled many of them. The 8 great families of the Seal Temple had always been regarded as the representatives of the world's strongest, but now, compared with the 3 from Yang Kai's mansion, the difference between them was obvious. The above immortal ascension boundary was a realm full of secrets. Until one reached this step, no one knew what it was like. Even Tu Feng only had a vague understanding of the above immortal ascension boundary. So, after learning that the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters were at a disadvantage, everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Ling Tai-Su's trio. Meng Wuye and the old demon had clearly just reached this level using different methods. Ling Tai-Su had only broken through to this realm a little over a year ago, but they were actually more powerful than the top masters from the 8 great families. Each of those masters had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary at least 50 years ago. Could it be that 50 years of bitter cultivation wasn't as good as a single instant breakthrough? What kind of realm was the above immortal ascension boundary? Just as everyone was wondering, the battle high up in the sky seemed to have reached a conclusion. A moment later, 2 figures flew down, Meng Wuye and his opponent. Meng Wuye's expression was calm, but his opponent's face was pale, and although he was unwilling, he still cupped his fists towards Meng Wuye and said, "Thank you for your advice. Thank you for letting me win." Meng Wuye nodded gently. Neither of them had any injuries or traces of battle, which meant that either they had been peacefully exchanging pointers or the gap in strength between them was too great. The former possibility was unlikely. Just now, when everyone was talking, the smell of gunpowder was thick, so even if it wasn't a life or death struggle, it wouldn't have been too peaceful. As for the latter possibility, no one dared to think about it. After a while, Ling Tai-Su and Yang Liting also flew down, both of them somewhat out of breath as they stared at each other. Sect Master Ling's skill is truly amazing, this Yang has lost. Yang Liting dropped a few words before walking back to his seat. The audience was in an uproar. Meng Wuye, Ling Tai-Su, these 8 great families' ancestors were actually no match for these 2 from Yang Kai's mansion. what about the other battle? Just as everyone was about to look up, they suddenly heard the sound of something heavy falling from the sky. Before anyone could react, a loud bang rang out, as if something had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Dust flew everywhere, and when the dust settled, everyone couldn't help but be flabbergasted. They found that the master who had previously challenged Xianxia was standing in place with a pale expression on his face. Beside his feet was a large crater that had been created by him, and from the corner of his mouth there was a trace of blood, seemingly having suffered some injuries. Old Demon stood several dozen meters above the ground, looking down at his opponent, grinning. Sorry, this old master's attacks aren't light or heavy, unlike Sect Master Ling and Meng Wuya who can control their strength. That young man glanced up at the old demon but didn't say anything, quickly walking back to his own camp, sitting down cross-legged, and circulating his secret art. A moment later, he opened his mouth and spat out a red and black aura. This aura was extremely strange and evil, so it should have been injected into his body by the old demon. 3 matches, all defeat. The audience was in an uproar as everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. The 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were actually so weak. All of them stood at the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Come again. Looking at your posture, if I don't beat you until you're convinced, today's matter won't be over, the old demon smiled grimly. It seemed like the old demon was provoking them, but in fact, everyone knew that. Since the 8 great families' top masters had been dispatched, they would definitely finish what they started. After losing 3, there were still 5 to go. Everyone had a tacit understanding. In response to the old demon's words, 3 of them stepped forward. Ling Taisu sighed, exchanging a helpless glance with Meng Wuya before flying up for the second time. The fierce battle between the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters once again began. At this time, the masters from the 7 family coalition couldn't help praying silently that these 3 wouldn't be completely defeated like before. For a long time, the 8 great families of the Seal Temple had been the object of worship for many people. If all of them were defeated, the prestige of the 8 great families would likely collapse. The 7 family coalition's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all held their breaths as they secretly watched the battle in the sky. The 2 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had yet to appear were also paying close attention. Brother Hua, that Meng Wuya, how strong is he? The square-faced master whispered to the fat old man. Although he had also watched the entire battle just now, it wasn't as profound as the fat old man's. The fat old man from the Hua family sighed slightly and said with a wry smile, "Please forgive me for using the word unfathomable to describe him." The square-faced old man was startled and stared at the fat old man in shock. The fat old man shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to belittle myself, but I have lived for many years and have studied the above Immortal Ascension Boundary for many years. I have a unique understanding of the martial Tao and the heavenly way, but I have never seen someone like him. Let me put it this way, one-on-one, even if we were to fight him one after another, he could still defeat all 8 of us." What? The square-faced old man paled. Although he knew that Meng Wuya wasn't an easy character to deal with, this evaluation was still too high, but since it came from the fat old man's mouth, it was absolutely correct. Everyone had been together for so many years and understood each other's characters very well. It was impossible for the fat old man from the Hua family to exaggerate. That demon lord is also extraordinary. The opponent whom the old demon had defeated before slowly opened his eyes and said, "Even if he isn't as strong as Meng Wuya, he's still not someone we can deal with." The fat old man's eyes were slightly confused as he murmured, "And I always feel that these 2 people aren't on the same level as us." What do you mean? How could they not be on the same level? Aren't they also above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? I can't say for sure. The fat old man frowned, secretly comparing himself with Meng Wuya. He always felt that this man was standing high above the clouds, overlooking him, a height he could never reach. So, Ling Taisu is the most normal. Yang Liting interjected, although Ling Taisu's cultivation is similar to ours, his secret art and moves are similar to Meng Wuya's. It's probably because the 2 of them have discussed the martial Tao for so many years in High Heaven Pavilion and learned a lot from Meng Wuya. Judging from his performance, he should only be able to win 2 matches before exhausting himself. 2 wins. The square-faced old man's face darkened. Then won't we all lose? The other side had 3 people, while his side had 8. Even if Ling Tai Su only appeared twice, with Meng Wuye and Old Demon's methods, they could easily deal with the rest. Even if he could only win a single match, it would still be good, but such a simple idea had become an extravagant hope for an above-immortal ascension boundary master. The 5 of them looked defeated. They were helpless and powerless to do anything. These people used to sit in the Seal Temple as grand elders of the 8 great families. They were all above-immortal ascension boundary masters who were worshipped by the world, believing that even if there was someone stronger than them in this world, they couldn't be much stronger. It wasn't until today that they realized just how incompetent they were. A frog sitting in a well, looking at the sky as if it were a well. Yang Liting's eyes were deep as he muttered, his words echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Brother Yi, whether you encounter Meng Wuye or the old demon, you must be careful. Meng Wuye is a bit better, holding back his strength, but the old demon's methods are cruel. The man who had been injured by the old demon before warned, Brother Lu as well, you must not be injured by his demonic qi, this demonic qi is very difficult to resolve. As he spoke, his face paled and he hurriedly circulated his secret art, obviously not completely recovering. The 2 top masters from the Yi and Lu families who were warned nodded slightly. The square-faced old man from the Yi family wore a dignified expression as he suddenly turned his head and glanced over at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also paying attention to the fierce battle in the sky at this moment, comprehending the various concepts that were being transmitted from the sky, seemingly intoxicated. Suddenly, a rather discordant feeling arose in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and hurriedly became vigilant, only feeling a faint chill pass over his body, but after carefully examining himself, he couldn't find anything. Frowning, Yang Kai glanced over at the top masters from the 8 great families and happened to meet the eyes of the square-faced old man from the Yi family. The old man remained expressionless and slowly turned his gaze away. Little Lord. Tang Yuxian found that Yang Kai's expression was strange and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Yang Kai shook his head, "It's probably just an illusion." "Oh." Tang Yuxian saw that he was fine and no longer asked. Glancing over at the square-faced old man, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he didn't notice anything wrong with himself, the discordant feeling he had just felt was not fake. Beasts had instincts, as a cultivator he also had instincts, and to some extent, a cultivator's instincts were more accurate and sensitive than a beast's. Just now, the square-faced old man either wanted to harm him or had already done so, which was why Yang Kai was able to sense it. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, did he want to find a way to break through? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. He didn't dare act carelessly. If an above-immortal ascension boundary master wanted to attack him, it was normal for him not to notice. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his powerful spiritual energy to examine himself, but he didn't find the slightest abnormality. His divine sense entered his knowledge sea and Yang Kai's soul avatar floated above the vast sea, looking around. His knowledge sea was peaceful, with a variety of fish swimming freely in the water and birds constantly flying through the sky. These fish and birds all carried Yang Kai's memories and spiritual energy. At the center of his knowledge sea, there was a 5-colored island that stood quietly like a mountain of treasures. Floating above this island was a small sword and an oblate object of unknown use. The 5-colored island was transformed from the soul-warming lotus, the small sword was Yang Kai's soul-type artifact, and the oblate object was the treasure he had obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. However, so far, Yang Kai didn't know what it was used for. Since he obtained it, it had settled down in his knowledge sea and hadn't provided him with any help in terms of strength, nor did it cause him any harm. As the drizzle continued, the scenery in his knowledge sea was like a paradise, beautiful and unforgettable. Am I being paranoid? Yang Kai pondered. The other party hadn't taken any action against him? After all, the old demon had been worried about this problem before and had deliberately pointed it out. The other party had also said that it was impossible for them to take advantage of the absence of the old demon, Ling Tai Su, and Meng Wuye. Those people were all old ancestors of the 8 great families, so their words naturally carried some weight. With a smile, Yang Kai prepared to withdraw from his knowledge sea. At that moment though, Yang Kai's movements came to an abrupt halt and his eyes flashed a cold light as he stared coldly at his knowledge sea. After a while, he chuckled, interesting, I don't remember it ever raining in my knowledge sea. Everything in one's knowledge sea would change according to the ups and downs of a cultivator's mood. When one was happy, there would be no clouds in the sky, and the sun would shine brightly, but when one was unhappy, there would be rain and waves. Xianxia had thought that it was his mood that had caused this drizzle, but after thinking about it for a moment, he felt that something was wrong. Trying to control it, he found that this drizzle had nothing to do with him. Since it had nothing to do with him, it must be someone else's doing. Get out here. Along with Xianxia's roar, his calm knowledge sea suddenly churned with waves several dozen meters high, shooting up into the sky. Pillars of water, like flood dragons emerging from the sea, shot straight up into the sky. The drizzle seemed to suddenly stagnate for a moment, but under the impact of this boundless divine sense, it quickly came to a stop. A vague figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Xianxia and stared towards Xianxia with a dignified expression. I knew it was you. Xianxia sneered and said sarcastically, what's wrong? Even the words of an above-immortal ascension boundary master are like farts to you? The person opposite him was the sole avatar of the Yi family's square-faced old man. Since he had appeared tonight, he had been holding a grudge against Xianxia and Xianxia's people. This made Xianxia very suspicious, wondering how he had offended this old man. Finally, after thinking about it, Xianxia could only explain that this old man was helping Yi Xian Rou. After all, this old man was the old ancestor of the Yi family. A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face, as if he hadn't expected that his method would be seen through by Xianxia. Nodding, he said, you really are good. With just an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivation, you were able to break through this old master's soul skill. This old master's spring breeze drizzle has never failed before. Spring breeze drizzle, silent infiltration, was one of this old man's signature skills. As an above-immortal ascension boundary master, using this move to deal with Xianxia made him feel like he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but not only did it not have any effect, it was even quickly seen through by the other party. Xianxia snorted and stared at him coldly, not saying a word. Yang family little brat, how did you cultivate your knowledge sea? The old man asked in a deep voice, with your cultivation, it is impossible for you to have such a huge and pure spiritual energy. Although your spiritual energy is much worse than this old master's, it is still far beyond the level of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Old dog, you didn't sneak into my knowledge sea just to ask this question, did you? Xianxia looked at the old man sarcastically, not waiting for him to answer before continuing, did you feel like you lost a lot of face this time and want to regain some face from me? The old man didn't care about Xianxia's sarcasm and said indifferently, this old master was just curious about how you did it. Since you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. There will always be a chance to figure it out. As for why this old master sneaked into your knowledge sea, naturally it was because he wanted to know some of your secrets. My secrets? Xianxia froze for a moment before grinning, a method to quickly improve a cultivator's strength. The old man spoke as if he was certain of Xianxia's victory, revealing the intentions of the 7 great families and the Yang family without the slightest concealment. This was the reality of the situation. The reason why the Yang family had ignored Xianxia and only sent Yang Zhen and several elders to negotiate with Xianxia was because of this plan. In the eyes of the Yang family, since the 7 great families had set their sights on Xianxia, Xianxia would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and would willingly return to the Yang family to accept their protection, and the price would be the method to improve his cultivator's strength. A forcibly picked melon was not sweet, and the Yang family did not use force on Xianxia for 2 reasons. First, they were afraid of Xianxia's emotional backlash, second, because Xianxia had many masters in his house, and third, because the Yang family believed that as a member of the Yang family, he had to contribute everything to the Yang family. Offering the method to improve his cultivator's strength to the Yang family was a matter of course. However, returning to the Yang family would result in his cultivation being crippled, which was a consequence that Xianxia could not accept. The 7 great families were taking advantage of the subtle contradiction between Xianxia and the Yang family to stir up trouble. Being able to capture Xianxia alive in this battle was of course the best scenario, and this was also the scene they hoped to see. At that time, the 7 great families could discuss with the Yang family how to divide the benefits hidden in Xianxia's body. Even if they could not capture Yang Kai and instead forced him to return to the Yang family, they could accept this result. As the old man said, the 7 great families had accompanied the Yang family to play such a good show, and many people had died. The Yang family had to do something, otherwise, how could the 7 great families give up? Yang Liting's appearance today was precisely because of this consideration. On one hand, he was accompanying the others to pressure Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he was secretly ensuring that Yang Kai would not fall into the hands of others. In order to maximize the benefits of the Yang family. Listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai secretly nodded, a sense of sadness growing in his heart. This was the current situation of the great families. In front of the interests of the entire family, the members of the family could not resist at all. Facing the demands of the family, they had to submit 100%. The old man continued, that was our original goal, but this old man has discovered something even more interesting. The secret to instantly breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai grinned. He wasn't a fool and could naturally guess what the other party was coveting. Tonight, Meng Wuye and the old demon each used a different divine technique to raise their strength to the above immortal ascension boundary. This was a huge blow to anyone. Putting Meng Wuye aside for now. It was very likely that he had been at this level all along, but had sealed his own cultivation. Just now, he had undone the seal and recovered his strength. This was a method that no one else could imitate or learn from. Instead, it was the old demon. Yang Kai had indeed used a secret technique to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. If he could obtain this secret technique, it would be more valuable than anything else. Each of the 8 great families had at least a dozen or so peak immortal ascension boundary masters. In times of crisis, he could summon a dozen or 20 above immortal ascension boundary masters. What did this mean? If the Yi family obtained this secret, trampling the Yang family under their feet wouldn't be a dream. Even if the old demon's methods were somewhat cruel and bloody, so what? Under the temptation of such benefits, everything was a piece of cake. Whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch a mouse, it was a good cat. Interesting, at this time you don't care about some evil secret art? Yang Kai looked at the other party sarcastically. I just have the potential to become a demon lord, yet you're all working together to target me. On the other hand, you're coveting old demon's methods. What's wrong? Do you also want to cultivate some kind of evil secret art? No matter what attribute it is, as long as it's useful to the family, it's a good thing. The old man coldly snorted, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. Yang Kai was surprised, so you know? I thought you didn't know. Putting on such a dignified posture and insisting on suppressing and destroying me, don't you think it's ridiculous? The old man slowly shook his head. Our standpoints are different, so our considerations are different. Suppressing and destroying you is imperative, but as for the reason, it can only be said that you are too weak. If you were in my position, no one would dare to point fingers at you. I understand, Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression dignified. In the end, it's because I have no power or influence. That's right, even if you are the Yang family's young lord, in front of us, you are just a little brat. Many thanks for your guidance. I will work hard enough to make everyone look up to me and obey my will. Yang Kai sneered meaningfully, his eyes filled with a raging flame. You have no chance. The old man shook his head indifferently, his expression indifferent as he said, if you hadn't discovered this old master's methods, you might have had a chance, but even if you did, do you think this old master would let you leave here safely? You want to kill me? Yang Kai stared at the other party, not showing the slightest fear, instead a bit eager to try. If I don't kill you, how can I obtain the secret art from that old demon? For this old master, controlling you is far more valuable than killing you. The old man said lightly, as if he was talking about something trivial, don't even think about leaving here to spread the news. Since this old master has made a move, he will seal off your knowledge sea. Who said I wanted to leave here? Yang Kai grinned, following his words, his entire knowledge sea gradually surged. Old dog, have you forgotten that this is my knowledge sea? Here, I am the master. As soon as his voice fell, countless pillars of water rushed out from his knowledge sea, like flood dragons, and rushed towards the old man's soul avatar from all directions. The old man stood in place calmly, facing this destructive attack, seemingly not caring at all, only waving his hand as the water pillars rushed towards him. With a loud crash, all the water pillars were blocked, leaving him unscathed. Your spiritual energy is indeed powerful, but compared to this old master, there is still a gap. Didn't this old master tell you this before? The old man looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he discovered that at some point, this old man had poured all of his spiritual energy into his knowledge sea. With all of his spiritual energy gathered here, this old man's body would be powerless to resist. But now that the above immortal ascension boundary masters were fighting, everyone's eyes and attention were focused on this battle, so no one would notice this old man's abnormality. In other words, if Yang Kai didn't deal with this old man here, he may really be controlled by this old man. Waving his hands, the birds flying through the sky and the fish swimming in the sea suddenly transformed into a sharp wave of energy that shot towards the old man. The old man's expression also became slightly dignified. Although his spiritual energy was greater than Yang Kai's, it wasn't enough to ignore him. The spiritual energy attack of this immortal ascension boundary second stage master was extraordinary, so he didn't dare take it lightly. Invisible energy was released from Yang Kai's soul avatar, innumerable strands of energy that seemed to be everywhere as it rushed towards the aggressive birds and fishes. At this point, whether it was the old man or Yang Kai, neither of them held back. Inside the knowledge sea, this battle was earth-shattering. Fish after fish turned into fluorescent light and birds fell one after another. Yang Kai's attacks were ineffective, and the old man's expression became more and more dignified. The energy released from his soul avatar was constantly being consumed. Yang Kai's strength had exceeded his expectations. Xiao, from the five-colored island, the small sword-shaped soul-type artifact shot out, leaving behind a trail of light as it shot towards the old man. The old man's expression changed, no longer able to remain calm. Although this soul-type artifact was only heaven-grade top rank, its function was to attack one's spiritual energy. It was the greatest nemesis of this old man's soul. Yang Kai using it to attack was naturally not something the old man could ignore. Streams of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye burst out from the old man's body, instantly weaving into an indestructible net in front of him that shot towards the small sword. This net was extremely tough, so when the small sword hit it, it was unable to break through and instead seemed to sink into a quagmire, greatly reducing its speed. Seeing this, the old man coldly shouted, "Young family little brat, surrender yourself, this old master has already given you a lot of face, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't boast." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "If you really had a way to deal with me, why bother wasting time?" The old man's expression became cold. Although he didn't want to admit Yang Kai's statement, it was also a fact. Before sneaking into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he hadn't expected the other party's spiritual energy to be so strong, causing his plan to fail. As he spoke, Yang Kai waved his hand and the small sword that had been bound by the net flew over. Yang Kai grabbed it and poured his spiritual energy into it, causing the several-inch-long sword to suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Holding this small sword, Yang Kai grinned and rushed straight towards the old man. Before he even arrived, he slashed out with the sword, sending out a several-dozen-meter-long sword wave towards the old man. The old man's expression changed as he coldly shouted, "You're crazy." In the previous confrontation between the two of them, they had both used their own spiritual energy to collide with each other, so even if there was some wear and tear, there wouldn't be any damage. However, if one's soul avatar was damaged, it would be a serious blow. If it was light, one would become an idiot and their soul would be greatly damaged, while if it was heavy, one would die on the spot, beyond redemption. So when he saw Yang Kai's soul avatar rushing towards him with a small sword, the old man was taken aback. Who would use such a method to fight? Waving his hands one after another, the old man arranged several layers of defense, but all of them were quickly broken through by Yang Kai's soul-type artifact. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were within reach. Although he had lived for many years, the old man still had an instinctive fear of death. Before the battle had even begun, his courage had already waned, so the old man hurriedly retreated and opened up some distance between him and Yang Kai. "Old dog, do you only know how to run?" Yang Kai chased after the old man, his mouth not idle as he taunted him. This was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so Yang Kai had an absolute advantage here. From the sea below, one divine sense attack after another rushed out and blocked the old man's path. How could he have the energy to answer? Didn't you just say you wanted to control me? Say it again, Yang Kai laughed, becoming more and more unrestrained, causing the old man's face to go pale. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai and the old man's soul avatar were chasing after each other as they circled around the five-colored island. The old man didn't want to have a direct collision with Yang Kai's soul avatar in order to avoid any accidents. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was still young and full of vigor, not fearing death, chasing after the old man relentlessly, seemingly determined to kill him. In terms of momentum alone, the old man was at a disadvantage. But in fact, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to his opponent. Although this was his knowledge sea and he was the master here, the old man had cultivated and used his spiritual energy nearly 100 years earlier than Yang Kai. Such a long period of accumulation was more than enough for him to escape Yang Kai's pursuit unscathed. While fleeing, the old man even had the leisure to observe the five-colored island. The more he observed it, the more difficult it was for him to suppress the desire in his heart. He didn't know what this five-colored island was, but he could feel a sense of warmth coming from it. When his soul avatar was near the island, his spiritual energy seemed to have increased significantly, allowing him to quickly restore the lost portion of his spiritual energy. In an instant, the old man understood that this magical five-colored island was a supreme treasure that could nourish one's soul. This also explained why Yang Kai could possess such a powerful spiritual energy when he was just an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator. The root of all of this was this five-colored island. The value of this island may be greater than the value of the old demon's divine technique. Considering all this, the old man's breathing quickened slightly. His divine sense had silently infiltrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea in order to find an opportunity to take control of him in one fell swoop. Although there had been an accident, he had now discovered another treasure of great value. This time, the price he paid was worth it. Even if his soul avatar was damaged, he had to capture this little brat. The secrets and wealth hidden on this boy were enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. The old man secretly made up his mind. Seemingly aware of the change in the old man's thoughts, Yang Kai's face also became gloomy. He had 3 great secrets that he would never let anyone he didn't trust know about. The first was the wordless black book, a secret no one knew about until now. The second was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, only the old demon knew of its existence. The third was the myriad drug liquid. Now that the second secret was right in front of the other party, and the other party was also very interested in the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai immediately wanted to kill him. No matter what, he could not allow the other party to leave his knowledge sea safely and reveal this secret. With this thought, his entire sea of consciousness shook. Countless attacks covered the sky and covered the earth, like a swarm of locusts, attacking the old man from all directions. The old man's footsteps suddenly came to a halt as he turned around and looked at Yang Kai quietly, sneering, "Young family brat, you're still too inexperienced." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sense of crisis. The old man laughed, "Do you think this old man is being chased by you? Ha ha ha, this old man was secretly arranging things, but you didn't notice at all. You really are young and full of vigor." As he spoke, green rays of light suddenly appeared in the air. These rays of light weaved into a huge curtain, enveloping the entire 5-colored treasure island. In an instant, the connection between Yang Kai and his knowledge sea was cut off. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, and without the slightest hesitation, he gripped his small sword artifact and rushed towards the green curtain, intending to destroy it. Wishful thinking! The old man shouted angrily. He had spent a great deal of effort and consumed a huge amount of his spiritual energy to arrange this, so how could he allow Yang Kai to easily break through it? If this was really broken through, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Shouting so, the old man waved his hand and sent out a series of thin threads that wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned around and slashed at these threads, but although he managed to cut through many of them, he was still unable to break through. A strong sense of crisis descended. His entire sea of consciousness was affected by the tension and tremendous pressure. All of a sudden, it turned upside down and became restless. The old man sneered, his expression filled with confidence and calmness. Just as the thin threads were about to wrap around Yang Kai, a shocking pressure suddenly descended. Whether it was the old man or young Kai, both of them couldn't help pausing, as if under this pressure, their soul avatars were about to be crushed into dust. The old man was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. Even if he was an above immortal ascension boundary master, he had never felt such a terrifying pressure before. The thin threads he had shot out to wrap around young Kai were like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing in an instant. Although young Kai was also under pressure, compared to the old man, he was still much better off. This pressure seemed to be directed at the old man while young Kai was only slightly affected. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. The two people inside young Kai's knowledge heard this sound and were both stunned. What they saw was that the flat round object floating above the five-colored island actually split open from its center. As if someone was tearing through space, this crack slowly expanded, and as it expanded, the pressure it released grew stronger and stronger. Inside young Kai's knowledge the wind began to surge violently. The old man shuddered as a great sense of crisis descended upon him, almost causing him to lose his footing, his entire soul avatars fluctuating as a miserable howl escaped from his mouth. Young Kai stared blankly at the flat round object floating in the sky, his body suddenly becoming cold. Since obtaining it on the 7th page of the Black Book, young Kai had tried many times to pry into its mysteries but had never been able to do so, but today, when he felt his life was in danger, it actually reacted. What the hell is this? Young Kai's eyes stared fixedly at this strange object. The crack expanded again, and under the increasingly powerful pressure, the barrier the old man had painstakingly arranged shattered like a fragile piece of paper. A moment later, the crack expanded to its limit, and after seeing what was inside, whether it was young Kai or the old man, both of them couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. The old man even let out a heart-wrenching scream, an eye. It was an eye. A huge eye. When young Kai first obtained this thing, he had guessed its true form. Young Kai thought it was a fruit, but when he looked at it, it actually looked like an eye. However, it was a closed eye. But now, this one eye had opened. Unlike ordinary people, this was an eyeball that was as black as ink, but had a golden pupil. This was a majestic and terrifying golden color that made one feel like they had no choice but to worship it. Although it was only a single eye, it stood quietly above the island, overlooking the old man with an indifferent gaze, as if in front of this single eye, this old man with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivation was nothing more than an ant. Young family little brat, what the hell is this? The old man screamed, trying to find an answer from young Kai, but under the gaze of this single eye, he couldn't even move. His soul avatar was under tremendous pressure and was on the verge of collapsing. Young Kai didn't answer, his thoughts fluctuating wildly. He also didn't know what this thing was. Just as the old man was struggling to resist, a golden light suddenly shot out from the single eye and struck the old man's soul avatar. Without the slightest sound or reaction, the soul avatar of this above immortal ascension boundary master was instantly purified, leaving behind a large mass of pure spiritual energy suspended mid-air. Young Kai was stunned. After doing all this, the single eye that had opened for some unknown reason slowly closed again, as mysterious and strange as before. However, young Kai faintly felt that before it closed, it seemed to stare at him for a moment, a look of slight disappointment and relief flashing across its eyes. Inside young Kai's knowledge the wind gradually calmed down and the sun shone brightly. All kinds of fish continued to swim in the sea while birds continued to fly across the sky. Young Kai stared blankly for a long time before not delving into the mysteries of this eye and quickly retreating. Immediately, a group of exclamations reached his ears. Looking around, it was the above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families. The fat old man supported the body of the square-faced old man and called out anxiously, Brother Yi, what happened to you?" Yang Liting also carefully examined him, but after a long time, he slowly shook his head and said, "He's dead." Whether it was the cultivators from Yang Liting's house or the masters from the 7 family coalition, none of them could believe what Yang Liting had just said. All of a sudden, all of them were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. An above immortal ascension boundary master was dead? No injuries, I don't know what happened. Yang Liting's brow furrowed, his expression filled with shock and vigilance. This square-faced elite from the Yi family was on par with him in terms of strength, but he had died for no reason, and there was not a single injury on his body. Was it because his lifespan had reached its end, or was it because someone had plotted against him? The former was unlikely. Yang Liting had lived with him for so many years. If he really had reached the end of his lifespan, as an above-immortal ascension boundary master, he would have noticed. Yang Kai had never heard him mention such a thing, so it was certainly not because he had reached the end of his lifespan. Had he secretly killed someone? Yang Liting didn't even dare think about it. Who could kill an above-immortal ascension boundary master under the eyes of so many people? No one in this world had such ability, even the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. What happened? Yang Kai deliberately asked the blood warriors nearby. Tu Feng gulped and replied with a look of lingering fear, I don't know, none of us saw it. We only know that the Yi family's above-immortal ascension boundary master suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell to the ground, then this happened. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. Once again, he was horrified by the destructive power of that single golden pupil. With a single blow, it had destroyed an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master's soul avatar. The Yi family old man's soul avatar carried all of his thoughts, so if it was destroyed like that, how could his physical body possibly survive? What was the origin of this solitary golden eye? The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Whether it was the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, or any of the others, all of them frowned, not understanding what was going on. Old Demon snickered, don't you dare assume that we were the ones behind this. When the incident happened, all 3 of us were high up in the sky, so there was no way we would have had the opportunity to do so. Although Old Demon's words gave people the illusion that he was trying to hide 300 taels of silver here, everyone knew that he was telling the truth. When the Yi family's square-faced master fell to the ground, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, and the other 2 had indeed been fighting in the sky until they noticed the commotion below and flew down. The 3 of them really didn't have the time, opportunity, or means to do such a thing. The sudden death of an above-immortal ascension boundary master was enough to shake the world. None of the masters from the 8 great families had the heart to find trouble with Yang Kai again. The mystery of the Yi family master's death was unsolved, so no one felt safe. If the Black Hand lurking in the dark could silently kill an above-immortal ascension boundary master, then he could easily kill the rest of them. Tonight's matter, I'll have to trouble you. Yang Liting looked at Meng Wuya and the others and said faintly, I'll come back another day to exchange pointers with you. Saying so, he picked up the body of the Yi family master and hurried back to the Hu Seal temple with the other 6. Meng Wuya and the others didn't show any intention of stopping them. They had only displayed their strength this time to help Yang Kai. Clean up the body, we're leaving. Yi Xian Ro gave the order to retreat. Although tonight's action had caused the 7 great families to suffer losses, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was undoubtedly her Yi family. The inexplicable death of an above-immortal ascension boundary master was a heavy blow to her Yi family. Soon, all the enemies who had come to invade the area had retreated. What happened? Meng Wuya was also confused. He really couldn't understand how that person could just die like that. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Kai shouted, it wasn't me who did it. These words made many people want to laugh, but they couldn't. Yes, even if the little lord's methods were heaven-defying and his potential was amazing, often creating jaw-dropping miracles, killing an above-immortal ascension boundary master was still too far away for him. I didn't say anything. Why are you being so sensitive? Meng Wuya rolled his eyes and suddenly realized something. If Yang Kai didn't explain himself like this, he might not have thought of him. Just now, when he glanced at Yang Kai, it was just a subconscious action. But after Yang Kai's explanation, he started to care. This matter was really related to this brat? Meng Wuya was confused. Let's clean up the battlefield as well, Yang Kai said solemnly as he looked at the messy battlefield. All the major and minor forces quickly moved out to retrieve the cultivator's corpse. The sky gradually brightened. A night of intense battle had finally come to an end. Although it felt somewhat anticlimactic, such a major event was not something that could be stopped by human strength. However, after a night of fierce fighting, everyone in Yang Kai's mansion knew one thing. The current situation was more serious than what Yang Kai had told them before. In other words, not only was Yang Kai's warning not an alarmist, but he might have underestimated the severity of the situation. They had really become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families. On top of that, even an above-immortal ascension boundary master was involved. What was Yang Kai capable of that actually made the central capital's super forces take such actions? Why did the Yang family remain silent and not care about Yang Kai? They didn't know the answer, but they were truly aware of the seriousness of the situation. After a day of rest, many people not only failed to restore their vitality, but instead became even more haggard. Last night's battle had caused many great forces to suffer losses. The fall of an immortal ascension boundary master was a huge loss for these forces. Every family was somewhat dejected and sad. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai-su, and the old demon gathered together to discuss some matters. Little Yang Kai, what do you plan to do next? Meng Wuya, who had restored his peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, asked in a deep voice. After last night's battle, he hadn't suffered much damage. On the contrary, the old demon seemed to be a little weak today. Let's leave this place. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. There's no place for me here. Meng Wuya nodded lightly. You should have left long ago. Since you didn't want to be the Yang family's patriarch, you shouldn't have participated in the inheritance war and meddled in these muddy waters. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. My original intention in participating in the inheritance war was to restore the sect's name. But now it seems that with my position, I can't do that. Ling Tai-su comforted him. Don't feel guilty, the sect's name is still the same, there's no need to care about the opinions of the world. Yang Kai nodded gently, I know. The old demon grinned meaningfully. Leaving is also good. From now on, with old servant supporting young master's future achievements will certainly be limitless, hundreds of times better than being the Yang family's patriarch. When young master's strength reaches a certain height in the future, I'm afraid even the central capital's 8 great families will come to lick young master's toes. What you said is too disgusting. Yang Kai glared at him. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, although what he said is disgusting, this is the best way for your future. Moreover, we all feel that with your aptitude and potential, you can achieve this step. You are more suited to wandering and cultivating on your own, not being bound by the sect or family. The sect and family are both shackles placed on you. If you don't break them, your future achievements will be limited. Yang Kai was stunned. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he found that they were all looking at him with eyes that seemed to believe in him very much. His heart suddenly moved and he smiled. Then I will work hard to live up to your expectations. That's right. Ling Tai-su smiled. You don't need to worry about the sect. As long as this old master is alive, he will protect the sect. As for the family, you don't need to worry about the safety of your parents. Although the Yang family is domineering and unfair to you, they won't do anything to harm your parents. I naturally understand that, Yang Kai gently sighed. Young master, when do you plan to leave? Old demon asked. As soon as possible. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat sad. After so long of hard work, he had to give up now, feeling somewhat regretful. This old master will need a few days to recover, and so will this demon. Meng Wuya lightly coughed. Take advantage of these few days to talk to those people in your house, after all, they have done a lot for you. Yang Kai nodded slightly before suddenly asking curiously, Treasurer Meng, how did you and old demon break through to the above immortal ascension boundary? The shocking method they had used last night had aroused everyone's curiosity, and Yang Kai was naturally no exception. Hearing this, Meng Wuya and old demon looked at each other and laughed. If it's convenient, I'd like to hear about it. Ling Tai-su showed an interested look. Meng Wuya pondered for a moment before nodding lightly, waving his hand and wrapping the room with an invisible energy barrier, isolating it from the outside world. This old master knows that my and this demon's methods have definitely attracted the attention of many people, Meng Wuya snorted lightly. But these people are too short-sighted, thinking that as long as they know this old master and this demon's methods, they can replicate our actions. That's a bit ridiculous. Yang Kai was surprised, even if they know the methods? Old demon nodded heavily, that's not possible. They probably also realized that old Meng's methods aren't something they can copy. As for old servants' methods, even if they can, they won't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Why? Because the above immortal ascension boundary is a completely different realm from the past. If one hasn't reached it before, they won't be able to do so. Old Demon said a few words but found that he hadn't gotten to the point, so he couldn't help saying awkwardly, "Old Meng, please explain." Meng Wuya chuckled. To put it simply, Old Demon was once an above immortal ascension boundary master, but he lost his own body and seized another's body. Now, his cultivation is only at the peak immortal ascension boundary, but he has the foundation of an above immortal ascension boundary master and understands its mysteries, so by using the Demon Spectre Saint technique, he was able to climb to this realm. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The peak immortal ascension boundary masters of the 8 great families had all pursued their entire lives in order to reach a higher realm, but since they couldn't break through the shackles of this realm, they naturally didn't understand the mysteries of this realm. So what if they knew the Demon Spectre Saint technique? They still couldn't break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. As for this old master, heh. Meng Wuya laughed. My cultivation was sealed, but last night I unsealed one of those seals. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Even though he had already guessed this, when his guess was confirmed by Meng Wuya, Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Meng Wuya's strength was sealed. Did he seal it himself? Or was it sealed by someone else? If it was him who sealed it, what was the reason? If it was someone else who sealed it, then who had such a high level of skill? No wonder Treasurer Meng had always been shrouded in mystery and had always been reluctant to participate in the inheritance war. It turned out this was the reason. All the top masters of the above immortal ascension boundary were proud of their status, so how could they bully others in the inheritance war? However, whether it is this old master or this old demon, although we used different methods to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, both of us have suffered some damage. You've seen this old demon's appearance now. So if you want to leave, you should wait until we've recovered. No one knew whether the 8 great families would allow Yang Kai to leave, so in order to ensure nothing went wrong, Meng Wuya and the old demon had to maintain their peak condition. Waiting a few days won't be a problem. I guess the 8 great families will be busy dealing with the death of the Yi family's master. Yang Kai grinned, but one day you'll have to tell me more about the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary. Naturally, with old servant by young master's side, you'll naturally understand. The old demon replied. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug cream and handed it to Meng Wuya and the old demon. This thing should be helpful to your recovery. Ling Tai Su's eyes lit up. Is it that thing? Yang Kai nodded. What made you so excited? Meng Wuya glanced at Ling Tai Su curiously. Brother Meng, I relied on this thing to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Ling Tai Su said faintly. Meng Wuya couldn't help paling, quickly releasing his divine sense to probe the myriad drug cream, a long time later exclaiming, there's actually such a high-grade thing here? List Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, what grade is it? Speaking of which, he wasn't clear about the grades of the myriad drug liquid, essence milk, and essence cream because so far, no one had ever given them a grade. Now that he heard Meng Wuya ask, naturally he was interested. Meng Wuya didn't answer and instead asked thoughtfully, is this what the 8 great families covet? Pretty much. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his heart filled with suspicion. He found that as long as it involved some high-end things, Meng Wuya would always change the subject, unwilling to talk about them. Yang Kai didn't know why. Since Meng Wuya didn't want to talk about it, Yang Kai didn't want to ask. I have no use for this thing, you keep it well. Meng Wuya said as he handed the myriad drug cream back, glancing thoughtfully towards the old demon before smiling meaningfully. Old demon, with this, you may be able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary in one fell swoop. Can this thing really help one break through to the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. The last time Ling Tai Su had used the myriad drug cream to reach his current level, Yang Kai had thought it was just a coincidence, but now hearing Meng Wuya say this, he realized the preciousness of the myriad drug cream. This thing contains the heavenly Tao principles which have a very strong effect on breaking through bottlenecks. This old demon already has a strong foundation, so if he can't break through with this, he might as well commit suicide. The old demon grinned and quickly put away the small piece of myriad drug cream, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. How long has this thing been formed? Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. About 5,000 to 6,000 years. Yang Kai replied truthfully. That's right, thousands of years of flowing time, great emperor's accumulation. A good thing, it's a pity my seal can't be completely undone with this. Meng Wuya sighed. Then I'll use this. Saying so, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug liquid. Meng Wuya took it and carefully looked at it. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is also not bad. Although it's not as pure as the previous one, it's still a rare good thing. It's best to use it to heal injuries. Oh, this thing seems to be able to help people cleanse their bodies. Treasurer Meng's eyes are truly sharp. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. Meng Wuya snorted lightly, do you think this old man doesn't even have this little bit of insight? Where did you get them? How much do you have left? Yang Kai sniffed and casually reported a number. The three of them stared at Yang Kai with their eyes wide open. Give some to this old man's disciple. Although this thing is of no use to this old man, it will be of great use to Ning Chang. Meng Wuya immediately shouted without the slightest trace of politeness. I gave it to you a long time ago. Treasurer Meng suddenly came to a realization, no wonder Ning Chang's strength has increased so much over the past 2 years. So it was because of this. The mysterious grade pill your family's cultivator takes also contains this thing, right? N. Ling Tai-su smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Yang family really lifted a stone to smash their own foot this time. If they had known that Yang Kai had so much myriad drug liquid on hand, it was hard to say if they would have regretted not paying him any attention and instead oppressing him. If the Yang family had treated Yang Kai well, not wanting to waste his cultivation and categorizing him as an evil cultivator, with the resources Yang Kai had at his disposal, he certainly wouldn't have minded sharing some of the benefits with the Yang family. The resources he controlled were simply too huge. Even if all of his friends and family were to pool them together, it would be impossible to use them all up in a lifetime. If he could improve the strength of his family, why wouldn't he? However, the Yang family's various methods had forcibly pushed such a huge force to the opposite side, forcing Yang Kai to resist. Coming out of Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai first went to visit Chiu Meng. The Chiu family's first young lady was no longer in any serious condition. Her stab hadn't been too deep, so after Su Yan took care of her, she had almost fully recovered. After telling her about his decision to leave, Chiu Meng only wore a bitter expression but didn't object. In the current situation, Yang Kai leaving was the best choice. Go gather everyone, I have something to say. Yang Kai faintly ordered. Chiu Meng was startled for a moment before instantly understanding what he wanted to do. Nodding gently, she went out to gather everyone. Although she had left Yang Kai's house yesterday morning and brought people to attack him at night, at the last moment, everyone understood her difficulties and no longer bore any hatred towards her and Stars Hua, instead feeling some sympathy for them. Being forced to stand on the opposite side, who could understand the bitterness in their hearts? Chiu Meng was still the second in command in the house, a position no one could shake. In the main hall, the leaders of all the forces had gathered, but everyone's expression was a little sad. Even Stars Hua, who was usually the least serious, wore a serious expression at this moment. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, Yang Kai stood up and said, the inheritance war has been going on for almost 10 months now. Yang Kai would like to thank everyone for their support and efforts. Although we were very close to victory at one point, all kinds of things happened, causing us to fall short again and again. Now, the inheritance war is no longer the inheritance war, and I am not prepared to continue. In a few days, I will leave this place. I have failed to live up to everyone's expectations for so long. Everyone didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Everyone knew that Yang Kai had made this choice because he had no other choice. As I said before, if you continue to follow me, you will become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families and will implicate the safety of the sect or family behind you. Before, I wasn't too sure and just wanted to remind everyone, but after last night's events, this concern has become a reality. The current situation is not something you can decide, so I hope that you can consider it carefully and think about your own sect and family. Should you still stay here? If you want to leave now, I will not stop you. I will do my best to compensate you for the losses you have suffered during this period of time. The pill room and the artifact refining workshop have accumulated a lot of savings during this period of time, which is enough to be distributed to everyone. After saying this, Yang Kai stood there quietly and waited. Everyone just looked at him, no one spoke, and no one had any intention of leaving. Yang Kai sneered, I've decided to leave and no longer participate in the inheritance war. What are you still doing here? Even if we part ways here, when we meet again in the future, we'll still be friends, not parting forever. Saying so, Yang Kai's expression became cold. To put it bluntly, if you continue to stay here, you will only endanger your sect or family. Drawing a clear line between you and me is the wisest choice for you right now. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just stating the facts. Many of you owe me a debt of gratitude, but these past 10 months of sharing weal and woe have already been repaid. None of us owe each other anything, so there's no need to feel any psychological burden. Dong Qinghan suddenly smiled, what's the point of being so heartless? You said it yourself, the choice is in our hands. When it's time to leave, we'll naturally leave. As for what you said about owing each other, I think we really don't owe each other anything. After our forces came here, we all suffered great losses, but, which one of us hasn't gained much? Those who are still standing here, if it weren't for the help of the mysterious grade pills, would any of us have our current cultivation? I'm afraid it would have taken us a few more years of hard work to reach our current level. Everyone who is still alive now has at least 3 artifacts. This is not a treatment that a first-class family can provide. We're relatives, you don't have the right to speak. Yang Kai glanced at him. Dong Qinghan couldn't help rolling his eyes and muttering, I'm not trying to protect you. What young Master Dong said is exactly what I was thinking, Han Shaoqi chuckled, staring towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze, do I have the right to speak? Yang Kai sighed, I'm not trying to drive you away, it's just that right now. We understand. Han Shaoqi interrupted him, also realizing Yang Kai's dilemma, but just as she was about to say something else, a shout suddenly came from outside the mansion. Everyone in Yang Kai's mansion, listen up. You've all taken the side of the evildoer, your crimes are unforgivable, but considering your youth and lack of experience, young Lady Yi is willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you abandon the darkness and pledge allegiance to young Lady Yi, we will no longer hold you accountable, but if you continue to persist, you will become enemies with my central capital's 8 great families. When the time comes, you will have to bear the consequences. This voice was like a bell, spreading throughout War City, and everyone in the mansion heard it clearly. Once, twice, over and over again. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he sneered, Yi Xianro is quite interesting, actually playing this game. He had been preparing to leave, but hadn't expected to see such a good show at the last moment. She's threatening them. Huastars shook his head, Yi Xianro making people shout like this would really shake the hearts of some people. Bear the consequences? What kind of consequences? Yang Kai had also said that these consequences were related to the families and sects behind them. In the crowd, some people looked hesitant and their expressions became difficult. Not everyone could swear to stand by Yang Kai's side, and at this time, even if they chose to leave, Yang Kai wouldn't be in a position to criticize them. Little Lord. Suddenly, someone called out. Yang Kai glanced over and found that it was Lu Feixing from Tianyuan City, nodding to him and calmly saying, Young Lord Lu, if you have something to say, please speak. My Tianyuan City wants to leave this place. Lu Feixing's face flushed red as he spoke with great difficulty. A wise choice. Yang Kai nodded gently, without any sarcasm or ridicule, simply saying in a flat tone, during this time, many thanks to young Lord Lu and everyone from Tianyuan City. Bring the things up. Several High Heaven Pavilion disciples came out from the side, each of them holding a tray and quickly walking over to Lu Feixing. Here are 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts. This is a small token of appreciation from Yang Kai, I hope young Lord Lu will accept it. This? Lu Feixing couldn't help hesitating. He had never expected that with Yang Kai's personality, he would actually give him these things at the last moment. He had thought he would be ridiculed by the other party and then swept out the door. Turning his head and looking around, no one dared to mock or despise him, simply staring at him indifferently. Lu Feixing suddenly felt a bit ashamed, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and hide. The indifferent attitude of these people was even more difficult for him to accept than the ridicule and contempt he felt. Little Lord is magnanimous, this Lu is ashamed, I haven't been able to help much during this time, these things. As he spoke, his face was filled with struggle and hesitation. The 5 artifacts were fine, although they were good, Lu Feixing was still the young city lord of Tianyuan City, his status wasn't too low, so if he wanted these artifacts, he could still obtain them. However, the 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills weren't something he could ignore. With the help of these 10 bottles of pills, he could save at least 2 to 3 years of hard work. In these 2 to 3 years, he would be able to surpass his peers by a few small realms. Take it. Someone next to him persuaded. Since that's the case, this Lu will accept. Lu Feixing grit his teeth and accepted the 10 bottles of pills and 5 artifacts, cupping his fists towards Yang Kai before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai stood in place with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression calm as he continued to wait. Little Lord, we also have to leave. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master from the Duan Mu family stepped forward and calmly said. The Duan Mu family was originally the support of the Yang family's 3rd young lord, Yang Tai, but on the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Tai was eliminated and the Duan Mu family suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 5 people who had joined Yang Kai's forces. Last night's battle, 5 of them had been dispatched together, but only 2 had returned alive. They had originally followed Yang Kai to avenge the deaths of those from the Duan Mu family who had died in battle, and this wish had long since been fulfilled. Now, there were only the 2 of them left, and they no longer had the slightest attachment to this place. Now that the situation had forced them, they naturally had to leave. Yang Kai nodded gently, many thanks to several seniors. Another High Heaven Pavilion disciple presented 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts, the 2 from the Duan Mu family took them and quickly left. Little Lord, my Purple Fern Valley will also be leaving. Fan Hong stepped forward and said with a wry smile. Yang Kai nodded and waved his hand. Fan Hong generously took the mysterious grade core and artifacts. He said goodbye to Yang Kai and walked out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Junior sister, aren't you leaving? He asked Luo Xiaoman. Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman were both from Purple Fern Valley. The 2 of them were also brother and sister. Luo Xiaoman slowly shook her head, I'll go with elder sister Qiu. Brother, you can go by yourself. Fan Hong thought for a moment, but didn't force him. He left without saying a word. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Yang Kai looked around. There's no need to hesitate. It's not too late to leave now, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll really end up on the opposite side of the 8 great families. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your family and sect. You don't have to say any more, Hu Jiaoer snorted, those who are still here are still alive. I don't think anyone wants to leave. Everyone nodded in agreement. Those who had left were those who had joined Yang Kai's house later on for various reasons. Those who remained were those who had sincerely wanted to repay Yang Kai for helping Yang Kai before the Inheritance War began. N. Chen Shueshu nodded, Brother Yang, you also said that you'll be leaving here in a few days. We don't care about waiting a few days, when you leave, we'll leave. In just a few days, the 8 great families won't be so narrow-minded, right? Yang Kai stared at them. Yang Kai paused for a moment before nodding, good, then we'll wait a few days. Disperse, disperse. Dong Qinghan shouted. Since it had been decided that everyone would leave in a few days, the heavy burden that had been weighing on everyone's hearts suddenly disappeared. Just thinking about how they had been through thick and thin together for so long. Now that they were about to be separated, everyone still felt a little sad. In one's life, how many friends could one have whom one could entrust with life and death? And the people in this manner. All of them. After everyone had dispersed, only Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng remained in the hall. Yang Kai looked at Qiu Yimeng with a smile, what do you want to say? Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head, nothing. It's just that I feel it's unfair to you. Yang Kai stood up, took a few steps forward, and gently sighed, the world is like this, and I don't feel it's unfair. At the very least, I've tried my best. Beauty, please don't look at me like I'm a stray dog, okay? I haven't fallen so low yet, have I? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help giggling at his words, and the room seemed to become much brighter. You and Starswa should also leave quickly, staying here for too long is not good for you. These two had each used a very clumsy trick to stay in Yang Kai's house, but the eyes of the 8 great families were clear, so how could they not know what tricks they had played? My injuries haven't healed yet, it'll be a few days before I can move freely. Xiao Meng stuck out her tongue, she also wanted to spend these last few days in this house. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't know why, but the azure sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia in his body began to stir, as if they were attracted by some strange force and wanted to rush out of his body. This discovery surprised him, and he quickly circulated his yuan qi to suppress the restlessness in his body. Before he could figure out what was happening, a majestic voice came from outside the house, Supreme Solitary Sex Li Yuanchun has come to visit. Is this the house of the Yang family's little Lord Yang Kai? When this voice came out, Yang Kai and Xiao Meng's expressions suddenly became strange. At the same time, Yang Kai immediately heard the voices of Meng Wuye and Ling Tai Su. The one who has come is an above-immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Supreme Solitary Sect? Xiao Meng frowned slightly, that super force from the Endless Sea Islands? What is he doing here, and why is he looking for you? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and said in a depressed tone, it's really an eventful time. He finally understood why the azure sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia in his body had suddenly reacted. It was likely that it wasn't just Supreme Solitary Sect that had come. Outside the house, a large group of people was bustling with activity, led by an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. There were at least 50 of them, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters everywhere. After Li Yuanchun shouted, one of the people beside him excitedly said, I feel it. My Azura Sect's hallowed treasure, the Azura Sword, is really here. Another beautiful woman with an enchanting appearance and thick evil chi, her 10 fingernails painted black, said sweetly, it also has the aura of my falling flower sect's 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. The one who spoke first said, unfortunately, the Azura sword has already been refined into his body, even if we want to use a secret technique to retrieve it, it will be somewhat troublesome. Li Yuanchun nodded lightly, Ancient Cloud Island has been searching for the broken moon transformation art in the Red Cloud sect for more than 3 years now. In the past few years, all the great sects in the Endless Sea Islands have been working hard to find the whereabouts of the hallowed treasure that was lost 300 years ago. Now, we have finally found it. Everyone, please don't be impulsive. This time, it's best to negotiate with him peacefully. After all, this is not the Endless Sea Islands. We understand, we will follow Senior Li's decision. The others nodded gently. As they spoke, a trace of suspicion appeared on Li Yuanchun's face. The people from Azura sect felt the aura of the Azura sword, the people from Falling Flower sect felt the aura of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, but why couldn't he feel the aura of the Supreme Solitary Seal? According to the speculations of the great sects in the Endless Sea Islands, these hallowed treasures should have been obtained by one person and should be in the same place. As everyone was talking, they glanced at a young girl standing not far away. This young girl was dressed very tastefully. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like thin smoke, her eyes were slender and bright, her nose was delicate, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips were like orchids. Her face was like a flower, and her skin was sparkling and translucent like snow. Her figure was graceful, and she was exceptionally enchanting. What was particularly noteworthy was her cultivation. At such a young age, she had already reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. Many people were secretly shocked, and Li Yuanchun couldn't help but sigh. The inland really was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just a random little girl and she actually possessed such strength. Although this young girl had arrived here at the same time as them, they were not part of the same group. The young girl had a strange look on her face, waiting quietly while secretly guarding against these people from the Endless Sea Islands, like a dormant little tiger, which was quite funny. While everyone was waiting outside the house, inside, Yang Kai briefly told Xiao Meng about his own speculations. Many years ago, he had gone to the Endless Sea Islands alone for life experience and ended up in Red Cloud sect, where he was forced by Red Cloud sect to be taken to a hidden island. On that hidden island, Yang Kai obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus and many of the endless sea island's hallowed treasures. So far, he had only used the azure sword and the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. Although he had been very careful, he had used them many times over the past few years. If the endless sea island's great forces were really interested in investigating, after such a long time, they should have found some clues. It was probably because of this that they had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers from the endless sea islands to ask for the hallowed treasures they had lost 300 years ago. So that's how it is. Xiao Yimeng nodded gently after listening to his explanation. She also understood what had happened. What belongs to others should be returned, but you didn't do anything wrong. You obtained this by accident. But now that they've come to find you, what are you going to do? Let's talk. Yang Kai chuckled. The azure sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia had helped him a lot during this time, but as his strength increased, especially after the end of the artifact-snatching battle at Pajing Lake and him obtaining a mysterious great artifact, the Roll of. These two treasures had become less and less useful. Yang Kai himself wasn't a person who liked to rely on the power of artifacts. Therefore, if the conditions were right, he did not mind returning these things. After all, it was not essential to keep them by his side. Those people were determined to get their hands on these things. If he forced them to return them, it would only attract hostility. After such a delay, shouts came from outside again, and it seemed to be slightly anxious and urging. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Come with me and have a look." Xiao Yimeng nodded and hurriedly followed. Arriving outside the house, after seeing the number and level of cultivator present, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. These people should have come prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched such a powerful lineup. The aura of the leader of this group was restrained and his eyes shone brightly, giving Yang Kai a great sense of pressure. He should be an above-immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Seeing Yang Kai come out, countless pairs of eyes stared at him. Li Yuanchen asked kindly, "May I ask if you are the Yang family's little lord, Yang Kai?" You are. Supreme Solitary Sex Li Yuanchen. Azure Sex Night Visit. Falling Flower Spirit Religions Hua Duan Hun. Scarlet Tempering Sex Su Qian Hao. Gemini Island. Cloud Dragon Island. The leaders of the Endless Sea Island's great forces introduced themselves one after another, all of them sizing up Yang Kai. The more surprised they became. The young girl next to him had already surprised them once, but now looking at Yang Kai, they were even more shocked. This Yang family's little lord was even younger than the young girl just now, but he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary second stage. Yang Kai nodded to them one by one, his eyes sweeping around for a moment before suddenly fixing on the young girl next to him, his expression suddenly becoming strange. "Bai Luo?" The young girl coldly snorted, apparently not liking Yang Kai at all. Xiao Yimeng also cast her gaze over, but after seeing Bai Luo, she was also surprised, quickly turning her gaze to Yang Kai, an ambiguous look appearing on her pretty face. Bai Luo, the young girl from the ash-gray cloud evil lands beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo's mansion. When Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were under house arrest by Shanqing Luo, they had a brief encounter with her. One day, Bai Luo had even witnessed the happy occasion between her and Yang Kai. Now that she saw this young girl, Xiao Yimeng couldn't help recalling the scene from that day, recalling the milky white liquid at the corner of this young girl's mouth. Suddenly, her face flushed red. Yang Kai also couldn't help but stare at Bai Luo's thin lips. This little mouth of hers was not bad. So it turns out that young Master Yang and this girl are old acquaintances, Li Yuanchen chuckled. "We also met here and didn't come here together." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. Li Yuanchen and the others were from the Endless Sea Islands and Bai Luo was from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. But, what was Bai Luo doing here? Kai Yang suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. "I know why you're here. Let's talk about it first." Yang Kai gestured and opened up half of his body. Hearing this, the people from the Endless Sea Islands were overjoyed, and even the way they looked at him became much friendlier. At the very least, he didn't deny that he had obtained those treasures. Did this mean that he was willing to return those things? With this thought in mind, everyone entered the mansion one by one. "Bai Luo, come in too." Yang Kai called out. "You go first, I want to stay away from you." Bai Luo snorted. Since that day when she had done that thing with Yang Kai, Bai Luo had become very wary of Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and didn't insist, simply saying to Qiu Yimeng, "Go ahead and greet her." N. Qiu Yimeng nodded gently and smiled to Bai Luo. "Sister Bai Luo, it's been a long time." "It's you." Bai Luo grinned, "It's been a long time." Saying so, she rushed up and grabbed Qiu Yimeng's hand affectionately. Although Qiu Yimeng felt a bit strange, she didn't think too much about it and simply let her hold her hand as they walked into the house. "Where's that little girl with big breasts?" Bai Luo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she asked Qiu Yimeng. "You mean Xiaoman?" Qiu Yimeng smiled. Lightly, "She's also in the house, you'll see her soon." N. Bai Luo smiled, a look of longing filling her face. Inside the main hall, the Endless Sea Islands all took their seats and Yang Kai ordered tea to be served. The scene was harmonious as everyone sipped tea and rested, not seeming to be in a hurry. Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to say anything, simply sipping his tea while watching Bai Luo quietly molest Qiu Yimeng. The Qiu family's first young lady also noticed that something was wrong, because Bai Luo kept rubbing her hand, praising how smooth her skin was and how well it was maintained. From time to time, Bai Luo would even touch her waist and chest. Qiu Yimeng's face blushed. However, in front of so many people, Qiu Yimeng couldn't resist, so she could only cast a pleading look towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai pretended not to notice. After a while, Li Yuanchen chuckled, "Young Master Yang really is a dragon among men." Although on the way here we heard a lot about the Yang family's inheritance war and knew some of young Master Yang's feats, after arriving at your house today, we can see that the rumors are not false. There really are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons, truly amazing. Senior is too kind. Yang Kai said lightly, "The inland is not comparable to the Endless Sea Islands. The Endless Sea Islands have abundant world energy and countless precious treasures. That is the place I yearn for." Li Yuanchen laughed, "The Endless Sea Islands have its own conveniences, but the inland also has its own advantages. However, listening to young Master Yang's tone, it seems you really have been to the Endless Sea Islands." "And, a few years ago, I went to the Endless Sea Islands and fell into the Red Cloud sect." Li Yuanchen narrowed his eyes, "The Red Cloud sect that was destroyed by Ancient Cloud Island?" N. Ancient Cloud Island's island master, Gu Feng, was in the Red Cloud sect and found the broken moon transformation art they had lost 300 years ago. In other words, all of this was orchestrated by young Master Yang. And I had some grievances with the Red Cloud sect. At that time I was too weak, so I could only borrow the hand of Ancient Cloud Island to destroy the sect. Li Yuanchen sucked in a breath of cold air. Young Master Yang's style is quite bold. Everyone else also paled. A few years ago, just how old was this young man in front of them? With just a few tricks, he was able to destroy a sect. This kind of temperament was truly incomparable to others. Since young Master Yang found the broken moon transformation art, you must have found other things as well, right? Li Yuanchen stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "All of them are with me." Yang Kai chuckled and flipped his hand, revealing a crimson-red long sword in front of him. In front of him floated a gorgeous flower filled with thick evil qi. A faint floral fragrance filled the air. Azure sword. Thousand blossoming blood begonia. Azure Sex Shi Feng and Falling Flowers Sex Hua Duan Hun stood up at the same time, their eyes greedily staring at the two heaven-grade artifacts in front of Yang Kai as they cried out in alarm. Their sects had been searching for more than 300 years but had not found a single trace of them. Now that these two hallowed treasures had suddenly appeared in front of them, how could they not be excited? "Sit down," Li Yuanchen ordered. Yifang and Hua Duanhun wore conflicted expressions as they hesitated for a moment before sitting down, but their eyes were still glued to their respective sex treasures. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness as he placed the azure sword and thousand blossoming blood begonia on the table next to him, calmly staring at the Endless Sea Islands people. Li Yuanchen lightly coughed and frowned, asking, "Young Master Yang said that everything is with you, so why can't this old master sense the aura of the Supreme Solitary Seal?" Even though it had been refined by Yang Kai into his body, he could still sense the existence of the Supreme Solitary Seal through his sect's secret technique. The Supreme Solitary Seal was Supreme Solitary Sect's hallowed treasure. The Supreme Solitary Seal requires Supreme Solitary Sec's unique secret technique, Yu Qi. I didn't refine it, so I put it in a safe place. Yang Kai chuckled, I also put everything else together. These things had been stored inside the black book space, so Li Yuanchun and the others naturally couldn't sense them. 100-degree search 81 middle text, so that's how it is. Li Yuanchun nodded gently, his doubts disappearing. Young Master Yang being so open and honest is truly admirable. Before coming here, they were afraid that the other party would not admit to their actions, so they were prepared to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched more than 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, led by an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. It was obvious how much importance they attached to this matter. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, a few years ago, ancient Cloud Island suddenly found the broken moon transformation art that had been lost for 300 years in the Red Cloud sect. The other Endless Sea Island's great forces all went to ancient Cloud Island to inquire but failed to obtain any useful information. After calming down, everyone sat down and discussed the matter, suddenly feeling that the appearance of the broken moon transformation art on Red Cloud Island was quite strange, and also inferred that Red Cloud sect had been framed. Since this person had obtained ancient Cloud Island's broken moon transformation art, perhaps he had also obtained the hallowed treasures of other sects. In the past few years, the Endless Sea Island's forces had frequently sent people to the mainland to inquire about news. Yang Kai had used the Azura sword and the Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia many times, so naturally these people had glimpsed some clues. After the news was passed back, they saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly rushed here. Now that this hope had come true, everyone was very excited. Young Master Yang must also know that although the grade of these things is not very high, and some are even useless to a cultivator, they have a very special significance to our Endless Sea Island sects. Because these things were left behind by our sect's ancestral founder as a token of our sect master. Li Yuanchun didn't take advantage of his seniority, nor did he use his status to oppress Yang Kai. Instead, he spoke in a sincere tone. Yang Kai nodded slightly, he had already known this information. Of the things obtained on Hidden Island, some were really useless and could only be used as tokens. As for the purpose of this old man's visit, young Master Yang must be clear about it. Li Yuanchun carefully chose his words and hesitated for a moment before asking, dare I ask young Master Yang, what are the conditions for you to return these things to us? That depends on what you are willing to pay. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, looking like he was sitting on the ground and raising the price. He really didn't care about the things he obtained from Hidden Island. He could even give up the Azura sword and the Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia. With the improvement of his strength, these things were no longer of much value to him, but it was impossible for him to give them away for free. He wasn't a hypocrite. If he wanted these things, he needed to show some sincerity. Especially now, with so many things bothering him, and the Endless Sea Island's forces coming here at this time, it just so happened that Yang Kai's gun was pointed at them. Li Yuanchun suddenly felt awkward. They hadn't brought any treasures or valuables with them this time, so Yang Kai's request naturally made them feel a little helpless. These Endless Sea Island's masters hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so easy to negotiate with. Their original intention was to simply snatch what they wanted from him. In any case, they were Endless Sea Island's forces, so the central capital's 8 great families couldn't control them. After snatching what they wanted, all they had to do was run away. As long as they returned to the Endless Sea Islands, the 8 great families wouldn't even be worth a fart. However, the auras of the masters in Yang Kai's house made Li Yuanchun and the others' original plan useless. If they really had to fight, they might not necessarily win. What's more, only the Azura sword and Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia had surfaced. They didn't know where the other treasures were. If they really provoked this Yang family little brat and fought to the death, it wouldn't be good for any of them. That's what we should do. Li Yuanchun was also an old fox, so he quickly followed up, turning to Yang Kai and asking, can we discuss this for a moment? Yang Kai smiled, indicating that he could wait. The Endless Sea Island's masters exchanged glances and seemed to be discussing something. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Bai Luo and asked, why did Bai Luo come here? Bai Luo was still holding on to Qiu Yimeng's hand, saying this and that, causing Qiu Yimeng's expression to darken. She had tried several times to pull her hand away but failed. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Qiu Yimeng was suddenly overjoyed. Bai Luo froze for a moment before suddenly standing up and saying, "I almost forgot. Master asked me to pass you a message." "What message?" "Hurry up and leave here, the Holy Land's people are coming." "What?" Yang Kai paled. "Where are they coming from?" "Here." Bai Luo's expression became dignified. "While your young family is in the middle of the inheritance war and the 8 great families' forces are scattered, they will first sweep through War City and then attack the central capital. The 6 master families under the leadership of the Demon Lord have all been dispatched, and the Holy Land's masters are also heading here. War City won't be able to stop them, you need to hurry up and leave." "When will they arrive?" Yang Kai asked, instantly realizing that the situation was far from good. "Tonight." When Bai Luo said this, she couldn't help grinning. "Why didn't you say such a big thing earlier?" Yang Kai, however, after he finished speaking, he noticed the slight smirk on Bai Luo's face and realized that she had done so deliberately. If he hadn't asked, she might not have told him. This woman. Yang Kai couldn't wait to use her as a lantern right now. Under Shanqing Luo's orders, it was already very good that she could inform him. He was afraid that she was so infatuated with Shanqing Luo that she couldn't wait for him to die. Kai Yang's heart was as clear as snow, and he also knew what she was thinking. Qiu Yimeng was also dumbfounded and was stunned for a moment before asking, "You mean, the Demon Lord led the 6 great evil dynasties here?" "This includes most of the Holy Land's masters," Bai Luo quickly said. "How bold." Qiu Yimeng's expression became cold. "Do you really think my 8 great families are made of mud? You still want to resist?" Bai Luo stared at Qiu Yimeng mockingly. Since the Holy Land's people dared to come here, they must have absolute confidence in themselves. "Like I said, you can't stop them. How many above Immortal Ascension boundary masters are there?" Qiu Yimeng didn't argue with her and instead quickly inquired about some useful information. "A dozen or so, except for my master who is the only one at this realm in her territory. The other masters all have at least 2. Shanqing Luo also broke through?" Yang Kai was stunned. When he had separated from her, she had only been a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master, but now, after more than a year, she had actually broken through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's 6 great evil kings, from ancient times to the present, had all reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength and astonishing means. If not for this, more than a year ago, the siege of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land would not have failed. With only a dozen or so people, War City already has 7 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Qiu Yimeng sneered. Although she said so, she also knew that the situation was not optimistic. Bai Luo slowly shook her head, a trace of contempt appearing on her enchanting face. "It's useless. Forget about the 7 people here. Even if all the above Immortal Ascension boundary masters from your 8 great families were dispatched, they still wouldn't be able to stop the Demon Lord. This Demon Lord is somewhat different. My master said that in this world, no one is his opponent. If he wants to, he can defeat an above Immortal Ascension boundary master in a single move and kill 1 in 3. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face was filled with shock. What's more, the Demon Lord also has the Thunderbolt Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profounding Ghost King, Lightning Flash Shadow King, Annihilating Poison King, and Beguiling Demon Queen. Of these 6, my master's strength is the lowest." Bai Luo said indifferently. "Yang Kai, what should we do?" Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. Such an important matter had impacted her mind greatly, causing her to suddenly become confused. Perhaps, if Yang Kai wasn't here, she would still be able to maintain her own opinions, but when there was someone she could rely on, Qiu Yimeng lost her ability to judge. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared at Bai Luo. Bai Luo sending him a message should not be false. Although Shanqing Luo was also one of the 6 great evil kings, from the time he had spent with her, this woman's nature was not bad, so there was no need for her to send Bai Luo to amuse him. "Qiu Yimeng, you go with Stars Hua to the Seal Temple and inform the 7 great evil kings of the news we obtained here." Yang Kai made a prompt decision. "Good." Qiu Yimeng nodded quickly, then asked, "But if they ask about the source of the news, what should we do?" "Answer truthfully." Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. "Then I'll go." The 7 great evil kings would definitely ask about the source of the news. If she answered truthfully, regardless of whether they would believe her or not, it would only further solidify the accusation that Yang Kai was colluding with the demon lord. Having a connection with the beguiling demon queen, if this wasn't collusion, then what was? But now that a great disaster had befallen them, Yang Kai could not conceal this fact. While Yang Kai was making arrangements, Bai Luo just stood there quietly, neither stopping nor objecting, as if none of this had anything to do with her. After Qiu Yimeng left, Yang Kai also hurriedly left. Young Master Yang. Li Yuanchun couldn't sit still and quickly called out. He and the others had come all the way here in search of their respective sex-hallowed artifacts and were just about to reach an agreement with Yang Kai when suddenly this kind of thing happened. How could they not be anxious? If Yang Kai died in this conflict, who would they go to? Everyone, please wait a moment. Yang Kai didn't have time to pay attention to them and immediately disappeared. Li Yuanchun's expression became quite ugly. The Endless Sea Islands masters also glared at Bai Luo. If it weren't for this little girl bringing them this news, they would have been able to negotiate with Yang Kai right now. Bai Luo was frightened by everyone's stares and quickly fled. Arriving at the courtyard, Yang Kai blew a loud whistle and in the next moment, countless figures flew over. What is it, little lord? Tu Feng asked. Come with me. Yang Kai didn't stop and hurriedly walked towards Meng Wuya's room while thinking about the next step of his plan. After arriving at Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai kicked open the door and, ignoring Treasurer Meng's angry rebuke, took out a pen and paper and began writing a letter. What the hell is going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Meng Wuya asked gloomily. Ling Tai Su also heard the commotion and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. The people from the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land are heading this way. Yang Kai briefly explained the information he had obtained, causing everyone's faces to pale as they hurriedly inquired about the reliability of this information. 90% sure. Yang Kai replied, handing the letter to Ying Jiu and saying, go back to the Yang family and give this letter to my father. Yes. Ying Jiu took the letter and flew off like a bolt of lightning. Of all the blood warriors, he was the fastest, so the task of delivering the letter was naturally handed over to him. What are you going to do? Meng Wuya asked. Leave here quickly, there's still some time. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although there were many masters in his house, there were also many with low strength, especially Yang Kai's friends. If they were really involved in the war with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, it was very likely they would die here. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had come prepared this time. The Yang family's inheritance war had spread out the strength of the 8 great families across the 2 cities. War City's defense was not as tight as the central capital's, so it was very likely it would be directly destroyed. Continuing to stay here was not a wise move. All Yang Kai could do was send Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xingchen to the Seal Temple and inform the 7 people who were guarding the Seal Temple of the seriousness of the situation. Yang Kai could only ask Ying Jiu to bring his letter back to the Yang family and ask his parents to warn the Yang family so they could prepare. He had done everything he could. Listening to him say this, Meng Wuya also nodded gently, a good choice. Tu Feng, pass down the order, tell everyone in the house to hurry up and prepare, within half an hour, everything must be ready. Yes. Tu Feng nodded. Soon, everyone in the house began to move. Although no one understood what was going on, looking at Tu Feng's expression, they knew that the situation was very serious. One by one, the leaders of the younger generation ran over to Yang Kai to ask, but after learning the answer, all of them were dumbfounded. It can't be, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land is making such a big move, why hasn't there been any news yet? Suifang muttered. Dong Qinghan's expression became heavy as he muttered, I'm afraid wherever they went, there was no one left alive. Under the evil lord, there were the 6 great evil kings and countless experts. Everywhere they went, not even a blade of grass grew. Everywhere they went, the earth was scorched, and the earth was in ruins. Such a scene appeared in everyone's mind. All of them couldn't help shivering. With a loud cry, Yang Kai released the golden feather eagle beside him. This golden feather eagle had been staying in Yang Kai's house for a long time and had now successfully evolved into a 6th-order monster beast, but as the inheritance war progressed, the role it could play was becoming smaller and smaller. Normally, it was only used as a plaything for the girls. Now, it was time for it to go out and investigate the situation. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. Seemingly aware of the abnormality in the house, the Endless Sea Islands people under the leadership of Li Yuanchun hurriedly found Yang Kai, but before he had time to speak, Yang Kai blocked his mouth and said, "Senior, let's not talk about your affairs for now. Junior guarantees that your things will be returned, but not now. How about this, let's go together and talk as we go." Since Kai Yang had already said so much, what else could Li Yuanchun say? Although he knew that Yang Kai wanted to use this group of people as free bodyguards, he had no choice but to agree, so he smiled and said, "Very good. These people from the Endless Sea Islands wouldn't put the 8 great families in their eyes, nor would they put the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land in their eyes because their roots weren't inland." At the same time, nearly 1,000 kilometers away from War City, dust and smoke billowed in the air. Countless silhouettes and monstrous beasts could be vaguely seen. At the head of this group was a huge monster beast. On the back of this monster beast, a man stood quietly, staring indifferently in the direction of War City. This person was about 40 or 50 years old, and there was nothing special about him. The other person had an ordinary appearance and wore a green robe, but his eyes were constantly overflowing with light. His expression was indifferent, but he was not angry, but he gave off a dignified aura. The Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land, Demon Lord Yang Bai. Before seeing this person, the world thought that the Demon Lord had 3 heads and 6 arms, and that his face was filled with a fiendish aura, similar to that of an evil ghost, but only those who had seen his true face knew that Yang Bai was actually no different from an ordinary person, even having a very ordinary appearance. Without experiencing his methods personally, no one would ever believe that such a person could actually subdue the entire Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land. Yang Bai, more than 20 years ago, had been cultivating under High Heaven Pavilion's Ling Tai Su. Because of his narrow-mindedness, he had cultivated an unknown evil secret art and became the demon race, fighting with his brother Yang Yingfeng and his master Ling Tai Su. In that battle, Yang Yingfeng was seriously injured and had been plagued with a chronic illness for more than 10 years. After that battle, Ling Tai Su was disheartened and never asked about the sect again. A few years later, Ling Tai Su personally took action and captured Yang Bai, bringing him back to High Heaven Pavilion, crippling his cultivation and throwing him into the coiling dragon stream, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Yang Bai had not expected that under the coiling dragon stream, he would obtain a great opportunity and cultivate his heaven-defying skills. The moment he left his retreat, he fought against the entire High Heaven Pavilion, killed an elder, and severely injured Ling Tai Su before leaving. Soon after, he appeared in the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land. But now, he was the master of the entire Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land. Behind Yang Bai, 6 figures followed closely, all of them glancing towards him from time to time, their eyes filled with awe. These 6 people were the 6 great evil kings of the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land, 5 men and 1 woman. The 6 of them had different appearances. Some were riding on ferocious monster beast, some were surrounded by green poisonous fog, some were surrounded by a ghostly aura, some had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, and some had the physique of a wild beast, and some were surrounded by lightning, their figures faintly discernible. The only one who was relatively normal was the only woman, the beguiling demon queen, Shanqing Luo. Even though she was Shanqing Luo, she had a face that did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Anyone who looked at her and met her eyes would be mesmerized in an instant. Even the other 5 great evil kings did not dare to look straight into Shanqing Luo's eyes. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, this dragon lady's beguiling technique had become even more powerful than before. Even though the 5 great evil kings were stronger than her in terms of cultivation and strength, they still couldn't afford to be careless. The 6 great evil kings used their own methods to follow Yang Bai's pace, either riding monster beast or enslaving it. Behind these 6 great evil kings were many masters from the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land, countless above immortal ascension boundary and peak immortal ascension boundary masters. There were also countless strange-looking monster beasts. Each of these monster beasts had at least 5th order strength, with 6th order monster beasts everywhere. There was even a 7th order monster beast. This 7th order monster beast was the giant spider mother that Yang Kai had seen before, one that could only communicate with others using its divine sense. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to an above-immortal ascension boundary master. Now, this spider mother was under the command of the Thunderbolt Beast King. Although the Beast King had not been able to subdue it, they had reached an agreement, so for this expedition to the central capital, the spider mother had naturally followed. In view of the evil deeds that Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo had committed in the spider mother's lair, the spider mother held considerable hostility towards Shan Qing Luo at the moment, but because of the strength of the demon lord, she didn't dare act rashly. If there was no demon lord Yang Bai here, the spider mother would definitely have attacked Shan Qing Luo. Master, we're only 800 kilometers away from War City. The profounding Ghost King suddenly said. Subordinate requests Master's permission to go ahead and inquire about the situation ahead. Yang Bai's expression didn't change as he continued to fly forward, not responding. Ghost King, we haven't even killed anyone yet and you're already itching for a fight. The annihilating Poison King snickered as he glanced sideways at the Ghost King. The profounding Ghost King chuckled. It seems the Poison King understands me. I've heard that a lot of masters have gathered in War City. The last time those people came to my holy land to cause trouble, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Now, this old master is going to bring them a big gift. The Poison King nodded. When it comes to killing people, this old master's methods are much better. Master, please allow me to go ahead first. The Ghost King didn't back down. Although your poison is amazing, this old master's group is also not small. If we really have to kill them, they won't be any worse than you. As he spoke, there seemed to be the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Inside the Ghost King's body, a number of hideous and terrifying faces visible to the naked eye appeared. These faces were filled with pain and struggle, as if they were human soul avatars that had been imprisoned inside the Ghost King's body, unable to break free. If you want to go, go ahead. Yang Bai said faintly, not stopping them. Many thanks, Master. The Ghost King and Poison King were overjoyed and quickly used their movement skills to fly forward. I'll go too, Lightning Flash Shadow King said, his body flashing with lightning and disappearing in a flash. Damn it, all of you are going? A loud bellow rang out. The burly man with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger like a ferocious beast widened his eyes. You've all run over. What's the point of killing when I get there? Saying so, the tyrannical Force King stomped his feet and hurriedly caught up. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble violently, as if the heavens themselves were about to fall apart, a shocking sight to behold. Heh heh. I'll also join in the fun. The Thunderbolt Beast King spurred his mount forward, a variety of monster beast following behind him, breaking away from the main group. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great evil kings had all set out, leaving only Shan Qing Luo behind Yang Bai. Qing Luo, you're not going? Yang Bai glanced back at Shan Qing Luo. I won't go. Having them is enough, Shan Qing Luo slowly shook her head. It's fine if you don't go, those people's murderous intent is too strong, they won't be able to go far on the martial Dao. Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Bai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to evaluate the 5 great evil kings in such a way. Speaking of which, that maid by your side, Bai Luo. I haven't seen her for a few days now, Yang Bai said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Shan Qing Luo's tender body trembled, but she quickly stabilized her breathing and calmly replied, I sent her out to do something. Yang Bai nodded gently. Shan Qing Luo was extremely nervous, fearing he would continue to ask, but unexpectedly, Yang Bai no longer spoke, as if he really was just asking casually. Shan Qing Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Staring towards the direction of War City, the beguiling demon queen prayed in her heart, that little bastard must leave quickly. The large-scale invasion of the Holy Land this time was not something a small War City could resist. Shan Qing Luo even suspected that even the central capital wouldn't be able to resist it. Yang Bai's strength had progressed too quickly. When he first came to the ash-gray cloud evil land and subdued the 6 great evil kings, Shan Qing Luo was still able to see the bottom line of his cultivation, but now that she had broken through to the above-immortal ascension boundary, she was no longer able to see through Yang Bai. This person's strength was simply too terrifying, no one in the central capital could stop him. After carefully probing her surroundings, Shan Qing Luo found that Yang Kai was still in War City and had no intention of leaving, causing her to become anxious. More than 800 kilometers away, even an above-immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to sense such a distance. However, Shanqing Luo had planted a soul-seeking seal in Yang Kai's body, so with this seal, even if Yang Kai was at the ends of the earth, Shanqing Luo would be able to find him. In Shanqing Luo's heart, there was Yang Kai's love, so she had planted a soul-seeking seal in him to prevent him from escaping, but now it had come in handy. What was that little bastard doing? Why hadn't he made a move yet? Bai Luo should have already arrived on the other side and delivered the news. War City, Yang Kai's mansion. Everyone was ready. Everyone also knew the seriousness of the situation, so naturally, no one had any objections to Yang Kai's order to leave this place. Just as they were preparing to depart, Qiu Yimeng and Huixing returned. The two of them had just followed Yang Kai's instructions and had gone to the Seal Temple to report the news they had received to the 7 Grand Elders. How was it? Yang Kai asked. Qiu Yimeng's expression became gloomy as she shook her head bitterly. They don't believe me. Yang Kai couldn't help but snort. Death is at hand, yet they still don't know. How stupid. No matter what, I've done everything I can. What are you two going to do? Return to the central capital or? We'll go with you. Qiu Yimeng quickly said. Then let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Right now, time was precious, so there was no time to argue. Although Yang Kai felt that it was better for them to return to the central capital, after all, they were all young lords and young ladies of great families, so there was no need for them to follow him. Under the leadership of Yang Kai, this group of people walked out in an imposing manner. Outside the mansion, since the beginning, there had been a constant stream of people shouting and threatening Yang Kai's forces to leave. Even now, these people were still shouting. At first sight, seeing so many cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion moving out, the people shouting couldn't help feeling surprised, mistakenly thinking that Yang Kai was about to make a big move, so they quickly issued a warning. In the next moment, countless experts rushed forward, blocking the path in front of the crowd. In last night's battle, although the 7 families' allied forces had suffered heavy losses, their foundation had not been damaged. Now that all of them had gathered together, the scene was still spectacular. Little Lord, what are you doing? The Kong family's Kong Zhan stepped forward and asked carefully. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned, hesitating for a moment before saying, Don't say I didn't warn you. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Lands forces, under the leadership of the Demon Lord, are on their way here. If you don't want to die, quickly leave War City and return to the central capital. Kong Zhan stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to understand. After a moment, he couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Little Lord, what are you saying? What do you mean? Kong Zhan was really confused. Although Yang Kai from the start of the Inheritance War until now had always performed amazing feats that no one dared to underestimate him, for him to suddenly say such words without rhyme or reason, Kong Zhan couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Yang Kai also saw the distrust on his face and quickly said, I don't have time to explain too much to you. If you believe me, then leave here quickly. If you don't believe me, then stay here. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Saying so, he took a step forward. His action immediately aroused the vigilance of the 7 family coalition, countless masters quickly gathering their strength and staring towards him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as his face filled with impatience. Little Lord. Xianxia and Ro suddenly appeared in the crowd. Someone must have reported the news to her and she quickly rushed over, a mischievous look appearing on her pretty face as she asked, Don't you think your words are a bit of an alarmist? Those Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land people shouldn't be holed up in their own territory and instead come here to die? Idiot. Yang Kai cursed. Xianxia and Ro, I know you have a prejudice against me. Last time I really went a bit too far, but now I don't want to argue with you, nor do I have time to argue with you. Tell them to get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Little Lord, you look so fierce. I'm so scared. Xianxia and Ro looked at Yang Kai timidly before suddenly smiling contemptuously. You say the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land people are attacking, but what evidence do you have? Yang Kai just stared at her indifferently and didn't say a word. What evidence did he have? His only basis was his trust in Shanqing Luo and his trust in Bai Luo. The Golden Feather Eagle had been sent out to observe the situation and had yet to return. Even if it did, the news it brought back was only known to Yang Kai, so it was still just his side of the story. Seeing him remain silent, Xianxia sneered and spread her hands. Without any evidence, how do you expect people to believe you? Isn't this just little lord playing tricks? I don't need to play any tricks. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have already withdrawn from the inheritance war. The patriarch of the Yang family has nothing to do with me. Big brother, second brother, whoever wants it can take it. Right now, I just want to take my people and leave this place. Hee hee. Xianxia giggled, little lord, whether you withdraw from the inheritance war or not, you cannot leave here. Who said I can't leave? You can try. Don't force me. Yang Kai's aura became dangerous. Xianxia's smile also quickly converged as she coldly said, Yang Kai, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although you have many masters in your house, don't forget that you are making an enemy out of the 8 great families. You are doomed to have a bad end. Do you think you can resist the entire central capital with your ability? You think too highly of yourself. Sister Yi, now is not the time to argue about this. Xiao Meng stepped forward. The people from the ash-gray cloud evil land have already arrived. Even if you and Yang Kai have a personal grudge against each other, can't we talk about it after we get out of this mess and survive? Isn't this elder sister Qiao? Xianxia grinned as she stared at Xiao Meng. What's wrong? Last night you stabbed yourself and now you've recovered? Elder sister Qiao's physique is really different from ordinary people's. Or, were you just acting yesterday? Xiao Meng's face suddenly became ugly. Xianxia, not knowing when to back down, putting on a posture of wanting to block Yang Kai's forces here, made Xiao Meng very angry. She had wanted to talk to her, but now it seemed she was playing the lute to a cow. Xianxia's jealousy and hatred towards Yang Kai and Xiao Meng made it impossible for her to think straight. I can't talk to her. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. Xianxia suddenly shouted coldly, Yang Kai's forces, listen up. Immediately leave his side and pledge allegiance to the 8 great families. If you don't, our 8 great families will treat the sects and families behind you as enemies. As for what the consequences will be, I'm sure you all know. All the people behind Yang Kai couldn't help trembling slightly. Xianxia sneered, pledging allegiance to the 8 great families also has its benefits. As long as you are willing to stand with me now, I can guarantee your families and sects a smooth future. On this point, young Lord Lu has the right to speak, isn't that right, young Lord Lu? Saying so, her beautiful eyes glanced over to the side. Among the crowd, Lu Feixing stood there with a bitter expression. Countless eyes from Yang Kai's mansion were focused on him, making him feel like he was being stabbed in the back, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Lu Feixing, I'll fuck your whole family. Dong Qinghan couldn't help cursing. Tianyuan City's young city lord had only left Yang Kai's mansion less than an hour ago, yet now he had been subdued by Xianxia. This was tantamount to slapping Yang Kai's face in front of everyone. Fortunately, before he left, Yang Kai had thanked him for his efforts in Tianyuan City during this period of time. Hearing Dong Qinghan's curses, Lu Feixing's face alternated between blue and red. Only Lu Feixing? Yang Kai glanced over at Xianxia faintly. Xianxia spat disdainfully, the Duanmu family and Purple Fern Valley have some backbone, directly leaving War City, but only one is enough. Hearing her say this, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. She had been really worried that her brother Fanhong would not be able to resist Xianxia's persuasion and switch sides. If that had really happened, how could Luo Xiaoman have any face left to remain? Young Lord Lu, tell them, you've been with them for so long, you should understand them. Tell them what benefits you obtained in Tianyuan City and how you feel now. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, but her mouth was still issuing orders to Lu Feixing. Lu Feixing's expression was extremely bitter, his hands clenched into fists. Facing the stairs from Yang Kai's mansion, he could barely stand still. Little lord. I'm sorry, I had no choice. Lu Feixing muttered guiltily. There's no need, this is your choice. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing much emotion, as if he didn't care that Lu Feixing had defected so quickly. Yi Xianro was stunned, suddenly feeling like she had thrown a heavy punch only to land on a pile of cotton, her pretty face twisting in anger. Don't waste your time, you won't be able to pull away the people in my mansion. Yang Kai quickly said, I'll say it again, get out of the way, we need to leave this place, whoever dares to block our path will be killed without mercy. Little Lord's temper is quite big, Yi Xianro grit her teeth, I'd like to see if you really have the ability to do so. Yang Kai's patience finally ran out and he stared coldly at Yi Xianro, slowly raising his hand. The yuan qi of everyone in his mansion suddenly became violent. Evil creature, you still want to fight? An angry shout suddenly rang out. Yang Kai's face sank as he turned his head and saw 7 people quickly flying over. None of them were the 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters from the Seal Temple. The faces of Ling Tai Su and the others also became ugly. Although they had fought last night and Ling Tai Su and the others had occupied an absolute advantage, only one night had passed and Meng Wuye and the old demon had not yet recovered their yuan qi. If they were to fight now, it was likely they would suffer a loss. I'm afraid we can't leave, Meng Wuye sighed helplessly. Meng Wuye sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't expected that such a simple matter as leaving War City would be hindered by so many people. Last night you killed my 8 great families' people, haven't you had enough? Yang Liting stared coldly at Yang Kai, his face filled with disgust. Although you are a Yang family young lord, I can see that you no longer care about your own bloodline. Since that's the case, you should leave the Yang family. The audience was in an uproar. The meaning of Yang Liting's words was that he wanted to expel Yang Kai from the family. It was rare for the 8 great families to expel their young lords, so if this news were to spread, it would likely be a shocking event. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he calmly said, whether I leave or not, I don't care. But right now, I just want to take my people and leave this place. I hope several seniors can accommodate me. Want to leave? Another person coldly snorted, after killing so many of my 8 great families' people, you want to just walk away? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The fat old man from the Hua family frowned and said, Yang Kai, don't act on impulse. You should think about things from the standpoint of the family and why we treat you like this. You can't leave now. If you do, what face will the 8 great families have? Yang Kai took a deep breath. He had a good impression of this fat old man. He seemed to have shown him kindness time and time again, unlike the others who often used their status and cultivation to threaten him. Senior, this place is about to be destroyed. If we don't leave now, everyone will die here. The fat old man wore an awkward expression. You sent Xiao Meng and Star Hua to tell us this news, so we already know, but as the Yi family's little girl asked, do you have any evidence? This isn't something you can talk about without thinking. Yang Kai shook his head, I still say the same thing, if you believe me, then hurry up and deploy, if you don't, then there's nothing I can do. Huh. The fat old man sighed, if you put it like that, it's hard not to think of something else. Something else? Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he suddenly reacted. Do you think I'm using this as an excuse to distract you so I can take the opportunity to escape? Don't tell me you don't think so? One of the 7 top masters sneered. Haha. Yang Kai smiled helplessly, I really don't have such an intention. If I really wanted to escape, there would be no need for me to send someone to inform you. None of you are children, all of you are old enough to be fooled by your own cleverness. Impudent. Yang Liting shouted angrily, it's not your turn to teach this old master and others a lesson. Someone else chimed in, let's not talk about the reliability of your information, just the source of your information. You seem to have obtained this information from one of the maidservants of the beguiling demon queen, right? Indeed. How bold. The man shouted angrily, as a descendant of the 8 great families, you actually have connections with the 6 great evil kings. This is simply unforgivable. Why would the beguiling demon queen send someone to inform you of this? How can you believe the words of a demon king? Your words are full of loopholes. Do you really think this old master and others are 3-year-old children who can be easily bewitched by you? Shouts rang out one after another, and even the chubby old man had a look of disappointment on his face. With the shouts of these people, the atmosphere in front of Yang Kai's house suddenly became tense. Yi Xianro sneered, Yang Kai, you should obediently surrender. In any case, you've already decided to withdraw from the inheritance war. Continuing to resist is not good for you, nor is it good for those around you. If you still have any conscience, you shouldn't drag them into this mess. Letting them go now is the best choice. Yang Kai's expression remained silent and calm, but anyone could tell that his patience had reached its limit. This kind of calm silence was like the calm before a storm, causing everyone's heart to palpitate uneasily. Do you need help? Li Yuanchun approached Yang Kai and asked softly. What he wanted to see most now was for Yang Kai to quickly return the Endless Sea Island's hallowed artifacts to him, but right now, this little brat was clearly in a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. Li Yuanchun kindly proposed this only because he wanted to sell Yang Kai some goodwill. After he got out of this predicament, he would naturally be able to have a good talk with Yang Kai. With 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters here, Li Yuanchun didn't have the ability to fight them, but if it was about escaping with Yang Kai, he could still do so. After all, he was also at this level. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and declined his kindness. How could he not know what Li Yuanchun was thinking? If he really wanted to escape on his own, he wouldn't need any help. With his current strength, once he unfolded his yang inflammation wings, even an above immortal ascension boundary master would have to eat dust behind him. However, it was impossible for Yang Kai to escape alone. The exchange between the two didn't escape the eyes of the 7 Seal Temple elders. In fact, as soon as they arrived, they noticed the existence of Li Yuanchun. Although they were all above immortal ascension boundary masters, Li Yuanchun's existence was too dazzling. The Endless Sea Island's great sects had sent over 50 immortal ascension boundary masters today, as well as an above immortal ascension boundary master. This made the 7 Seal Temple elders somewhat puzzled, wondering who Yang Kai was and why he had such a strong background. In addition, they didn't know the current situation of Meng Wuye and the old demon, so although they were shouting loudly, none of them dared to act rashly. The scene suddenly reached a stalemate. The clear cry of an eagle came from afar, as if it had been greatly frightened, and there was obvious anxiety in its voice. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression changed. The 7 disciples of the conferred God Temple also had solemn expressions as they looked in the direction of the golden feather eagle. It's too late. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of deep helplessness and anger. They're already here. The message that the golden feather eagle conveyed was something that only he could understand. Listening to him say this, everyone suddenly realized that Yang Kai's previous words weren't an alarmist, nor was he trying to trick them. It seemed that the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces really had arrived. He couldn't help but feel terrified. He looked at Yang Kai in a daze, hoping to get more information. Bai Luo. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Bai Luo, who was hiding in the crowd, and angrily shouted, "Didn't you say they would arrive here at night?" That should be the case. Bai Luo was also confused. With the Holy Land's team speed, they should have arrived at night. Then why are they already 100 kilometers away? You're asking me, how am I supposed to know? Bai Luo also became angry. The distance of 100 kilometers was simply too short, and one had to factor in the time it took for the golden feather eagle to report back. Now it was likely that it was already too late to leave. Yi Xianro's expression became strange as she muttered, "Your acting is quite realistic, even now you still want to." Before she could finish, she swallowed the rest of her words. Under Yang Kai's hateful gaze, she really didn't have the courage to continue. They're really here. Yang Liting's expression suddenly changed as he stared towards the horizon. The other 6 also wore extremely ugly expressions. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that what Yang Kai had said was all true. Turning their gazes towards the horizon, all of them were dumbfounded. At the edge of the horizon, a rolling black cloud was approaching them at an extremely terrifying speed. Within the black cloud, there seemed to be some figures faintly discernible. Lightning crisscrossed, illuminating the sky over there with a terrifying light. A destructive aura followed the approach of the black cloud and enveloped War City. Dark clouds loomed over the city. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear at this moment. It's the Lightning Flash Shadow King. Bai Luo suddenly exclaimed, only he can have such speed, he must have brought the others here with him. Yang Kai, I have to go. If he sees me here, I won't be able to explain myself to the Great Lord. Bai Luo hurriedly called out, preparing to flee as quickly as possible. Stop her! Yi Xianro shouted. Even now, she was unwilling to let go of any opportunity to suppress Yang Kai's momentum. Without obeying her orders, Bai Luo flickered a few times before disappearing. Now that a great disaster was looming over them, who would have the heart to do such a thing? In the end, Bai Luo was just one of Shanqing Luo's maidservants, so even if she was captured, what use was there? The 5 great evil kings hadn't even arrived yet, but the destructive aura they exuded was enough to silence all of War City. Do you believe me now? Yang Kai said contemptuously towards Yi Xianro and the 7 elders from the Seal Temple, his lips curling into a cold sneer as he sneered sarcastically. The faces of the 7 elders all paled. If they had been prepared when Yang Kai asked Qiu Meng and Huixing to inform them, they wouldn't have been caught off guard here. Even if they had believed Yang Kai when they came to stop him from leaving, it wasn't too late. At the very least, they would have had some time to catch their breath. But now, the 7 great evil kings had really arrived, so it was too late to say anything. Here, 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families were gathered, along with 200 to 300 immortal ascension boundary masters. If these people from War City were to be lost, it would have a huge impact on the entire central capital. Don't let them come. Yang Liting said solemnly, meet them head-on. Saying so, without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai activated his movement skill and rushed forward. The other 6 elders hurriedly followed. Before the fat old man from the Hua family left, he shot a regretful and annoyed look towards Yang Kai, a faint trace of guilt appearing on his face as he immediately said to Yi Xianro, little Yi family girl, I'll leave this place to you. No matter what you do, you must ensure that everyone here returns to the central capital safely. Yes. Yi Xianro quickly responded. The black cloud's momentum was both fierce and fast. Originally, it was still far away, but in the time it took to speak, it had already arrived 20 kilometers outside of War City. By the time Yang Liting and the others arrived, they were only 10 kilometers away from War City. An earth-shaking battle broke out in an instant. The black cloud was dispersed, and 3 figures were revealed from within. One of them had a body covered in lightning while the other had a burly figure that seemed to possess infinite strength while the other sat atop a mighty monster beast. Lightning Flash Shadow King, Tyrannical Force King, Thunderbolt Beast King. 3 against 7, although they were at an absolute disadvantage. In contrast, the 7 elders from the 8 great families wore dignified expressions while the 3 elders from the ash-gray cloud evil land were calm. Behind these 3 people was a huge spider. This spider had a human face, but it had the body of a spider. It was extremely strange. It was an extremely beautiful face. She looked to be only 16 years of age, and her beauty was unparalleled. She also had a head of soft, silky hair, but when set off by the giant spider's body, she looked ferocious and terrifying. Spider Mother? Yang Kai blurted out, immediately recognizing the origin of this spider monster beast. Wasn't this the same one he had encountered with Shanqing Luo? How did it end up here? Oh, there's actually such a monster beast here? This is the first time I've seen one. Shui Ling also exclaimed, unfortunately, without the beast transformation pond, she will never be able to cultivate to the entry form. Treasurer Meng, what do you think? Yang Kai hurriedly asked Meng Wuya. It's not optimistic. Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. Although he couldn't unseal his strength right now, his vision was still sharp. The 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters from your 8 great families are relatively weak in this realm, but the 3 elders on the other side are very strong, so even if you have the advantage in numbers, the 7 elders won't be able to win and will most likely die. Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his head. Meng Wuya's evaluation wasn't the slightest bit exaggerated. After all, he had fought with the 7 elders before and knew their bottom line. Yang Kai had thought that with these 7 elders taking action, War City shouldn't be in any danger for the time being, but now it seemed that they would only be able to delay for a while. Treasurer Meng, please point out a way to survive. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of helplessness as he looked towards Meng Wuya helplessly. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently, are you sure I can give you directions? Your treasured disciple is here. If there was any real danger, you wouldn't be so calm. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. The absolute gap in strength wasn't something that could be made up with a little strategy, so Yang Kai could only turn to Meng Wuya for help now. Treasurer Meng glanced around and quickly said, if you leave now, only about 10% of the people here will be able to escape, but with this old master and brotherling's protection, you don't need to worry about your own safety, we will take you away. I want everyone here to be safe and sound. Meng Wuya grinned, I knew you would say that. Everyone in the house couldn't help showing a slightly moved expression, even those from the Endless Sea Islands were slightly moved. Yi Fu and Hua Duanhun quietly approached Li Yuanchun and asked, Senior, what should we do? Li Yuanchun stared deeply at Yang Kai before turning to Meng Wuya and saying, follow them for now, if things really go south, this old master will take that little brat away from here. At that time, you can find a way out on your own. Yang Kai's survival was related to the whereabouts of the hallowed treasures of the Endless Sea Islands great sects that had been lost for hundreds of years. Li Yuanchun couldn't allow anything to happen to Yang Kai. Good, Yi Fu and Hua Duanhun nodded gently, also agreeing with Li Yuanchun's proposal. Meng Wuya then said, those three should only be the vanguard of the ash-gray cloud evil land. I'm afraid that after a while, the rest will arrive. Also, look over there, that Thunderbolt Beast King has brought a lot of monster beast with him. Following the direction Meng Wuya pointed, Yang Kai saw that a few dozen kilometers away, a cloud of dust was rolling along with countless monster beast, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky. After a brief scan, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking. Among these monster beast, the lowest was actually a fifth-order monster beast, and there were many sixth-order ones. Retreat. Meng Wuya quickly said. Retreat to where? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Back to the mansion. Yang Kai stared at him blankly for a moment, but soon his eyes became firm and he nodded firmly. Since Meng Wuya had said so, he must have a way to avoid this crisis. While the two of them were discussing this matter, Xianxia had also stabilized her mood and was in the middle of directing the seven-family coalition to withdraw to the central capital when suddenly she seemed to remember something and turned to Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I want to recruit all of your subordinates. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly, a look of disgust filling his face. You have so many masters under your command, it is only right that they act together with us. Everyone's safety will be greatly increased, but I hope you can consider the overall situation first. The grievances between us can wait until after this matter is over. These words Xiao Meng had just said to her, but she had ignored them. Now that the crisis had arrived, she was using these same words to talk to Yang Kai, causing many people to feel disgruntled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I won't go with you. If you want to return to the central capital, please do as you please. Xianxia angrily shouted, Yang Kai, why are you always so selfish? Not going with us is just courting your own destruction. If you don't think about it yourself, you should at least think about the people around you. My house's affairs don't need you to worry about them. Yang Kai said calmly, as if he didn't know the imminent danger, coldly saying, you should worry about your own affairs first. Those 7 people won't be able to stop them for long. If you continue to dawdle, I'm afraid you'll never be able to return to the central capital. Xianxia's expression changed greatly as she coldly said, there are only 3 people over there, while my 8 great families have 7 people, how could we not defeat them? Even now, this woman still had great illusions about the situation, that with Yang Li Ting's group of 7, they could defeat the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's vanguard. Xianxia, what the little lord said has some truth to it, we should hurry up and leave. Gao Rangfeng urged. N. Kong Zhan also nodded quickly. Feeling the aura of destruction, no one wanted to stay here any longer. The central capital, 100 kilometers away, was the ideal haven in their minds. Brother Meng has already informed eldest young master. Let's go quickly. The people from the eldest young master's residence will also come over immediately. If the young master doesn't want to come with us, there's no need to force him. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan's persuasion made it difficult for Xianxia to continue arguing, so she simply said, if that's the case, then I'll leave. Let's go then. Finished speaking, she glared hatefully at Kai Yang, a trace of schadenfreude appearing on her pretty face. Kai Yang, I hope you don't die too early, wait until this matter is settled. I'll look for you again. Then, without giving Yang Kai a chance to refute, he turned around and left. The allied forces of the 7 families hurriedly followed. Just as they had finished packing up their things, they were forced back again. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do, especially since a fierce battle was still taking place 10 kilometers outside of War City. Countless monster beasts were rushing towards them. Everyone was in a state of panic. A feeling of impending death spread throughout their bodies. What do we do now? Everyone in the house turned to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai turned to look at Meng Wuya. Treasurer Meng smiled and said, "Don't worry, since this old master asked you to come back, he definitely has a plan. Do what you need to do, but don't leave the house. I'm afraid it's not safe outside." Everyone was stunned, none of them understanding what Meng Wuya was saying. The people from the ash-gray cloud evil land had already come knocking on their door. If they didn't leave, shouldn't they at least make some defensive arrangements? But Meng Wuya was telling them to do what they needed to do. What did this mean? Meng Wuya's expression became serious as he said, "This old master won't play around with your lives. When the time comes, you'll understand. If you believe this old master's words, don't stare at me." Everyone became more and more confused by Meng Wuya's words, but listening to the meaning of his words, it was clear he was fully confident he could protect everyone's safety. Meng Wuya didn't say what his method was, so it was probably inconvenient for him to do so. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since Treasurer Meng has said so, you, disperse. Do what you need to do." Since Yang Kai had spoken, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they could only choose to believe in Yang Kai's judgment. Li Yuanchun stared at Meng Wuya in surprise, his powerful divine sense constantly sweeping him. After a long time, he asked suspiciously, "Brother, do you really have such a big plan?" "Don't talk so big." Li Yuanchun was a newcomer, so he naturally didn't know Meng Wuya's details. He only thought he was an ordinary peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even he felt great pressure from the outside, so how could this Meng Wuya protect so many people? Meng Wuya just grinned, his expression unfathomable. Even old demon couldn't help but stare at Treasurer Meng in disbelief, not understanding where Meng Wuya's confidence came from to guarantee the safety of everyone in the mansion. "Xiaoyi Meng, arrange a place for these seniors from the Endless Sea Islands to stay," Yang Kai said faintly. "Good." Xiaoyi Meng nodded and motioned everyone to follow her. Li Yuanchun shook his head, "This old master wants to stay with young Master Yang." He had obviously decided to follow Yang Kai until he returned the Supreme Solitary Sect's Supreme Solitary Seal. Xiaoyi Meng hesitantly looked towards Yang Kai, to which Yang Kai nodded gently. The Qiu family's first young lady then led the others into the house. Violent fluctuations came from outside War City as more than a dozen tyrannical auras intertwined, seemingly in a desperate struggle. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he released his divine sense to monitor the situation outside. Although during this period of time, he and the 8 great families had been in a very unpleasant situation, with the two of them even fighting against each other. Last night, a great battle had resulted in many casualties. But now that the ash-gray cloud evil land had launched a large-scale invasion, Yang Kai didn't want these 7 people to die. If anything happened to them, War City would likely be plunged into an abyss of misery. At that time, the 8 great families would suffer heavy losses, and whether or not the central capital could be saved would be another matter. Back in the central capital, his parents were still there. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have cared about the life or death of the 8 great families. While he was scanning the area, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, quickly withdrawing his powerful divine sense and sweeping it towards a certain direction in War City. There, 2 rather mysterious, sinister, and terrifying auras quietly spread out. "There are masters." Yang Kai was shocked. Ling Tai-su and Li Yuanchun were startled and quickly investigated. The next moment, their expressions also changed. They also discovered something. Inside War City, 2 above immortal ascension boundary masters had silently snuck in. It was likely they had taken advantage of the huge commotion caused by the Lightning Flash Shadow King's trio and the Spider Mother to sneak in without anyone noticing. But soon, Li Yuanchun's expression became strange. Staring at Yang Kai in a daze, he realized that this young Master Yang had actually noticed the existence of these 2 people before he did. This little brat, Li Yuanchun found himself unable to understand Yang Kai. Annihilating Poison King, Profounding Ghost King. Ling Tai-su shouted in horror. He could sense a unique aura from the two evil kings. These two evil kings were too special. One was covered in poison while the other was emitting a dense ghost qi. It was difficult for Ling Tai-su not to recognize them. They're heading towards the Seven Family Coalition. After Ling Tai-su finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Kai. The Seven Family Coalition had experienced last night's battle. Their losses were not small. Although all the cultivators from Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's compound had gathered, without an above-immortal ascension boundary master, Yang Zhao and his 4 blood warriors alone were unable to stop the attack of these two great evil kings. Now that their auras were leaking, it was obvious they were ready to attack. Yang Kai's expression struggled as he hesitating for a moment before saying, "I'll go take a look." Ling Tai-su smiled faintly, "I'll go with you." Old Demon also said, "Old Servant will go with you." "We'll also go." Tu Feng and the others said in unison. Meng Wuya lightly coughed, "I won't go." He had to stay, otherwise, the safety of everyone in his compound couldn't be guaranteed. Li Yuanchun stared at them in shock, "Are you all stupid?" He really couldn't understand. Why would these people run out to disperse their strength when it was so dangerous outside? Why was the thinking of these masters so different from those from the Endless Sea Islands? Li Yuanchun thought to himself. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Senior must be tired from the long journey, you should stay and rest." Li Yuanchun shook his head like a rattledrum, "That won't do, this old master has to follow you at all times." Yang Kai raised his brow. Lightly nodding, he said, "Whatever." Li Yuanchun almost coughed up blood. Yang Kai's expression clearly showed that he was certain he would follow him, so he really was treating him like a free bodyguard. But he couldn't just ignore him. Although he felt depressed, he couldn't say anything. He could only bitterly sigh. "Old Demon, you don't need to go, rest well and recover," Yang Kai said. Last night, he had used his Demon Spectre Saint technique, so he shouldn't have recovered yet, so even if he went, it wouldn't be of much use. Old Demon thought about it for a moment but didn't insist, simply saying, "Then young master must be careful. Don't worry, the other side only has 2 above immortal ascension boundary masters, I also have 2 on my side and 8 blood warriors, there won't be any danger." Yang Kai took a light breath and quickly walked out. Somewhere in War City. Under the command of Xianxia and Rou, the Seven Family Coalition quickly moved towards the direction of the central capital. During this process, the cultivator from Yang Zhao's house and the cultivator from Yang Wei's house also gathered together, and soon, a huge team was formed. This team had nearly 700 to 800 people, and although most of them weren't very strong, looking at this mass of people, whether it was Xianxia and Rou, Kong Zhan, or Gao Rangfeng, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of security. It seemed that with these people surrounding them, even if the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's evil king attacked, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Yang Zhao and Yang Wei were also in the team, riding their 2 cloud-treading colts side by side. "Where's ninth brother?" Yang Wei couldn't find Yang Kai in the crowd and couldn't help asking. "The little lord disdained to act with us, so he stayed behind with his family," Xianxia and Rou replied, sneering disdainfully, "If he wants to die, I can't do anything about it." Yang Zhao glanced over at Xianxia and Rou faintly, his expression indifferent. "Evil King takes action today, I'll take half a day off to rest. Every day at the 3rd watch, I'm going to die soon, please forgive me." Hearing that Yang Kai and his cultivator had decided to stay behind, Yang Wei's expression couldn't help but change slightly. "Ninth brother won't die so easily. Since he chose to stay behind, he must have made arrangements. I think we should act with him instead of rushing back to the central capital." Xianxia and Rou smiled contemptuously. Although she didn't say anything, she obviously felt that Yang Wei was too timid. Kong Zhan also smiled and said, "Eldest young lord, the 7 top masters of my 8 great families are already intercepting those people, creating an opportunity for us to retreat. Naturally, we should hurry back to the central capital." Yang Wei shook his head, "If they can defeat those people, even if we stay behind, we won't be in any danger, but if they lose, even if we leave, I'm afraid." Hearing this, Xianxia and Rou, Kong Zhan, and Gao Rangfeng's expressions all changed. Yang Wei's words were exactly what they didn't dare to think about, or rather, they had been trying to avoid thinking in this direction. But now, this situation that they had been trying to avoid thinking about was brought up by Yang Wei, and they couldn't help feeling uneasy. That's not necessary. Kong Zhan forced a smile, we have 7 people on our side. And, Gao Rangfeng also nodded, 7 top masters, how could we not be able to deal with 3 people? Even if our skills aren't as good as theirs, we should at least be able to delay them until we return to the central capital. At that moment, the blood warriors belonging to Yang Wei and Yang Zhao suddenly shouted at the same time, 2 young lords, be careful. Saying so, they flew over to the 2 blood warriors' side and assumed a defensive posture. The large group suddenly came to a stop, and all the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters showed a deep sense of dread as they stared forward. In front of them, there were 2 figures quietly floating in the air, looking down at everyone from a high vantage point. One of them was surrounded by a green aura, while the other was surrounded by a black aura. Only their eyes could be seen, and they gave off soul-stealing lights, making it hard for people to look straight at them. Jia 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 jia. The person wrapped in the green aura laughed eerily, as if he was looking at Yang Wei, and praised, it's rare for someone to be able to see the situation clearly. It seems that not all of you are muddle-headed. That's right, the 7 people from your 8 great families won't be able to stop the 3 masters from my holy land. I'm afraid it won't be long before they all die. All of you will die too. His hoarse voice sounded like a call from the depths of hell, making everyone's hair stand on end. Shameless boasting. Yi Xianro shouted, who are you? With a burst of laughter, the person wrapped in green chi turned to look at his companion and said, Ghost King, there are actually people who don't recognize us? Are these the rising stars of the 8 great families? Since they can't even identify us, it seems that the 8 great families have really declined. 8 great families? That's just a title they call themselves, who do they think they are? The person called Ghost King coldly snorted and calmly said, Poison King, in terms of killing methods, you and I both have our own advantages and disadvantages. How about we compete here? How do we compete? There are many people here, let's see who can kill the most. Good, that's a good idea. The 700 to 800 people were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at the 2 people in front of them. After a while, Yi Xianro screamed, Profounding Ghost King, Annihilating Poison King? These 2 people had already introduced themselves during their conversation, so if Yi Xianro still didn't know their identities, she would be an idiot. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land was the second of the 6 great evil kings, a name that caused countless people to tremble in fear. It was rumored that the 6 great evil kings were all bloodthirsty and cruel people, but among them, the Profounding Ghost King and Annihilating Poison King were the most powerful. Because of the secret arts these 2 cultivated, they were most suitable for large-scale slaughter. Now that these 2 terrifying characters had suddenly appeared in front of them, no matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spine. All of you, disperse. One of the 4 blood warriors suddenly roared. If it were any other enemy, if everyone gathered together, they would be able to display a powerful combat strength and even fight for a slim chance of survival. But facing the Ghost King and Poison King, numbers were not a problem. Gathering together would only make it more suitable for them to use their respective methods. Roars of anger rang out, but no one was able to react. Even the experts from the 7 Family Alliance were momentarily stunned. Last night, when facing Yang Kai's forces, they had been incredibly brave, but now that they were facing 2 evil kings, they were completely dumbfounded. With just this short delay, they had missed the best opportunity to defend themselves. Where do you think you're going? The Ghost King laughed strangely as a series of terrifying faces suddenly appeared on his body. These faces struggled and squirmed, as if their serene souls were trying to break free from the shackles of the Yellow Springs. Miserable howls rang out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate in fear. Those human faces held and quickly rushed out. Their bodies that seemed to be both real and fake were extremely strange. They plunged into the crowd and began to wreak havoc. Countless ghostly faces appeared in front of everyone's eyes like a scene of demons dancing in a frenzy. Wherever these serene soul faces passed, a cold wind blew, causing everyone's hands and feet to go cold. The Ghost King seemed to be excited, his throat constantly emitting strange laughter, making everyone feel more and more at a loss. Some of the faster cultivators reacted quickly and used their martial skills to attack these serene soul faces, but when their martial skills penetrated the serene soul faces, they were unable to cause any damage. On the other hand, the serene soul cultivator who was hit by the serene soul faces instantly lost their luster and their expression became terrifying, not hesitating to attack their companions next to them. Use your soul skills to attack. Some of the masters quickly reacted, recalling the rumors they had heard before and quickly shouted. The serene soul faces released by the Ghost King had no physical substance, so ordinary attacks and martial skills were unable to harm them. Only a soul skill could stop them from attacking. However, Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters only accounted for less than a third of the total number of people present, and the soul skills released by these Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators varied in strength. The more powerful ones were able to block the serene soul faces for a moment, but the weaker ones were unable to resist at all. In just an instant, more than 100 people had been hit. These 100 people all seemed to have lost their will. After the serene soul faces entered their bodies, their emotions changed greatly, as if they had become the demon race. They didn't recognize their friends and family, fiercely erupting with their own strength and attacking the people next to them. Screams rang out and blood splattered. In an instant, this territory had become an azure purgatory. Jia 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 jia. The Ghost King laughed wildly, not even moving his hands to create such a situation. Its tyrannical strength was clear to see. The Poison King's body also suddenly released a dark green aura. This aura spread extremely quickly, spreading at an incredible speed. Soon, this dark green poisonous fog enveloped a large area. The cultivator shrouded in this poisonous fog screamed and collapsed, turning into a pool of blood, not even their bones remaining. Be careful of this poison. Someone exclaimed, but it was too late. The Poison King had taken dozens of lives, many of which were Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator. Under this poisonous fog, very few people could survive. Only Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator were able to avoid the fate of being turned into a pool of blood. But even these cultivators' faces turned green, their yuan qi fluctuating as they struggled to circulate their secret art to resist, simply unable to move to resist. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator who had been controlled by the Serene Soul walked up to them and, with a wave of his hand, turned them into dust. The two great evil kings joined forces to attack, completely ignoring the 700 to 800 cultivator, creating a tragic slaughter. Moreover, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be using their full strength, only casually attacking. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. The four Yang family blood warriors simultaneously used their forbidden techniques to protect Yang Wei and Yang Zhao as they rushed through the crowd, trying to find a way to survive. Yi Xianro was dumbfounded as she sat on the back of her cloud-treading colt, her pretty face filled with confusion and panic, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had never known that the ash-gray cloud evil land's evil kings had such amazing means. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng were also stunned. The two of them were young lords from the 8 great families and were the future heirs of the Kong and Gao families. For a long time, they had lived in the central capital without any worries about food or clothing. Although they had experienced many dangers and tribulations during this inheritance war, none had made them feel as powerless as they did today. Against Yang Kai, at least Yang Kai was reasonable, but against these two great evil kings, everything seemed pale and powerless. Young lady. Young lord. The masters from the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family all shouted as they rushed to the 3 young lords and pulled them off their cloud-treading colts, imitating the actions of the Yang family blood warriors as they searched for a way to escape. Their actions couldn't help attracting the attention of the profounding Ghost King and annihilating Poison King. Poison King, the status of those young men seems to be different. The Ghost King smiled grimly. I'm afraid they're all direct descendants of the 8 great families. The Poison King nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over these people before suddenly waving his hand. Countless streams of invisible energy shot out and accurately hit all the experts guarding the 8 great families in the Blood Purgatory Sea. The 4 Yang family blood warriors all groaned as their faces paled, but their feet didn't stop moving, still firmly guarding Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. On the other hand, the people from the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family instantly turned into puddles of blood and collapsed to the ground. Come here. The Poison King waved his hand again and Xianxia and the others suddenly felt as if they were bound by an invisible force and involuntarily flew over to the Poison King's side. The three of them shuddered like quails in the middle of winter, helpless as they stared at the Poison King and Ghost King standing in front of them in horror. "Are you direct descendants of the 8 great families?" the Poison King asked. The three of them were dumbstruck, none of them able to answer. The Poison King coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, his long fingernails glowing with a faint green light, gently cutting across Xianxia's face. Her delicate white cheeks were immediately dyed red and warm blood flowed out, pooling around Xianxia's chin before dripping to the ground. Xianxia's 2 rows of teeth clattered violently as her pretty face paled, her beautiful eyes widening as tears began to fall uncontrollably. She felt a strong aura of death wash over her, one that she had never felt before. Under this aura, she felt like she really was dead. "Answer this old master's question, otherwise, you'll become the Ghost King's food. The Ghost King likes to eat delicate little girls like you." Xianxia stared at the profounding Ghost King standing nearby in horror, suddenly recalling that there really was such a rumor. It was said that the profounding Ghost King was inhumane and ate raw human flesh. Feeling extremely frightened, Xianxia didn't know where her courage came from, but she quickly replied, "No." At this critical moment, she found that she still had the ability to think. The ash-gray cloud evil land and the 8 great families were like fire and water, their hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. If these 2 evil kings really learned of their identities, it was likely they would suffer unimaginable torture. It was precisely because of this consideration that Xianxia immediately denied. "You're not?" The Poison King smiled wickedly and nodded lightly, "Since you're not, there's no need to keep you alive." Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan both heard this and were stunned. The next moment, Gao Rangfeng felt as if something was bulging out of his body, and his body suddenly swelled up. He didn't even make a sound before he suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Nearby, Kong Zhan and Xianxia were soaked by the blood that burst out of Gao Rangfeng's body, even their eyes were soaked with blood. Looking around, the entire world was dyed red. "We are," Kong Zhan shouted with all his might, "we are direct descendants of the 8 great families. I am from the Kong family, I am the future heir of the Kong family. Are you or aren't you?" The Poison King's face flashed an impatient look as he stared coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded unconsciously as she stared at the spot where Gao Rangfeng had just stood. At this moment, there was only a pool of blood. This person. He was no longer in this world. He was the future successor of one of the 8 great families, the Gao family. He had died right in front of her. "Poison King, since they are direct descendants of the 8 great families, let them remain. They may be of some use to Master's plan to attack the central capital," the profounding Ghost King suddenly said. The Poison King gently nodded, but did not refute him. He simply sneered at Xianxia and said, "Little girl, your wrong answer has caused the death of a friend." Xianxia's eyes were lifeless, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was not a trace of light in sight. "And those 2. The Poison King raised his head again and stared towards Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, who were under the protection of the 4 blood warriors. The people around them should be from the Yang family's blood warriors, so they must be direct descendants of the Yang family. While they were talking, his expression was gloomy. Although there was hatred between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, the Yang family was undoubtedly the one the 6 great evil kings hated the most. Because this was the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family's blood warriors had killed many of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivators in the last war, establishing a great reputation for themselves. Many demon race cultivators trembled in fear. Now that the blood warriors and Yang family's direct descendants were in front of him, the Poison King naturally wouldn't let them go. "These 2 are mine," the profounding Ghost King said, his figure transforming into a streak of black light as he rushed forward. His goal was the 4 blood warriors and Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. "2 young lords, run." The 4 blood warriors also noticed the profounding Ghost King approaching. Quickly throwing Yang Wei and Yang Zhao out of the crowd, they turned around to face the Ghost King. Even if they knew they were no match for him, they still did not hesitate. They wanted to use their lives and blood to create a last glimmer of hope for Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Clowns. The profounding Ghost King snickered, the Yin Ghost Chi in his body once again slowly spreading out, becoming so rich that it was almost tangible. Flying forward, he didn't put the 4 blood warriors who had displayed their mad tyrant blood skill in his eyes, simply waving his hand towards them. A gust of wind blew and a series of cries rang out as a huge monster with a terrifying appearance suddenly appeared in front of the 4 blood warriors. This monstrous thing was purely condensed from the profounding Ghost King's Ghost Chi, and although it was not tangible, it possessed unparalleled combat strength. The 4 blood warriors joined forces to block it. But before they could withdraw their hands, the profounding Ghost King had already arrived above Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, reaching out to grab them. Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's faces went ashen. Although the two of them had outstanding aptitude and strength among the younger generation and had both broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, in front of a master like the profounding Ghost King, they were nothing. Unable to summon the slightest thought to resist, all they could do was watch helplessly as the pair of ghostly claws reached out towards them. At that moment, a burst of light suddenly bloomed from the void and intercepted the profounding Ghost King, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao. Seeing this, the Ghost King's brow furrowed. Perceiving the power contained in this attack, it knew it wasn't wise to attack rashly and quickly retreated. *Schwa. The shocking burst of light brushed past the profounding Ghost King's body and hit thin air. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed to Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's side, one in each hand, tossing them to Tu Feng and the others who had just arrived. Although Yang Wei and Yang Zhao weren't injured and had not fought with the Ghost King or the Poison King, they were still under the protection of the 4 blood warriors, but they were still inevitably affected by the poisonous gas and Ghost Chi. At this moment, both of them wore a bitter expression. Tu Feng caught them and without even looking back, immediately broke out and rushed towards the mansion. Another master? The Poison King laughed, using his poisoned secret art to envelop Yang Kai and the other blood warriors. Ling Taisu's expression became dignified as he and Li Yuanchun acted at the same time, a mysterious and tyrannical power erupting from their bodies and blocking the corrosive poisonous gas. Oh? Not bad. The Poison King stared at Ling Taisu and Li Yuanchun, seemingly not having expected their means to be so good. The profounding Ghost King's pair of eyes flashed with a faint green light as he stared towards the direction Tu Feng fled, only letting out a light snort, not intending to pursue, instead joining forces with the Poison King to fight Ling Taisu and Li Yuanchun. Ling Taisu's expression was indifferent, although he was not willing to fight with such a cruel enemy. Even so, when it was time to act, he didn't act carelessly. On the other hand, Li Yuanchun was feeling quite depressed. In the Endless Sea Islands, he was an ancestor. In the Endless Sea Islands, there was only one super force, Supreme Solitary Sect, and this force only had 3 above immortal ascension boundary masters. Li Yuanchun's status was obvious. The Endless Sea Islands. The various sects. Who wouldn't be polite and respectful when they saw him? This time, leading a team to War City to ask Yang Kai for the hallowed treasure that had been lost hundreds of years ago, it was clear how much importance the Endless Sea Islands' great forces attached to this matter. Yang Kai hadn't expected that just after arriving in War City, he would be involved in this kind of dispute. He really didn't care about offending the 8 great families, nor did he care about offending the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, but before he could get his hands on those treasures, he had to help them fight. This was not what Li Yuanchun wanted to see. Especially when fighting against masters like the Annihilating Poison King and the Profounding Ghost King, it was really a thankless task. When he returned this time, no matter what, he had to take back those treasures from the Yan family boy and then take his people and flee. Li Yuanchun secretly made up his mind as he fought. The Poison King and Ghost King were blocked by Ling Tai-su and Li Yuanchun, so Yang Kai took some time to look around and see the situation. Seeing this, he couldn't help feeling cold. Although the 700 to 800 people were all enemies, after seeing this scene, all grievances and enmity no longer mattered. Because these 700 to 800 people had been completely wiped out. The ground was littered with pools of blood, broken limbs, and chunks of flesh. All over the ground. From beginning to end, in just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the masters from the 7 great families had almost been completely annihilated by the 2 great evil kings. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit unreal. Even if these 2 great evil kings had extraordinary means and secret arts, how could they have been defeated so thoroughly? Looking carefully, Yang Kai's expression became cold. Because he found that many people had scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in the direction of the central capital. These people were the strongest of the 700 to 800 people. The Ghost King and Poison King were indeed powerful, but among these 700 to 800 people, there were also many masters. However, under the attacks of the Ghost King and Poison King, these masters not only did not join forces to fight back, but instead chose to flee for their lives. Those who could not escape naturally died here. Especially the masters from the Qiu family, Hua family, and Lu family, because Qiu Yimeng, Hua Xing, and Lu Qingyao were not here, they didn't need to pay too much. On the contrary, the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family's cultivator had suffered heavy casualties. Because they had to protect their masters, they could not easily retreat. After Gao Rangfeng's death, those from the Gao family who were still alive no longer dared to fight and hurriedly retreated. Of the 700 to 800 people, probably less than 100 managed to escape, the rest were all left here, not even touching the Ghost King or Poison King's clothes. 8 great families. Yang Kai coldly snorted, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand. Retreat. Yang Kai's biggest purpose in coming out this time was to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Eldest brother Yang Wei, since the start of the inheritance war, had not had any friction with Yang Kai and had even cooperated with him once. Towards this eldest brother, Yang Kai still respected him. As for his second brother Yang Zhao, in the end, he did not accept the position of commander of the 7 great families and instead handed over command to Xianxia and Rou. Obviously, he disdained using the strength of the 7 great families to defeat Yang Kai. This also made Yang Kai feel somewhat moved. Although his second brother Yang Zhao was shrewd and cunning, Yang Kai still couldn't ignore him. Now that his plan had succeeded, there was no reason for Yang Kai to remain here, so he naturally had to withdraw quickly. Hearing his order, the blood warriors who had followed him quickly surrounded Yang Kai, ensuring his safety as they prepared to leave. Yang Kai, save us! Xianxia and Rou's heart-wrenching voice came over, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had seen hope, anxiously calling out to Yang Kai. End of chapter 565. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.